Hunting Hollywood. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 676 Instagram launch. July 15th, two new films were released in North American theaters, namely Bloody Romeo produced by Deaneries Entertainment's Highgate Films and Big League, a children's baseball film produced by Paramount. Last year, the working title films team, which had produced famous films such as Four Weddings and a Funeral, The Big Lebowski, Fargo, and Notting Hill, was directly brought under Deaneries Entertainment. Simon selected the first three projects from the other party's reserve scripts, namely Four Weddings and a Funeral, Love in My Heart and Bloody Romeo. The first two films have been released. Four Weddings and a Funeral was a big hit at the box office after it was released during the Valentine's Day period at the beginning of the year, and then it also caused a wave of movie watching around the world. Love in My Heart, which was abandoned in early March due to poor film quality, was a complete failure. The last one, Bloody Romeo, was originally given by Simon to Quentin Tarantino, whose career was completely changed by his Big Butterfly, as his second project after Reservoir Dogs. Bloody Romeo tells the story of an FBI agent who relies on selling the hiding information of tainted witnesses in exchange for black money and falls into a series of conspiracies after another betrayal. After Quentin took over this script that was very suitable for his personal style, he made a lot of changes according to his own preferences. Although the budget was only $15 million, relying on the extensive connections accumulated by Deaneries Entertainment over the years, the film attracted a series of famous Hollywood movie stars to join the guest appearance at low salary or even for free on the basis of the male lead Gary Oldman, including Robert De Niro, who has been working closely with Deaneries Entertainment in recent years, Famke Janssen, who plays Wonder Woman, Madonna, who likes Quentin's Reservoir Dogs very much, and John Travolta, who was supposed to make a comeback this year with Pulp Fiction. All of these big names have appeared in this movie to a greater or lesser extent. Compared with the original version, the completely new Bloody Romeo received a comprehensive media rating of 8.7 points in major North American media on the first day of its official release. In fact, if it were not for the good results in the internal preview stage, Gaiman Films would not have put this movie in the summer season. Although it is a non-mainstream crime thriller that needs to rely on word of mouth, Bloody Romeo still opened on 2031 screens. Paramount's Little Big League at the same time is still the Little Devil children's film type of Home Alone. It tells the story of a little boy who accidentally inherited the baseball team left by his grandfather and used his unique wisdom and intelligence to lead the team to win the championship. The script is obviously trying to capture the successful experience of films such as Flying Over, A League of Pink and Home Alone, but unfortunately it failed. The comprehensive media rating of 3.3 points means that another summer cannon fodder has been born. Paramount probably didn't have high expectations for Big Brother, and only gave it 1,532 screens for the opening, obviously shifting its expectations to Harrison Ford's new film The Chase to be released next week. Simon returned to Los Angeles on July 16th. In Hollywood, the enthusiasm for Deaneries Entertainment's listing gradually faded, and many people's attention turned back to DreamWorks Pictures, which Spielberg and others were preparing for, and Vivendi's acquisition of Disney Pictures. The biggest news about DreamWorks recently is undoubtedly the news that software tycoon Bill Gates invested $500 million in the company in his personal name. Since the unpleasantness in the cooperation on the pre-installation of IE browser, Damon has been increasing Microsoft's layout in the internet industry while constantly using various means to eliminate the influence of the Westeros system on Microsoft, and even deliberately forgetting the representatives of the Westeros system in some important board meetings. Simon just watched coldly. If Microsoft completely goes to the opposite side of the Westeros system, it is not a bad thing. Of course, the premise is that Damon must first buy back nearly 20% of Microsoft shares held by the Westeros system. With the early arrival of the new technology wave, Microsoft's stock price has exceeded $50 billion. Although it is still a long way from its previous peak, Simon will not refuse if Damon is willing to take out $10 billion in cash to buy back Microsoft shares. Unfortunately, $10 billion in cash is not something that anyone can take out. Even if Microsoft wants to join other companies to do this, considering that Wall Street generally believes that technology stocks are overheated at this stage, there is probably not much capital willing to invest in Microsoft's obviously high-value stocks. After all, Simon is the only one in the world who can predict how crazy technology stocks will be in the next few years. However, $500 million is not a lot of money for Damon, whose personal wealth has exceeded $20 billion at this stage. This software tycoon obviously has the idea of pursuing fame after many rich people become rich. As for the result, Simon has already proved it once in his memory. Returned empty-handed. On the Disney side, Michael Eisner denied it immediately after the news that Vivendi had contacted Disney executives about the acquisition was exposed. However, many subsequent news proved this point. After Jeffrey Katzenberg left, Michael Ovitz, who had originally intended to join Disney to take over Frank Wells' position as president, also began to wait and see again, considering that Disney would definitely adjust its management in the future once it was acquired. Disney is basically a public holding company at this stage. However, Disney's two major shareholders, the Bass family of Texas and the founder Disney family, still hold 25% and 11% of Disney's shares respectively, with a total of 36% of the shares, which basically determines the ownership of Disney after the acquisition invitation. Simon received news that the Disney family strongly opposed the acquisition of the company, but the Bass family was not resolute. Disney's decline in recent years, the continued turmoil in management, and the fact that Disneyland Paris in Europe is like a mess that could explode at any time, made the Bass family feel that it would be a good choice to sell the company while it is still valuable. Now, Vivendi Group, which is trying to acquire one side, and Disney management and the Disney family, which are resisting the acquisition, are trying their best to win the support of the Bass family. After Simon and Joseph Sclaveri formulated the lobbying strategy for the media integration ban, they returned to Los Angeles and were also considering how to help the Bass family make up their minds. Deaneries Studios. The time was Monday, July 18th. The group's weekly high-level meeting was being held in a conference room in the administrative district office building. Simon was in Los Angeles, so he naturally attended. This is roughly the investment plan for the group's cash reserves. In order to avoid risks and for the next stage of expansion, the funds we obtained from the IPO on the company's original cash reserves will only be invested in fixed income products with low risks and can be cashed out in the short term. Mr. Lawrence Fink, CEO of BlackRock Asset Management, will come to Los Angeles on Wednesday to explain to the board of directors in person. Then, the next topic is about Universal Studios Osaka. Bruce Peck, president of Theme Park Business, submitted a proposal last week, believing that Universal Studios Osaka should add attractions with local Japanese cultural characteristics, and also put forward some suggestions. The information is in everyone's hands, you can take a look first. After Amy Pascal finished speaking, the core senior executives who were able to participate in the meeting bowed their heads and read the information. Although they were in charge of different businesses, Simon firmly believed in the management of collective wisdom. In order to avoid the company from falling into misunderstandings due to the wrong ideas of a senior management, many important topics will be discussed together at the senior management regular meeting. The final closing matters of the IPO were all completed recently. Excluding various commissions and fees, Deaneries Entertainment Group still received more than $5.4 billion in cash. In addition, before going public, Deaneries Entertainment Group's own cash reserves reached $2.7 billion. This total of $8.1 billion alone has exceeded the market value of several other major Hollywood studios. Simon did not intend to use the money to repay Deaneries Entertainment's debts, and there were no major projects to invest in the short term, so he planned to put the funds into BlackRock Asset Management Company to obtain a certain amount of value added through investing in low-risk fixed-income financial products such as treasury bonds, agreement deposits, and 3A-rated corporate bonds. The fundamental goal is actually just to resist inflation, and profit is optional. Of course, there are more lucrative investment channels, but since it has been listed, Deaneries Entertainment's capital flow will be subject to supervision from the board of directors, shareholders, and the SEC, and it is impossible to use it at will. Moreover, if the huge amount of funds exceeding $8 billion is invested in certain fields, it will cause a lot of noise, and it needs to be publicly disclosed and reported, and it is possible that it will become the target of those with ulterior motives, so it is better to play it safe. While sorting out this matter, Simon looked through the proposal of Bruce Peck, president of the theme park business. Universal Studios Osaka began planning in 1991, broke ground in mid-1992, and is expected to be completed by the end of this year and open during Easter next year. The studio had a complete plan before construction began, and it was impossible to add additional projects temporarily. However, one of the projects, the Space Fantasy Train, was proven to have safety risks some time ago. For theme parks, even if tourists find it less exciting, safety must be guaranteed first. Moreover, this is not a core project like Jurassic Park or Jaws Water Park. Simon personally approved the cancellation of this attraction, and then there was a vacancy. Looking through the information in his hand, at a certain moment, Simon's mind flashed with inspiration and thought of another thing. In the conference room, Nancy Brill was the first to speak. "I don't think this is feasible. In terms of theme park management, we need to adapt to the cultural living habits of the Japanese, so that we can achieve better localization, just like Tokyo Disneyland. However, as for the setting of attractions, I believe that Japanese tourists buy tickets to enter the park and want to see American culture, not things from their own homes. I think we can give it a try," said Danny Morris, president of New World Pictures. "What Nancy said actually makes sense, but we can also Americanize the Japanese elements. Hollywood has never rejected cultures from all over the world. The more important issue now," said Elliot Oichman, president of Highgate Pictures, "Osaka Universal Studios will open on Easter next year. It is already mid-July. Is there enough time to replan a Japanese-themed attraction? I'm not talking about simply building it, but planning it from scratch. This will be very troublesome. Therefore, it is better to select mature projects from our existing theme parks and transplant them over. First, ensure that the opening of next Easter will not be delayed. The disaster of Disneyland Paris was largely due to delays. We should learn this lesson." Mark Belford, the group's vice president of global operations, also said at this time, "I agree with Ella's opinion. It is very important for our first overseas theme park to ensure that it is completed and opened according to plan." Everyone talked about it, and Simon never expressed his opinion. After discussing for more than 10 minutes, everyone finally decided to reject Bruce Peck's suggestion and transplant mature attractions from the existing Universal Studios Los Angeles and Universal Studios Orlando. When Amy looked at Simon for the last time, Simon also nodded. After making a decision, Amy turned to other topics. The regular meeting lasted until 11:30. When the meeting ended, the others left to eat in the restaurant, and Simon called Amy. From the topic of Universal Studios Osaka, Amy noticed that Simon was a little absent-minded. When there were only two of them in the conference room, Amy spoke first. "Simon, Panasonic invited you to Japan as a guest at the beginning of the month when it went public. And there is also the matter of Universal Studios. Maybe you should go to Japan during this period. During this IPO, according to the agreement signed with Deaneries Entertainment when Panasonic gave up the acquisition of MCA 3 years ago, Panasonic's initial investment of $1 billion in Deaneries Entertainment in the form of loans was all exchanged for Deaneries Entertainment Group shares at the issue price. At this time, it was also considered one of Deaneries Entertainment's small shareholders, holding 45 million shares, which was equivalent to taking 1/5 of the 250 million new shares at one time, accounting for 1.9% of Deaneries Entertainment's total share capital. Deaneries Entertainment stock price continued to rise after its IPO. In fact, a large part of the newly issued shares were taken away by Deaneries Entertainment stakeholders. In addition to Panasonic, BlackRock Asset Management also subscribed for 20 million shares. In addition, the large number of stocks granted in advance to Deaneries Entertainment employees generally have a 3 to 6 month restricted period, which results in not many stocks being traded in the secondary market. Market demand far exceeds stock supply, so the stock price naturally rises steadily. Simon has been entangled in the affairs of the Hearst family for most of the first half of the year, and he has hardly left the United States. Hearing what Amy said, Simon nodded and smiled. "The Japanese may just be polite, and they may not welcome me as a guest." Amy laughed. She has not forgotten the original Westeros effect. After joking, Amy said, "You were a little distracted just now, Simon. What happened?" Girl A brought in coffee at this time. Simon took a sip of the coffee and said to Amy, "You know, I have been thinking about how to make Disney shareholders decide to sell this company in recent days, and I just happened to have an inspiration. Chapter 677 Instagram Launch 2. It was Thursday, July 21st. Michael Eisner woke up early in the morning in his suite at the Plaza Hotel in Manhattan, New York. He had rushed to the East Coast yesterday to lobby Sid Bass, the current head of the Bass family, to give up the idea of selling Disney. Although the Bass family made its fortune in Texas, many family members have liked to live in New York for a long time in recent years. After making an appointment to have breakfast together today, Michael Eisner got up and took care of himself. Just as he was about to leave the hotel suite, the doorbell suddenly rang. The slightly hurried doorbell made Michael Eisner inexplicably have a bad premonition. He opened the door and saw two middle-aged men standing outside the suite. They were Sandy Litwater, the vice president and head of the legal department of Disney, and Bill Mechanic, the president of the home entertainment department. These were the two executives that Michael Eisner urgently selected to take over the positions of the next president and president of the studio of Disney after Jeffrey Katzenberg suddenly resigned and Michael Ovitz remained on the sidelines. Michael Eisner knew very well that in order to convince the Bass family to reject Vivendi's acquisition, Disney must stabilize internally as soon as possible. Although Ovitz was not invited to join, the two candidates in front of him were not randomly selected by Michael Eisner to make up the numbers. The legal department has always been one of the core departments of Disney, which focuses on copyright operations. Disney's teasing names such as Copyright Maniac in California Pizza Hut and the joke that a drawing of Mickey Mouse after being stranded on a desert island can attract Disney's special plane to save your life are all caused by the lawsuits fought by Disney's legal department. Sandy Litwater, as the head of the legal department with the title of Vice President of Disney, has always reported directly to Eisner himself. Not only that, the current president Frank Wells also happens to be a lawyer. He has cooperated well with Eisner over the years. Now that Sandy Litwater has taken over Frank Wells' position, it will be easy to gain recognition in front of Disney's board of directors and major shareholders. Another Bill Mechanic is Michael Eisner's direct line. Bill Mechanic followed Eisner from Paramount to Disney and has been in charge of Disney's home entertainment department for many years. When he first joined Disney, Eisner and other management estimated that the overall valuation of Disney's film library was only $200 million. However, under Bill Mechanic's operation, the re-released Disney classic animated film videotapes continued to sell well, among which the Cinderella videotape alone sold 6 million boxes, with revenue of up to $180 million. Disney's rapid recovery in the late 1980s was largely due to the large amount of cash provided by videotape sales. Therefore, Bill Mechanic also has enough qualifications to succeed Katzenberg as president of the studio. Seeing the two subordinates appearing in front of him with solemn faces at this time, Michael Eisner wanted to pretend to be relaxed and let the two into the room, but before he could speak, Sandy Litwater handed him a newspaper. "Michael, you may need to read this." Michael Eisner raised his hand to take the newspaper. This is a copy of The Hollywood Reporter. As one of the most popular professional film newspapers in the industry, The Hollywood Reporter is also sold in New York, the East Coast Film Center. Without Litwater's special instructions, Michael Eisner saw the bold headline on the front page of the newspaper at a glance: Disney's Entertainment is about to launch the European Universal Studios plan. Just after reading the headline, Michael Eisner felt his heart tighten slightly. Disneyland Paris, which has been open for more than 2 years without any improvement, is Disney's biggest weakness at present. Inspired by the success of Tokyo Disneyland, the initial $1 billion European Disneyland project snowballed to $5 billion. It also suffered from the loss of Tokyo Disneyland, which only took copyright fees but did not participate in the investment. Disney holds half of the equity share in the European Disneyland project, most of which comes from loans. Disney currently has a total debt of $5.3 billion, of which $2.5 billion is brought by Disneyland Paris. If Disney still maintains the growth momentum of the late 1980s, this part of the debt may not be a big deal. Now, Disney's film business is sluggish, and several major theme parks under its umbrella that lack fresh IP injections are also implicated. The interest generated by the huge debts each year is already a huge burden for Disney. Because of its shares in several Disney parks, Disney's net assets have reached $12.8 billion, but its current market value is only half of its net assets, which is largely dragged down by Disneyland Paris, which is struggling in the quagmire. The operating conditions of Disneyland Paris are not satisfactory. If Europe has another movie theme park from Hollywood, and it is Deaneries Entertainment Group, which has many classic blockbuster IP resources in recent years, it will inevitably divert customers from Disneyland Paris, making Disneyland Paris worse. Originally planning to let the two subordinates enter the room first, because of his inner concerns, Michael Eisner stood at the door and began to read the news in The Hollywood Reporter. The striking picture on the press release is a photo of Bruce Peck, president of Deaneries Theme Park, leading a team to visit the Colosseum in Rome, the capital of Italy. Westeros has made many arrangements in Italy in recent years, and the political and business circles have close ties. It is completely expected that the European Universal Studios will first consider Italy as the site. The news article begins by introducing that Bruce Peck and his team suddenly appeared in major European cities in recent days to conduct field investigations for the European Universal Studios. Not only that, after the reporter of The Hollywood Reporter called the media public relations department of Deaneries Entertainment, although the other party did not reveal much, they gave a positive answer on the European Universal Studios project. Deaneries Entertainment is intent to build a movie theme park in Europe. Afterwards, The Hollywood Reporter simply contacted several core executives of Deaneries Entertainment and obtained a brief telephone interview opportunity with Mark Belford, Vice President of Global Operations of Deaneries Entertainment, and briefly talked about some things about the European Universal Studios. Mark Belford said that the overall scale of the European film market is far greater than that of Japan. For many reasons such as brand marketing, it is imperative for Deaneries Entertainment Group to build its own movie theme park in Europe. Of course, the reporter will not forget to talk about Disneyland Paris. Mark Belford did not criticize or ridicule the extremely failed Disneyland Paris. Instead, he said that the number of visitors to Disneyland Paris has exceeded 10 million every year in the past 2 years, which is enough to prove that Europeans also like movie theme parks. The failure of Disneyland Paris is largely due to Disney's failure in planning and management. Mark Belford also said that Deaneries Entertainment's European Universal Studios will try to avoid making the mistakes of Disneyland Paris. For example, first of all, in terms of site selection, this time it will definitely choose the Mediterranean coast with spring all year round, rather than Paris, which can only be open for half a year every year due to the climate. It is of course an exaggeration to only open for half a year every year. However, Paris, with its distinct 4 seasons, enters the off-season of theme parks in winter, and the passenger flow is greatly reduced. This is indeed a major mistake in the original site selection process. Disney actually considered this issue in the initial site selection stage. It's just that Disney did not conduct a more detailed investigation, but instead rigidly applied the successful experience of Tokyo Disneyland to Disneyland Paris. Tokyo also has 4 distinct seasons, but the Japanese are willing to wait in line in the cold wind to visit Disneyland. Therefore, Disney's planning team naturally assumed that Europeans would also be willing to continue to visit Disneyland Paris in the cold winter. The fact that Disneyland Paris winter passenger flow has dropped significantly in the 2 years since its opening proves that Disney's original idea was wrong. Due to France's strict labor protection laws, the number of tourists has dropped significantly in winter, but Disneyland Paris cannot lay off a large number of redundant employees in the off-season, resulting in serious staff redundancy, which is also an important reason for Disneyland Paris's continued losses in the past 2 years. Michael Eisner has regretted more than once in the past 2 years why he did not locate Euro Disneyland on the Mediterranean coast. The Mediterranean coast is the birthplace of the most authentic Mediterranean climate and is very suitable for tourism consumption all year round. Of course, regretting now is useless. In the headline article in front of him, although Deaneries Entertainment did not talk too much about the failure of Disneyland Paris, Michael Eisner could almost imagine that with the news that Deaneries Entertainment was about to build a movie theme park in Europe, Disneyland Paris would definitely be the one that was most directly impacted. There was no need to wait for other media to add insult to injury. After the headline news, there was an article in The Hollywood Reporter that listed all the failures of Disneyland Paris. Serious mistakes in the early planning, the desire for quick success and success led to the budget being out of control. The arrogance and tyranny of the management caused many cultural incompatibility incidents, and Disney's decline in recent years caused the theme park to lack new projects and playability to decline seriously, and so on and so forth. Standing stiffly at the door of the hotel suite and reading 2 articles in a row, Michael Eisner's forehead was already covered with a thin layer of sweat. If it were any other time, Deaneries Entertainment's exposure of the news that it was about to build a movie theme park in Europe would at most only impact Disney's stock price, and perhaps provoke the media to jump out and comment on Disneyland Paris. However, at this time when Vivendi is preparing to acquire Disney, this news suddenly came out. It is conceivable that this incident will inevitably seriously affect the confidence of many shareholders in Disney. Furthermore, Michael Eisner thought that once Disney was acquired, Vivendi Group would definitely not keep him, who was said by the media to be the culprit who caused Disney to fall into decline and turmoil. After 10 years in charge of Disney, Michael Eisner's foundation is all on this film company. If he leaves Disney at its lowest point, unless he starts his own business like Jeffrey Katzenberg, there will be no place for him in Hollywood, which means that his career will end completely. Michael Eisner is only 47 years old this year. He is not Frank Wells, who is over 60 years old. He is in his prime and is unwilling to experience retirement life now. Thinking of the bleak prospects he might face, Michael Eisner felt a growing sense of suffocation in his heart, a sharp pain in his chest, blurry vision, and the voices of his two subordinates in front of him became vague in a sudden tinnitus. Sandy Litwater and Bill Michnik realized that something was wrong and rushed forward to help him. When they looked again, Michael Eisner, who was pale, had fallen into coma. Simon immediately received the news that Michael Eisner had a heart attack and was in a coma. At that time, he was in the Woodside Mountain Villa in the Bay Area. Robert Iger called from New York. It was not yet 5 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast, and the morning light was just beginning to brighten outside. After standing by the window of the master bedroom and finishing the call, Simon didn't know what to say for a while. Michael Eisner had a family hereditary heart disease, which Simon had known for a long time. In his memory, Michael Eisner had undergone a life-threatening heart surgery around 1994. Because the risk of the surgery was very high, Eisner had even made a will in advance. Unexpectedly. Is this a repeat of history? However, Katzenberg resigned, Wells was about to retire, and now Michael Eisner suddenly fell ill, plus Deaneries Entertainment had just added fuel to the fire. Simon did not believe that many Disney shareholders still had the confidence to continue holding the company's shares. If they did not sell now, Disney might become less and less valuable in the future. A petite figure came up to him silently like a cat, hugged his waist, rubbed his face against his, and asked sleepily, "Simon, what's wrong?" This was little Jenny. They agreed to abstain from sex this week, and Simon was not lacking in this insistence. Last night, even the waist and leg beauties who were recently in San Francisco were driven to the guest room, but the little fairy said that she was still a child and didn't understand anything. She was just afraid to sleep alone at night, blah blah, and she successfully got close to Simon. Simon didn't insist too much on this little fairy who could be dealt with by just one finger. Turning around, he picked up the girl's light body and put her back to the big bed. Simon said, "Sleep a little longer. It's still early." The little fairy, who was wearing a pink pajamas and looked like a doll, saw Simon go to the bathroom to wash up first. After coming out, she began to put on her clothes and got out of bed. She helped him diligently and asked expectantly, "Simon, shall we go out for a run together?" Simon tapped her head gently. "I'm alone. It would be troublesome if I was found out with you." The little fairy looked innocent like a fake lolly. "It's okay. I'm just a little girl." Simon couldn't help pinching her cheek and smiled. That would only make it worse. So saying, he put on a sports vest and shorts, and enjoyed the Japanese kneeling service deliberately made by the little fairy, letting her help him put on his sneakers. Simon left the villa and started a morning run in the mountains with 2 bodyguards. For safety reasons, Neil Bennett and Ken Dixon, who were responsible for the security of the Westeros family, had previously advised Simon not to do similar morning runs again, but Simon did not agree. If he didn't even have this little freedom, what was the meaning of life? If you are worried about safety, then make the environment safer. The Westeros family now supports so many people, isn't it for this purpose? Therefore, in addition to the 2 groups of 8 bodyguards stationed in Simon's villa, there are 5 additional groups of people distributed in other properties in the mountains, 3 groups in the open and 2 groups in the dark. Around Simon's morning jogging route, the Westeros family's security team quietly installed cameras and other monitoring equipment to ensure that no one would approach this area rashly. Simon didn't think it was a waste at all. The Westeros family does support a lot of people now, both in the open and in secret. Simon usually sends a lot of seemingly meaningless tasks, such as 24-hour monitoring of Gralf's mother and daughter, the main purpose of which is to prevent these people from having nothing to do and becoming lazy. Simon firmly believes that only by keeping a smooth operation at all times can any team avoid losing vitality to the greatest extent. Chapter 678 Instagram Launch 3. The news that Disney chairman and CEO Michael Eisner had a sudden heart attack and fell into coma, along with the news that Deaneries Entertainment Group was about to build a movie theme park in Europe, quickly spread on Thursday. Although there were only 3 Disney executives at the scene, some media directly linked the two events together, speculating that Michael Eisner might have had a heart attack because he heard the bad news that Deaneries Entertainment was about to build Universal Studios Europe. During this period, due to a series of events such as Jeffrey Katzenberg's falling out with Michael Eisner and his resignation, Disney president Frank Wells' upcoming retirement, and Vivendi Group's acquisition of Disney, Disney still received a lot of media coverage under the news hotspot of Deaneries Entertainment's listing. Disney's internal turmoil and several years of declining performance have already led to federal media and Wall Street's continued pessimism about this major Hollywood studio. The news that Vivendi Group intends to acquire Disney finally triggered a wave of stock price rebound. With Eisner's heart attack and Deaneries Entertainment's European Universal Studios plan exposed, the company's stock price began to fall again on Thursday. Of course, the focus of many media and capital is still Deaneries Entertainment. Disneyland Paris is already a disaster. It is not easy for such a theme park with no profit in sight to file for bankruptcy. For the billions of dollars of investment from all parties in the early stage, and for the employment of tens of thousands of employees, this theme park can only survive in continuous losses. With such a bad case in front, is Deaneries Entertainment going to repeat the same mistake? Deaneries Entertainment, which has just completed its IPO, is rich and powerful, and everyone knows this, but no matter how much money you have, you can't just waste it. However, there are people who stand on the side of Deaneries Entertainment. As Mark Belford, Deaneries Vice President of Global Operations, said in the article of The Hollywood Reporter, the overall scale of the European film market is far greater than that of Japan. Establishing a theme park in Europe is very conducive to further promoting and deepening Deaneries Entertainment's corporate brand. The potential advertising effect brought by the tens of millions of tourists received by theme parks every year is definitely not something that can be measured by the profit and loss figures of the theme parks themselves. In Simon's memory, Disney has become the entertainment giant that dominates Hollywood. The Disney parks all over the world have contributed greatly to the brand value increase brought to the company, including Disneyland Paris, which has been losing money financially for decades. Therefore, since the opening of Disneyland Paris in 1992, Simon has been thinking about similar plans in his mind. The overall film market is no less than that of North America and Europe, so there must be a theme park under the Deaneries Entertainment Group. Even if it suffers long-term losses like Disneyland Paris after it is built, this matter must be implemented. However, at that time, Universal Studios Osaka had just been planned, and Simon was not so eager for quick success that he started 2 huge theme park projects at the same time. Now, the time has come. Taking this opportunity to release the news can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone to help the hesitant Disney shareholders make up their minds to sell the company. As for the follow-up, the site selection and planning of the theme park will take at least 1 to 2 years. By then, Universal Studios Osaka will have opened, and Deaneries Entertainment can calmly transfer the current construction planning team of Universal Studios Osaka to Europe. After the exposure of The Hollywood Reporter in the morning, Deaneries Entertainment specially published a more detailed article on the Egret portal during the day to explain the necessity of building Universal Studios Europe. However, the market still gave the most direct feedback to Deaneries Entertainment's decision. On Thursday's trading day, Deaneries Entertainment stock price began to fall from the opening. As of the afternoon closing, the decline reached 2.6%, and the market value fell from $117.2 billion to $114.1 billion. In one day, $3 billion disappeared. Deaneries Entertainment's management did not react much to this. Whether in public or private occasions, Simon has repeatedly emphasized his point of view that Deaneries Entertainment's operations will not be affected by short-term stock price fluctuations, but will focus on long-term planning. If there are investors who do not agree with Deaneries Entertainment's business philosophy, they can sell their stocks. With the current strength of the Westeros system, it would be easy to privatize the entire Deaneries Entertainment Group. On the other hand, Disney was in a state of panic. Michael Eisner had woken up that morning But the results of the heart examination of the head of Disney were very pessimistic. Because of long-term high-intensity work, Michael Eisner's hereditary heart disease continued to worsen. The examination results showed that the degree of blockage of multiple arteries in Eisner's heart had exceeded 98%. If he did not undergo surgery as soon as possible, he would not live for more than a year. Moreover, because the condition was too serious, the risk of surgery was also very high. He might even die directly on the operating table. The reporters gathered outside the Mount Sinai Medical Center in Manhattan that day got Eisner's heart examination results as soon as possible under Disney's strict defense. Perhaps most people don't quite understand the severity of arterial blockage exceeding 98%, but one thing everyone can be sure of is that in the short term, Michael Eisner will not be able to preside over Disney again. Because of the leak of the news of Vivendi Group's acquisition of Disney, Disney's recent stock price had been slowly recovering. As the bad news of Eisner's illness spread, Disney's stock price also fell by 3.3% on Thursday, and its market value fell from $6.9 billion to $6.6 billion. In the evening, Disney finally held a press conference, informing Michael Eisner of his condition, and announced that the management of Disney would be temporarily represented by President Frank Wells. Frank Wells, who was personally responsible for hosting the press conference, also stated that he had signed a temporary agreement with Disney to extend his term of office for 1 year until Disney was completely stabilized. Not only that, Disney also quickly appointed Bill Mechanic, president of Disney's home entertainment department, as president of Disney Studios at the press conference, taking over Jeffrey Katzenberg's former position and managing all Disney's film affairs. When asked by reporters whether Disney would accept Vivendi Group's acquisition offer, Frank Wells said very tactfully that this was something that the Disney board of directors and major shareholders needed to consider, and he was only responsible for taking care of the company for the time being. Compared with Disney's firm refusal when the news was just leaked some time ago, Frank Wells's statement has obviously loosened up a lot. The next day, federal media reported on two major events in Hollywood yesterday early in the morning. Moreover, the two events are still generally linked for discussion. Most media still do not look favorably on Disney Entertainment's European Universal Studios plan, and all the details of the failure of Disneyland Paris in the past 2 years have been dug up again. However, although Michael Eisner's sudden illness caused Disney's brief chaos, Frank Wells's statement at yesterday's press conference once again made the media and Capitol feel a certain tendency. That morning, a reporter from ABC TV interviewed Sid Bass, the head of the Bass family, a major shareholder of Disney, by phone. Although the other party's tone showed that he was reluctant to part with Disney shares, everyone could feel that Sid Bass's tone was not firm at all. His attitude during the interview was more like waiting for a good price. Disney's previous turmoil and decline, the illness of Michael Eisner, the head of Disney who firmly opposed the sale, and the strong uncertainty brought to Disneyland Paris by Disney Entertainment's European Universal Studios plan, combined with these factors, the possibility of Disney's sale has become increasingly high. Then, the federal media once again realized a problem. We can no longer allow overseas capital to continue to erode our cultural industry. The Washington Post on Friday morning commented on this, calling on the federal government to take measures to restrict overseas capital from acquiring major Hollywood studios. The Wall Street Journal also mentioned the media integration ban again. At this stage, the only companies that can compete with Vivendi Group and achieve synergy are the three major old American TV networks. Therefore, in order to prevent this acquisition, Congress must promote the lifting of the media integration ban as soon as possible. In response to the media's call, at the regular press conference that day, the White House spokesman said that the president attaches great importance to protecting the American cultural industry and has communicated with Congress many times before, but the final decision on this matter is still in the hands of Congress. In his words, he criticized the inaction of some politicians in both houses of Congress. The White House spokesman even said that when necessary, the president will ask the Department of Justice to veto certain acquisitions that may affect the development of American culture. Although both houses of Congress are temporarily in the hands of the Democratic Party, Clinton's many plans to promote over the past year have been frustrated in Congress, and the White House and Congress are very unhappy. Congress certainly does not want to endure the ridicule of the White House and quickly fought back. The two sides began to exchange sharp words. The protection of the American cultural industry has suddenly become a topic frequently asked by the media for the candidates for the U.S. Congress, who are starting to sprint for the second half of the midterm elections. As for when the ban on media integration will be lifted, which everyone is concerned about, no one has given an accurate answer. Simon has been in San Francisco since Wednesday. In addition to the various affairs of the Westeros system in the internet field, Simon has been mainly discussing with the core management of Cisco, AOL, and Ygritte the antitrust investigation that the U.S. Department of Justice will officially launch at the end of the month. In order to avoid the Congress setting up a special investigation committee against the Westeros system in advance and putting the U.S. Department of Justice in a passive position, the White House has leaked in advance some time ago that an antitrust investigation against the three internet giants of Cisco, AOL, and Ygritte in the Westeros system is imperative. During this period, Simon has received accurate news again that the investigation will be launched at the end of July. Since the White House has quietly revealed the time to launch the antitrust investigation, it actually wants to form a tacit understanding with the Westeros system. Simon is certainly not stupid enough not to cooperate. As for how to cooperate, what the White House wants is political achievements, an explanation to federal voters, so the Westeros system will take the initiative to deliver political achievements to the White House. Doing so is definitely much better than the Department of Justice directly launching an investigation into the Westeros system without any communication, which will eventually lead to uncertain consequences. Not only that, by reaching certain tacit understandings in advance, the Westeros system can also take the initiative to cooperate in building momentum. For example, this time, after discussion, it was decided that one of the concessions was that Ygritte would take the initiative to split its application software department. There is no strong complementary effect between Ygritte's software business and network business. Even if they are split, it will not have much impact on Ygritte's overall development. Simon had made similar arrangements a long time ago. However, in fact, it did not have much impact on Ygritte, but in terms of the media's caliber, since it has decided to make concessions in this regard, it must be exaggerated how serious damage the combination of Ygritte's software business and network business has caused to the federal internet industry, how it will hinder the development of small businesses, how necessary it is to split the two, and how fierce Deaneries Entertainment's resistance to the federal government's attempt to split the two businesses was. After such a momentum, when the two major business departments are finally split, the media and the public will see that a super internet oligarch has been split into two under the strong antitrust investigation of the federal government, which will give them great psychological satisfaction, and similar new technology companies that do not know the truth will also think that their spring has finally arrived. The White House's approval rating will rise further. The Westeros system can also prevent Ygritte from being too bloated. Everyone gets something and everyone is happy. In addition to Ygritte, AOL and Cisco will also make certain concessions in this antitrust investigation. AOL will take the initiative to give up the 10-year exclusive contracts signed with the three major operators. Cisco will also promise to limit the proportion of equipment provided to AOL and other operators to a certain range, leaving a certain market share for small businesses in the United States. Simon certainly won't be stupid enough to agree to the various conditions of the Ministry of Justice in 3 or 5 months. These concessions will be determined after at least 1 or 2 years or even longer antitrust investigations, and the final implementation will take even longer. This will last until Friday. On July 22nd, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Simon personally rushed to an office building in downtown Palo Alto not too far from Ygritte's headquarters to attend the launch ceremony of the Instagram website that D-Girl was responsible for. After 3 months of development preparation and internal testing, the photo-sharing website Instagram was officially launched today. The final design style of the website is very similar to the Instagram in Simon's memory, which is a photo wall that many people think is extremely simple. Among the girls who participated in the angel investment of Instagram under Simon's leadership, there are many who are worried that the website is too simple and will lack appeal, but Simon does not have such worries. Simple and easy to use is one of the core characteristics of many successful internet companies. Moreover, the simplicity of the layout does not mean the lack of website functions. The Google in memory is a typical example of the internet's minimalist style. Moreover, for Instagram, the most important thing is users and rich content resources. Without these, no matter how gorgeous the website design is, it will be useless. Chapter 679 Instagram Launch 4. Instagram was very simple. After confirming the launch of the website, everyone opened a few bottles of champagne in the office building of the Instagram team. After a lively time, the employees began to work hard on the first day of the website's opening. The pretty girl also stayed to take care of some company affairs with E-girl, and Simon took A-girl, C-girl and others who participated in the launch ceremony away. As for the senior executives of Ygritte and other companies, none of them were invited. It's not that there is no such face, but it's unnecessary. For Instagram, Simon did not intend to force the growth of seedlings, so during this period, D-girl and several angel investors were busy with various preparations. Deborah was responsible for communicating with Ygritte to obtain technical and traffic support. The pretty girl used her connections in the entertainment and fashion circles to attract a group of celebrities to open Instagram accounts as soon as possible. This is enough in the short term. Simon told D-girl not to consider any profit in the next 3 to 5 years, and to concentrate on developing users. Funding is not a problem for Instagram at all. However, Simon obviously still ignored the connections of the women around him. Or, in other words, it is an extension of his personal influence. Others may not give face to ABCD or Yago Jing Leg Jing, but it is impossible not to give face to Simon Westeros. Although Simon did not show up, the fact that this website was created by several women around him already explains the problem. Even if the website is just a toy that Westeros gave to his lovers, everyone must support it. Therefore, as soon as the website was launched, many fashion and entertainment celebrities who have already entered Facebook recommended Instagram on their social homepages. An article introducing this website also appeared on the homepage of the Ygritte portal information. Although the position is not conspicuous, it is enough to get millions of readings. The website navigation page of the Ygritte portal also included Instagram as soon as possible, and also gave it a special recommendation red display for free. In order to protect its own interests, Ygritte has various explicit or implicit restrictions on users on its platform recommending other websites. Now, Instagram, which has no equity relationship with Ygritte, has just been launched, but it has received the treatment of the biological daughter level of the company's direct investment website. On the other hand, Simon left the Instagram headquarters and came to Tinko Bay Company with Girl C. If Instagram wants to develop, the popularity of personal computers and digital cameras is the most basic condition. However, these two aspects are no longer a problem. In the first half of 1994, global PC shipments reached 26.3 million units in the first 6 months of this year. In comparison, there were only 20 million units in the whole year of 1990. Although the rise of the internet in the world has led to an increasing proportion of PC overseas shipments, North American PC shipments still account for 41% of global shipments, reaching 10.9 million units. It is estimated that in 1994, global PC shipments will be around 55 million units, of which North America will not be less than 22 million units. The number of PCs in the world will exceed 230 million. In terms of digital cameras, in the first half of 1994, Tinkober's digital camera shipments reached 3.27 million units, still successfully maintaining more than half of the global consumer digital camera market, with a market share of 53%. It is expected that annual shipments will reach 8 million units. At the same time, worldwide, the total shipment of consumer digital camera products in 1994 is expected to be around 16 million units. As the world's largest consumer electronics market, the popularity of digital cameras in North America is just like the growth of video recorders in recent years, far exceeding overseas. Of the 16 million digital cameras, more than 70% are in North America, reaching 11 million units. Even if we don't talk about the accumulation of the past few years, and don't consider overseas users for the time being, the increase in digital camera users in North America in 1994 of 11 million units is enough to ensure that Instagram has a broad user base. What's more, as long as Instagram can be popularized, it will in turn stimulate user demand, and the shipment of digital cameras will only increase further next year. The two complement each other. Simon arrived at the headquarters of Tinkober and was first taken by C to see the prototype of the digital camera that Tinkober had completed. The full series of trademarks have been applied for in advance, and they still start with I, which means record. Tinkober's digital camera series will be named iRec. Simple and easy to remember. We tried CDs, flash memory, tapes and other storage media, but in the end, it was the same as what the boss said. At this stage, the only storage solution suitable for us is a micro hard drive. However, although the prototype has been completed, there are still many problems to be solved. At the same time, We need to wait for hard drive manufacturers to develop micro hard drives with larger storage. Therefore, iREC will be released as early as next fall. By then, we can launch iREC with 250 M storage capacity, and the cost can be controlled within a reasonable range. In the laboratory of Tinkerbell, Miss C introduced while watching Simon playing with a obviously rough digital camera prototype. Simon used the iREC prototype in his hand to shoot a video. When he played it back directly on the small screen of iREC, he clearly felt it jamming. This is probably one of the problems Miss C mentioned. Claire asked someone to bring a latest IBM laptop, connected iREC to the USB port of the laptop, and started to transfer the video file that Simon had just shot. This iREC uses 240p video clarity, which is enough to meet the current user needs. The 1-minute video just shot, according to the 240p definition standard, is only 2.2 mm in size. A 2.2 mm MP4 format video will only flash by in a flash when transferred using USB in a dozen or 20 years. However, this time, Simon also found the problem again. The USB 1.0 standard, which was popularized last year, has a transmission speed of only about 90 kbps per second. At present, it takes about 25 seconds to transfer a 1-minute 240p video. In this way, if a 1-hour video is transferred, it may take half an hour, which greatly affects the user experience. Claire, who was beside Simon, was obviously satisfied with this. Noticing the change in the man's expression, she said, "The 1.5 megabits per second transmission speed of the USB 1.0 standard can already meet the current user needs. The theoretical transmission speed is equivalent to 180 kbps per second. However, due to hardware reasons, we can only achieve half of the transmission speed for the time being. We can get further optimization when the product is launched next year." Simon nodded. Indeed, the road must be taken step by step. Being able to achieve the current level is very advanced compared to the memory that the USB standard was initially formed in 1995. I have seen the statistics in advance. With the vigorous promotion of the Westeros system, the USB interface has been promoted since the end of last year. In the first half of the year, Tinkerbell released the USB flash drive as a turning point. Now, the proportion of PC manufacturers' latest PCs with USB interfaces has exceeded 20%, and this proportion will exceed 50% next year. Not only that, including the personal computers that do not have USB interfaces at home users at this stage, if they want to use USB functions in the future, they do not need to replace expensive PC equipment, but only need to purchase an adapter worth tens of dollars. Since the promotion of USB at the end of last year, companies such as Igrit, Microsoft, and Intel have set up venture funds dedicated to investing in USB peripheral products to support startups in developing hardware products such as mice and keyboards that use USB interfaces. On the Tinkerbell side, with the popularization of USB interfaces, digital cameras, digital music players, and digital video cameras planned to be released next year will all switch to using micro hard disks plus USB transmission formats. However, the current floppy disk digital cameras will still be upgraded next year. In addition to the micro hard disk version of ICOM 50, an ICOM 40's floppy disk version will continue to be released next year as a transition. After seeing the iREC prototype, Claire took Simon to browse some other products under development. This included the iBook, which has not been leaked yet. This was a concept Simon gave a long time ago, and the iBook was also one of the first trademarks that Tinkerbell had hoarded. Last year, Apple released the first Newton tablet computer, which is the predecessor of Apple's iPad tablet computer and adopts a very advanced touchscreen design. Unfortunately, Apple did not find the right positioning for this product and only used it for personal digital assistants. Moreover, because of the high price of $900, there are few users of this product. Speaking of which, even ebook readers actually have similar products on the market at this stage, but due to various limitations such as storage capacity and content resources, there is basically no good development. Tinkerbell has quietly developed the iBook, and there is no plan to launch a finished product in the short term, mainly because the price of small LCD screens is too expensive at this stage, and it is temporarily impossible to make it as delicate and compact as a book. According to the plan, the real launch of this product will have to wait until at least 1996. Simon hoped that the product would be integrated to some extent, with a digital music player, or even further, with a digital camera function and a touchscreen design. By then, It would be almost a prototype of the later tablet computer. In the laboratory, Claire said after listening to Simon's idea, "If so, our product may be more expensive than Apple's Newton tablet, and not many people can afford it." The reason why electronic products were once able to reach the 1,000 yuan level was mainly because the development of the entire electronic industry system has greatly reduced the overall cost. At this stage, it is far from reaching this level. For example, flash memory. In the first half of the year, Tinkober launched USB flash drives using flash memory chips, with 8 meters and 16 meters capacities, breaking the 1.44 m capacity limit of floppy disks. However, compared with a price of less than $2 per floppy disk, the price of an 8 m USB flash drive is $39.99, and the price of a 16 m USB flash drive is $99.99. The reason why the next generation of ICOM does not consider more stable flash memory storage is the cost. However, as demand increases rapidly, it is expected that ICOM 60 will be able to launch a flash storage version at a reasonable price in 1996. In fact, the cost of micro hard disks at this stage is not low, but compared with flash memory, micro hard disks have a capacity advantage. The micro hard disk version of the digital camera planned to be launched next year has a capacity of 150 m. Compared with the current image size, it is expected to store up to 3,000 photos, and users will basically no longer have the trouble of insufficient space. Simon put down the iBook prototype in his hand, which had no touch function and could only be operated by buttons, and said to Claire, "Think about it carefully, this is actually an inevitable trend, isn't it? Tinkober does not need to be too advanced, but since it has taken the lead, it should ensure that it can always be one step ahead of other manufacturers." Claire knew that her boss would not say this to others casually, so she nodded solemnly and said that she would take note. In this way, she stayed at Tinkober until after 11 o'clock. At noon, she had lunch with John Chambers. In the afternoon, she went to see the construction of the Egret campus in Mountain View and participated in a telephone conference of America Online. At around 5 in the afternoon, Simon boarded a plane back to Los Angeles. Inside the Boeing 767, A came to the study in the front cabin of the plane with a thick stack of documents. While handing the documents to Simon, she said, "D just called and said that as of 5 in the afternoon, the number of registered Instagram users has reached 370,000, and it is expected to exceed 1 million this weekend." Although Simon did not personally intervene too much, he roughly understood what happened just by hearing what Allison said. Shaking his head and smiling, Simon picked up a document handed over by A and said, "D is a little anxious. The number of users exceeded 1 million in just 3 days. Even if Instagram has the strong support of the Westeros system behind the scenes, the various problems that have come one after another are enough to make this small company, which has only been established for 3 months, busy and confused. If this affects the user experience, it will be even more unprofitable." However, on the other hand, the number of users exceeding 1 million means that this company is already very valuable for the new technology industry, which is already boiling at this stage. After this weekend, if Dee and her friends want to cash out, they can directly offer $20 million, and there will definitely be a lot of people scrambling for it. In comparison, the girls only invested more than $1 million in the early stage, and in a few months, they have made dozens of times the return. After hearing what Simon said, Allison said, "Dee just said on the phone that she wants to get more support from Egret by transferring part of her shares." Simon smiled and asked, "How much?" Girl A said, 20%. Simon nodded and said, "You can talk to Jeff about this yourself, I don't care." If we consider it purely from the perspective of interests, Instagram's transfer of shares is of course best to sell directly to Westeros. After all, Egret is no longer 100% owned by the Westeros system. By transferring the shares to Westeros, Simon can also let Egret give Instagram enough support. However, doing so is somewhat a violation of the rules. The most solid foundation for cooperation is the bundling of interests. Simon is also more inclined to talk business. Although Instagram has gained widespread attention as soon as it went online because of Simon, transferring part of its equity to Egret is actually not a loss at all. Now countless small companies in Silicon Valley want to cooperate with Egret, but often fail to do so. After saying this, Allison saw Simon flipping through the box office report for the last week, and said, "There's one more thing, about AI's video game Warcraft, Orcs and Humans." Simon didn't look up, just hummed, Allison continued, according to preliminary statistics, the sales of this real-time strategy game in the first week of its release were about 76,000 copies, with sales reaching $3.8 million. EA has directly recovered its costs, and it is expected that the shipment volume of this game during the entire sales cycle will reach about 1.5 million copies, breaking the total sales of 1.1 million copies of the first generation of the same type of Dune. The price of Warcraft, Orcs and Humans is $49.99, which is the general price of video games in this era. The estimated total sales of 1.5 million copies means a revenue of about $75 million. In comparison, the development cost of this game is only about $2 million, which is a huge profit, more profitable than drug trafficking and legal. The first generation of Warcraft in Simon's memory was a success, but the total sales were only about 300,000 copies. However, just this has already made the newly renamed Blizzard gain widespread attention in the industry. The most important point is that the success of the first generation of Warcraft also gave Blizzard more sufficient funds to develop sequels, and the second generation of Warcraft also achieved a phenomenal sales of 2.5 million copies. This time, the first generation of Warcraft is expected to exceed 1 million in sales. It can be said that Silicon and Synapse Studios, with the support of EA, have upgraded the production and distribution specifications of the game. The game industry is the same as Hollywood. For the same movie, the 7 major studios and the second and third tier independent film companies operate separately, and the box office will definitely not be at the same level. In the original prospectus, Deaneries Entertainment regarded the game business as the next important growth point of the group. In the past 6 months, while maintaining its vigorous development in console games, EA has also launched a phenomenal online game Happy Farm. Now, another PC game Warcraft, Orcs and Humans has been a great success, which is undoubtedly another good news for Deaneries Entertainment stock price. With a continuous expansion of the electronic game market, as long as the current market position can be maintained, the electronic game business alone is expected to support Deaneries Entertainment's market value of $100 billion in the future. In memory, the market value of the Disney Group at its peak just touched the threshold of $200 billion. For Simon, this is definitely not the ceiling. Although Deaneries Entertainment's current market value of more than $100 billion is already very exaggerated in the eyes of many people, in Simon's view, it is not difficult for Deaneries Entertainment to break through the scale of Disney in the past. In the future, as long as the fields of television, games, music, streaming media, etc. are done to the extreme, each one is expected to reach the level of $100 billion. Chapter 680 God watches a movie. After asking Girl A to continue to follow up on Warcraft and discussing some other things, Allison left the study, and Simon looked at the box office data report for the past week in his hand. From July 15th to July 21st, Forrest Gump was released for the third week, and the box office fell by only 18%, continuing to dominate the single-week box office list. It earned $38.97 million in the past week, and the cumulative box office reached $139.95 million. True Lies, which was released for the second week, ranked second on the list. Because there was no strong new film opening on July 15th, True Lies also maintained a very good box office decline of 25% in the second week, earning another $30.59 million, with a cumulative box office of $71.42 million. It will be very easy for the domestic box office to break 100 million. Bloody Romeo, directed by Quentin Tarantino, ranked third on the list. The film's opening week box office exceeded the general expectations of the distribution department of Gaoman Pictures and the outside media. Relying on Quentin's unique personal style and Gaoman Pictures' good publicity and promotion, the film's first week averaged nearly $12,000, and the box office revenue reached $23.97 million in the first 7 days. As a crime drama that deviates from the commercial mainstream and is rated R, because it adopts a relatively saturated scale of 2,031 screens for opening, based on the initial film reputation and audience feedback, the publicity and promotion team originally predicted that the film's first week average would be between $8,000 and $10,000. The first week box office is expected to be around $18 million, and the total North American box office is expected to be $50 million. Now, the first week box office is $23.97 million, which is more than the initial forecast of $6 million. If it can follow up with a long-term box office trend with a relatively mild decline, Bloody Romeo is even expected to hit the threshold of the 100 million box office club. In comparison, Bloody Romeo cost $15 million to produce, and the publicity and promotion budget was only $10 million, with a total investment of $25 million. The first week box office revenue was $23.97 million. According to the theater's tiered profit-sharing rules, the first 2 weeks were enough for Deaneries Entertainment to recover all costs and achieve profitability. Simon had no information about the original Bloody Romeo in his memory, which shows that this film did not make any splash in the original time and space. This time, the director was changed, the script was revised, the production specifications were improved, and a group of big names were invited to guest star. Unexpectedly, it went straight to the level of classic film history. Quentin should have become famous with Pulp Fiction this year. Now, although Pulp Fiction was taken away by Simon in advance, this time Bloody Romeo, whether it can eventually break 100 million, the hot box office can make Tarantino promoted to the ranks of Hollywood's first-line directors. Batman: The Dark Knight Rises, which opened for the 7th week, ranked 4th on the list. In the past week, the box office of this super blockbuster fell by only 13%, earning another $16.19 million, with a cumulative box office of $332.47 million. The film has been so active for more than a month, and it is very likely that The Dark Knight Rises will hide a domestic box office of $400 million. If successful, the film will become the second film to break the $400 million domestic box office after the DC movie universe's opening masterpiece, Batman Begins. The fifth on the list, The Conjuring, saw a 23% drop in box office revenue in its 5th week of release, earning $9.35 million. The comprehensive box office successfully entered the threshold of the 100 million yuan box office club, reaching a total of $105.66 million. At the same time, The Conjuring also became the 4th film to break the 100 million yuan box office in Deaneries Entertainment's direct release this year, following 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Stargate and Forrest Gump. Among the 6 films that have entered the 100 million yuan club in 1994, the other 2, The Dark Knight Rises and Speed, are also inextricably linked to Deaneries Entertainment. Not only that, let's list this week's list. Forrest Gump ranked 1st, True Lies ranked 2nd, Bloody Romeo ranked 3rd, The Dark Knight Rises ranked 4th, and The Conjuring ranked 5th. The 5 movies were either directly released by Deaneries Entertainment or co-produced by Deaneries Entertainment and other studios. Basically, it can be said that the top 5 of this week's list are all occupied by Deaneries Entertainment. Even though Deaneries Entertainment Group has been strong enough in recent years, this phenomenon of directly dominating the top 5 of the weekly box office list is the first time. Films such as I Love Trouble, Werewolf, and The Phantom, released at the same time, were obviously impacted by the films produced by Deaneries Entertainment. I Love Trouble, which ranked 4th on the list last week, ranked 6th this week with a 39% drop in a box office of $7.43 million, behind The Conjuring. Jack Nicholson's Wolf also saw a sharp drop of 41%, with a single-week box office revenue of only $6.75 million, ranking 7th on the list. The cumulative box office of the film in 3 weeks of release was only $43.11 million, which has not yet reached the level of the $50 million production budget. Paramount's new film Big Kids, which was released on July 15 at the same time as Bloody Romeo, only had a box office of $5.63 million in its first week, ranking 8th, and failed to make any waves. The 9th ranked The Shadow and the 10th ranked Beverly Cop 3, with single-week box office revenues of $4.93 million and $3.13 million respectively, are not far from the end of the week, as the average box office is getting lower and lower. At the same time, the new box office week that opened today is the last climax of the summer season. The 2 new films Heat and The Chase are both very important. The crime action film Heat, starring 2 Oscar-winning actors Robert De Niro and Al Pacino, plus a large number of powerful actors such as Val Kilmer, Jon Voight, and William Fichtner, received a classic-level comprehensive media score of 8.6 on the first day of its large-scale opening. This reputation is comparable to last week's 8.7 points for Bloody Romeo. In addition, the final production cost of Heat also reached a blockbuster level of $60 million due to the participation of a series of big names. Because the film is 171 minutes long, nearly 3 hours, the publicity and distribution team of Deaneries Pictures did not follow the full distribution model of conventional commercial films, but gave 2,105 opening screens similar to Bloody Romeo, which is nearly 1,000 fewer than the current blockbuster opening screen scale of nearly 3,000. Harrison Ford's The Hunt is the last part of novelist Tom Clancy's Cold War counter-terrorism trilogy. The first two parts, The Hunt for Red October and Patriot Games, were both box office hits. The production cost of this trilogy finale reached $65 million, and the producer Paramount Pictures also provided 2,963 screens for the opening. In the front cabin study of the Boeing 767. After reading these materials, Simon's first reaction was to worry about the box office performance of Deaneries Entertainment's films so far. Of course, it's not because it's too bad. It's because it's too good. From the beginning of 1994 to now, all the films that have entered the billion-dollar box office club are related to Deaneries Entertainment Group, which completely gives other Hollywood studios a sense of not giving them a chance to survive. Not only that, but now there is even an unexpected Bloody Romeo. If this film can achieve a 100 million yuan breakthrough, considering that there will be The Haunting of the Morgue, Toy Story 2, The Mask and Suicide Squad in the second half of the year, the top 10 box office rankings this year may be dominated by Deaneries Entertainment-related films. This is definitely not a good thing. Simon can only hope that The Pursuit that opens today can do better, or that one or two box office dark horses will appear in the second half of the year from other studios. As for Bloody Romeo and this week's Heat, Simon quickly made a decision not to add any additional publicity and promotion budget. The box office of Bloody Romeo is best suppressed within the 100 million yuan threshold. As for Heat, which Simon personally likes very much, this movie is also very likely to cross the 100 million yuan threshold if the publicity and promotion strategy is appropriate, and some ideas can only be abandoned. In fact, for this reason, Simon only approved a publicity and promotion budget of $20 million for Heat in advance. The North American box office could not break 100 million, and Heat, with a total budget of $80 million, certainly could not recover its costs in the domestic market. However, I remember that the overseas box office of this movie was very good. The global box office was added up, and it was basically not difficult to recover the production and publicity budget. As for the profit, it still depends on the subsequent videotapes and other peripherals. The classic crime action movie that lasted for 3 hours was more suitable for family viewing through videotapes. However, plans seem to never catch up with changes. The second thing changed. Early on Saturday morning, a film critic from the Los Angeles Times suddenly published an article titled 1994, The Year God Wanted to Watch Movies. This title was too familiar to Simon. In the original time and space, 1994 was rated as the year God wanted to watch movies. That year, Hollywood appeared a series of classic movies that were enough to be recorded in film history, such as Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, Pulp Fiction, True Lies, etc. Outside of Hollywood, Four Weddings and a Funeral, Red and the Blue, White and Red Trilogy, Ashes of Time, Sunny Days and other films also shined in their respective fields. However, the article in the Los Angeles Times this time was not a coincidence. At a high-level gathering of Deaneries Entertainment after the release of Forrest Gump some time ago, Simon casually talked about this statement with Amy Pascal, Ella Deutschman and others. Although only half of 1994 has passed, it has been counted that this year has indeed produced enough classic movies inside and outside Hollywood. On the other hand, Simon only discussed the idea of suppressing his films to reduce the number of members of the billion-dollar box office club with Amy, and other senior executives did not know Simon's thoughts. This kind of thing is not suitable to be put on the table with great fanfare. Then, Ella Deutschman, who has become more and more adept at word-of-mouth marketing in recent years, kept Simon's statement at the party in mind. Yesterday, Heat was released and once again won classic media reputation. Deutschman quietly concocted this article to spread the saying of God watching movies. After the two blockbusters Heat and The Pursuit released on July 22, there will be no other heavyweight films released this summer, and the remaining time will be the time for the existing films to fully play their roles. Without the stimulation of new films, the market will inevitably fall into a cooling state. Now, with the publication of the article God Wanted to Watch Movies in 1994, coupled with the secret promotion of Deaneries Entertainment, it has quickly become a hot topic. In order to avoid a suspicion of self-promotion, the article covers a very wide range of topics. Most of the excellent films produced in and outside Hollywood this year have been mentioned, and many popular projects around the world that have not yet been released have also been included. Of course, the focus is still Hollywood. So far this year, Hollywood has produced various traditional genres, including romance, 4 Weddings and a Funeral, comedy Ace Ventura, science fiction Stargate and The Dark Knight Rises, action Speed, True Lies and The Chase, drama Forrest Gump, horror The Conjuring, crime Bloody Romeo and Heat, and even the independent film industry has produced masterpieces such as Clerks. Well, although many of them are related to Deanery's Entertainment, in any case, this is a fruitful year for the world film industry. It seems that God suddenly wants to watch movies, so many classics have appeared. After the article was published, many newspapers, television and online media have expressed their views on this topic. Although there are some ridicules and objections, under the strong guidance of public opinion by Deanery's Entertainment, the mainstream concept generally recognizes that this year is a super movie year. Affected by this widespread social topic, even many ordinary people who have not had the habit of watching movies for a long time have entered the cinemas, and some audiences who have enjoyed the feast of blockbusters in this summer season have started to buy tickets again in order not to leave regrets this year. Therefore, with a continuous spread of the topic started on July 23, the North American film market has once again seen an obvious climax of watching movies. As long as there are enough media resources, it is not difficult to mobilize public emotions, and the general public often has a clear herd mentality. In Simon's memory, many movies on the other side of the ocean that have achieved box office miracles are caused by the phenomenon of following the audience's emotions after being mobilized. Human nature is common. Even though the North American film market has a history of 100 years and is much more mature than other regions, the audience is still easily influenced by public opinion factors. The most typical one is the DV horror film Blair Witch in Simon's memory. This mediocre horror film that many viewers have no interest in watching a second time, but because of the phenomenal viral marketing that is difficult to distinguish between true and false, it has sold nearly $250 million in the world at a cost of only $60,000. During this time and space, Simon's first film, Run Lola Run, also triggered a wave of movie watching because of the strong topicality of his 18-year-old genius director, and eventually created a box office record of more than $200 million in North America. Having lived 2 lives and having a lot of experience in the film industry, Simon has been instilling the marketing method of event effect for the team under Deanery's Entertainment over the years. Galeman Films' God Wants to Watch Movies in 1994 is another classic application of the event effect. Although the effect of the topic is not too obvious on the weekend, according to the data feedback from Deanery's Entertainment's self-operated theaters, the number of moviegoers on the weekend has increased significantly compared to expectations. As long as it is properly operated, this topic will continue until the end of the summer season at the end of August. Not only that, there is still half a year before the end of 1994. In the following Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas seasons, as long as there are outstanding films, this topic can be mentioned repeatedly, constantly stimulating the audience's desire to watch movies. In the end, just this seemingly simple topic marketing can bring Hollywood hundreds of millions of dollars in additional box office revenue in the rest of this year. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 Reward Plan. Deanery's Studios. It was July 25th, another Monday. Because they were going to watch the sample of Suicide Squad together in the afternoon, Terry Semel arrived early and had lunch with Simon in the high-rise restaurant of Deanery's Studios at noon. He complained, by the way. A $50 million reward, Simon, isn't it too much? Since it is not stipulated in the contract, we don't have to pay such a sum of money. Or, like the previous times, $20 to $30 million would be enough. This time we gave $50 million. According to convention, the next few projects will definitely be more, and we won't be able to pay them by then. Terry Semel looked bitter at the table. The topic was about the reward plan for the main creators of Batman, The Dark Knight Rises that Simon had just finalized. According to last week's box office statistics, The Dark Knight Rises not only broke through the North American box office of $330 million, but also reached $530 million overseas, and the global box office has reached $860 million. According to the current box office trends of various ticket warehouses around the world, there is no suspense that the global box office of this Batman trilogy will exceed $1 billion. Not only that, since its release more than a month ago, the sales of various types of peripheral products of Batman, The Rises have been as hot as ever. At present, the total sales of dozens of peripheral products worldwide have exceeded $1.1 billion. Although the popularity of the movie has begun to decline, it is expected that the total sales of the project's peripherals will be around $2.5 billion in the next few years. In addition to the box office and peripherals, if we count the income from videotapes and TV broadcasts in the future, Batman, The Rises will be another super cash cow that can bring in net income of $1 billion to the two major producers, Daenerys and Time Warner. Simon has never been a person who wants the horse to run, but does not want the horse to eat grass. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the huge DC movie universe series, the contracts Simon signed with the main creators were very harsh. Compared with the lucrative profits of several consecutive DC masterpieces, the salaries of the superhero actors can be described as stingy. Simon will not allow any changes to the original contract. However, in addition to the basic salary, starting from the initial Batman Begins, as the project succeeds, he will give an additional bonus to the leading actors and directors. However, in the previous series of projects, the total bonus did not exceed $30 million. This time, Simon gave a one-time bonus of $50 million, which immediately made Time Warner feel painful. In the summer season that has entered the final stage, in addition to Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, Warner Brothers' other two projects The Gambler and I Love Trouble have ended in failure, and the huge losses need to be compensated by the profits generated by Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. Now, the sudden loss of $50 million will even affect Time Warner's financial report at the end of the year. Simon was indifferent to Semmel's complaints and said, "Terry, $50 million is a reward for Bond, Adam and Valerie's contribution to the Batman series over the years. Whether there will be so much in the future depends on the situation. Moreover, you should understand that compared with the profits we have obtained, this amount of money is not much at all, only equivalent to 5% of the net profit of the project. If it were not for the original contract restrictions, each of them might now ask for 10% or even higher net profit share. Although the DC movie universe has created a phenomenal film series miracle, compared with the Hollywood first-line filmmakers with strong voices such as Steven Spielberg, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Mel Gibson, the income of the main creators of the DC movie universe can be called shabby. $50 million seems to be a lot, but it is not as much as Jack Nicholson alone earned from Tim Burton's version of Batman in the original time and space. Moreover, the money was divided among many people, including director Jan de Bont, leading actor Adam Baldwin, and leading actress Valerie Golino. Among them, Bond and Adam received the most, only $10 million each. Simon can of course pay the salary strictly in accordance with the contract, and no extra cents need to be paid. However, this will definitely severely dampen the enthusiasm of the main creators. The planning of the first phase of the DC movie universe has only completed the first half, and there is still a long way to go. Being too harsh will only make the gains more than the losses. Terry Semmel certainly understands this truth, but he said, "Simon, if I remember correctly, you don't seem to like Adam." Semmel was talking about Adam Baldwin. After the success of Batman Begins, Adam Baldwin had the idea of re-signing the agreement, and Simon even knocked him for it. Simon nodded, but then shook his head, saying, "This is already a thing of the past. Adam has behaved fairly well in the past few years. Moreover, even if I don't like someone, as long as the other party does not cross the line, I will still give what I should give after paying. These are two different things." Terry Semmel actually knew in his heart that it was difficult for him to change the decision made by the young man in front of him, so he made a compromise. "How about this, Simon? Installment payment? $50 million, $15 million first, and the rest will be paid in the next few years." Time Warner's current situation is not very good. If the $50 million can be spread over the next few years, it will not have a significant impact on the financial report. As long as the total amount remains unchanged, the installment payment can continue to mobilize the enthusiasm of DC's creators. Simon knew that this should be the plan that Semmel had thought of before he came, and he still had to give this face, so he agreed very readily. Terry Semmel was not satisfied with this result, but he had no choice but to change the subject. Simon, have you ever considered that Adam only has 2 more films left in his contract? Simon lowered his head to cut a steak on the plate and asked casually, why? Terry Semmel said, after the planned Justice League, I think this series can continue. Simon slowly picked up a piece of steak and put it into his mouth. After a moment, he said, Terry, I originally told Stan Lee that Deaneries Entertainment would probably start the Marvel Cinematic Universe in 1995. Judging from the current situation, it is estimated that it will break its promise. However, after Justice League, this matter will definitely not be delayed any further. The reason why Time Warner cannot get involved in the control of the DC movie universe is not only that Deaneries Entertainment has firmly grasped the copyright of the 3 DC superhero giants, but also Marvel. The profits created by the DC movie universe are too lucrative. Without Marvel as a foundation, Warner will make a desperate effort, and Deaneries may also have to compromise on the right to speak. The current situation is that if Warner is not satisfied with its right to speak and profit share, and wants to redefine it, or even break up after the negotiations are fruitless, then, the result will only be that Warner will lose everything, while Deaneries Entertainment will be able to directly launch its own Marvel Cinematic Universe plan. Terry Semmel obviously didn't want to mention the topic of Marvel, but said, I mean, it's okay for the two to coexist completely, right? Simon put down his cutlery, took a sip of the red wine next to him, and showed a playful smile on his face. Of course they can coexist. But, Terry, I think you may be thinking too far ahead. Frankly speaking, if you can't succeed Levin as the chairman of Time Warner, how many years do you think you can stay in this company? In memory, Terry Semmel left the company after Time Warner merged with AOL around 2000, and then joined Yahoo as CEO. There will definitely be no merger of AOL and Time Warner this time. However, with the complex internal strife of Time Warner's management, as Steve Ross's influence gradually dissipated, the Time Incorporated executives who regained control of the situation would definitely not allow Terry Semmel to go any further. As the co-CEO of Time Warner and Robert Daly, he is already second only to one person. If he cannot go one step further and become the chairman, the only way out is to leave. When Terry Semmel heard Simon say this, he thought of his own situation and immediately forgot about DC. Speaking of which, Terry Semmel is the same age as Michael Eisner, who is lying in the Mount Sinai Medical Center in Manhattan. Even in 5 or 6 years, he will only be in his early 50s, and he is still far from retirement age. After working at Warner for so many years, Terry Semmel is unwilling to suddenly lose everything he has now. After hesitating for a moment, Terry Semmel suddenly said, Simon, can you help me? Help me become the next chairman of Time Warner. Let alone other things, just the DC movie universe is enough to affect the management structure of Time Warner. If Deaneries Entertainment suddenly announced that the next head of Time Warner might determine whether the two sides could cooperate smoothly on the DC movie universe when the internal struggle of Time Warner was the most intense, a large number of shareholders and directors would have to carefully consider Simon's personal intentions. In addition, BlackRock Asset Management has continued to buy Time Warner shares in recent years, and its current shareholding ratio has reached 4.9%, which can exceed the 5% reporting level at any time. The main reason for buying Time Warner shares is investment needs. Time Warner has not yet fully recovered, but when federal telecommunications regulations are continuously relaxed in the next few years, Time Warner, which owns a cable TV operating network, can take advantage of the situation to enter the field of network service providers, thereby obtaining dividends brought by the internet wave, and the stock price will soar. Although the current shareholding has not exceeded 5%, BlackRock can easily increase its holdings to break through this limit when necessary. At that time, public declaration is only one aspect. The most important thing is that by becoming a major shareholder holding more than 5%, BlackRock can request a seat on the board of directors of Time Warner, thereby having the right to vote on major decisions of the company. These are all the chips that Simon can use to help Terry Semmel become the next chairman of Time Warner. Therefore, Semmel had no doubt whether Simon was able to help him. Simon did not explain too much, but just looked at the middle-aged man across the table. So, Terry, what can I get? Terry Semel did not hesitate this time and said, "A lie, the most solid ally." Simon did not comment, "I'll think about it." Terry Semel did not urge him. The promise of an ally was too broad. In the end, it still needed practical actions to support it. He probably understood that the young man across the table wanted to see his specific performance in the next few years. Speaking of which, since Steve Ross passed away, Terry Semel has been very close to Simon. Many things that could have been handled by the senior management of Warner Brothers Pictures, he, the group co-CEO in charge of the film business, took the initiative to take over. Perhaps, from the bottom of his heart, Semel had some ideas a long time ago. The two sides quietly reached a tacit understanding and skipped this topic for the time being. Terry Semel said again, "I heard that Disney management is contacting Eisner and intends to let him voluntarily give up the position of chairman and CEO of Disney." Simon, what do you think of this acquisition? Simon also knew about this. Michael Eisner had a sudden heart attack last Friday. Even if he survives the highly risky heart surgery, it will take at least 2 or 3 months before he can return to work. With Eisner's illness and the recent series of events, the major shareholders and the board of directors of Disney, who are clearly inclined to sell the company, are unlikely to accept Eisner, a diehard who firmly opposes the sale of Disney, to return to the helm of the company. Originally, the Disney board of directors could have decided to remove Eisner on its own, which is within the scope of the board's authority. But now, Michael Eisner's physical condition can no longer withstand additional stimulation. If the Disney board of directors decides on its own to provoke this head who has worked for Disney for 10 years, public opinion alone will cause the Disney board of directors to resign collectively. So they can only carefully discuss this matter with Eisner on the sickbed. Simon said, "The sale of Disney is inevitable. If Eisner is smart enough, he should accept the conditions of the Disney board of directors and ask for a more generous compensation. In this way, no matter what happens in the future, there will be a lot of money left." Terry Semel's eyes flickered, and he thought of Steve Ross. When Steve Ross knew that he had cancer, he began to prepare a way out for his family. Although Ross has passed away now, according to the agreement Ross signed with Time Warner, his family can continue to receive various subsidies worth tens of millions of dollars from Time Warner for 10 years. Now, Eisner is facing the same situation. As long as he has not been completely blinded by power, he should know what to choose this time. Actively withdrawing, in addition to the terms of the original agreement, can also take advantage of the opportunity to obtain additional compensation from Disney, so that whether Eisner can survive this heart surgery or not, his family will be more financially secure in the future. On the contrary, if he relied on his serious illness to insist on not giving up the power of Disney and hindered the major shareholders of Disney from selling the company at a high price, then even if he recovered from his illness in the future, Eisner's days at Disney would definitely not be easy. Thinking about this, Terry Semel asked, "It sounds like, Simon, you don't seem to object to Disney being acquired by Vivendi." Simon smiled and glanced at Semel. "Do you think I should object?" After years of immersion in Hollywood, Terry Semel is very familiar with the fate of overseas capital intervening in Hollywood, and he will understand it after a little thought. Indeed, Simon has no reason to oppose this acquisition, and may even secretly promote it. Deaneries Entertainment is already strong enough in Hollywood at this time. If it wants to go further, it can only continue to erode the market share of other competitors. Once Disney is acquired by Vivendi and loses its identity as an American company, Deaneries Entertainment will have no worries when eroding it. Chapter 682 Downtime. After lunch, Terry Semel watched the sample of Suicide Squad with Simon for more than an hour and then left Deaneries Studios. Simon spent the whole afternoon on this project. Suicide Squad, which has been scheduled for December 16th, started shooting in January and finished in April. So far, the post-production of the film has been going on for more than 3 months, and the special effects part started at the same time shortly after the filming of the film began. The whole project is expected to be completed by the end of October. Because the characters involve the copyright of superheroes such as Batman, Suicide Squad is jointly invested by Deaneries and Time Warner, and Warner Brothers Pictures is responsible for distribution. Therefore, compared with The Flash and Cyborg, which Warner holds alone, Simon also attaches more importance to this new series. After discussing the details of subsequent special effects, editing, soundtracks, etc. with several main creators of Suicide Squad until more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, West left the post-production center on the first floor of the studio and returned to his office in the administrative area on the third floor. Girl A followed Simon into the office and sat down behind the desk. He handed over some documents and said, "D reached an agreement with Ygritte this afternoon to transfer 20% of Instagram's shares. The condition is $5 million in cash, plus Ygritte will provide Instagram with 18 months of unlimited free server support. In addition, Ygritte will also open an Ygritte account authorization login interface for Instagram. The $5 million in cash and account authorization are both easy to understand. Last weekend, due to the traffic diversion of Ygritte portal and the recommendation of a large number of celebrities with tens of millions of fans on Facebook's social network, the number of registered users of Instagram website exceeded 1.2 million in just 3 days. This starting line with a ladder and the speed of rising like a rocket made many hard-working entrepreneurs in the internet field envious and jealous, and the value of Instagram website itself was also recognized by the industry. After the data of registered users on the first day of the website's launch last Friday came out, Simon was sure that Girl D and her friends wanted to sell the website at that time, and a lot of people would compete for the offer of $20 million. Now, 20% of the shares in exchange for $5 million in cash is equivalent to a valuation of $25 million. In fact, it is more than that. In the past, internet platforms had many types of account authorization login interfaces such as email, QQ, and Weibo, and many users were accustomed to this convenient authorization login mode. However, now, the account authorization of Ygritte, which almost monopolizes internet user resources, is not a treatment that any website can get. At present, everyone in Ygritte understands that the huge user base is its most precious resource. Therefore, although Simon proposed the concept of authorized login and Bezos and other management accepted it, they were very cautious about the opening of each interface. The reason why Instagram can get this treatment is not only because of Ygritte's investment, but also because Ygritte's management plans to use this website as a supplementary business in its social network sector. Just like Instagram to Facebook in the past. Simon and Bezos had discussed this matter on the phone this morning. However, the condition of 18 months of unlimited free server supply is new. When Simon asked about it, Allison explained, "This is also a disguised bet. D initially offered Ygritte $10 million for 20% of the shares. This is actually not that high. Whether it is Silicon Valley or Wall Street, venture capital has been probing Instagram in recent days. Not to mention $10 million, even if it is higher, there are people willing to accept it. However, Ygritte was only willing to give $4 million at first. The two sides bargained and finally added this clause: 18 months of free server support will be provided. If Instagram's development is not as expected, Ygritte will not suffer too much loss. On the contrary, if Instagram continues to grow as fast as it has in the past few days, as a shareholder, Ygritte can also benefit from the added value of the website." After listening, Simon asked, "Who came up with this?" Allison was slightly puzzled and said, "D." Simon nodded slightly and smiled. "A, B, C, D, you are the only one missing. Why don't you release them all together?" Lady A blinked her eyes, as if she suddenly remembered something, and said, "Boss, the lady called and said that she hopes you can go back early today. Mr. David Johnston and his wife came to Los Angeles temporarily and will have dinner at home tonight." Simon seemed to have forgotten what he had just said. After nodding, he waved his hand to indicate that Lady A could go out. He lowered his head and flipped through a piece of media and audience feedback about the God-watching a movie incident last Saturday. Although this incident was beyond Simon's plan, since it had already happened, he no longer bothered about it and began to follow up personally to maximize the benefits. He continued to be busy until 6 o'clock, and then remembered Allison's reminder, so he went home after get off work. Back at Shell Villa, Janet was chatting with David Johnston and his wife in the small bar area next to the glass curtain wall. Jennifer was preparing dinner, and Veronica was looking after the 4 children in another lounge area next to the curtain wall. The 3 little ones from the Westeros family, and David Johnston and his wife's son, who was born in February at the beginning of the year, named Derek Johnston. After greeting David and his wife, Simon sat down next to Janet, took the glass of red wine handed to him by the woman, and asked with a smile, "What were you talking about just now?" Janet unconsciously moved closer to Simon, resting her head on the man's arm on the back of the sofa, and said, "David and Lily are planning to move to San Francisco. Simon, do you think David can find a job at Ygritte?" When Simon heard what Janet said, he glanced at David and his wife. David Johnston was obviously a little embarrassed, but Leslie looked expectant. Without any hesitation, Simon nodded quickly. Of course, no problem. David is studying fluid physics and must be very good at mathematics. It just so happens that Ygritte is constantly strengthening its big data department, and David can go here to work. Leslie Johnston couldn't expect her husband to be too proactive, so she had to ask, Simon, what does the big data department do? Simon said, Ygritte's total number of users worldwide has exceeded 100 million. The big data department mainly mines, analyzes and integrates user behaviors on platforms such as IE Browser, Ygritte Portal, and social networks, so as to more efficiently and accurately place advertisements, promote products, customize services, etc. to target users. This is a very important department, which is personally managed by Tim Berners-Lee, and will affect the development direction of the entire Ygritte company in the future. After Simon's explanation, David Johnston was obviously somewhat tempted by the job. Leslie Johnston realized that her husband could only be an ordinary researcher in this department, and at most lead a small team. Even for a research-oriented department, managers also need emotional intelligence and leadership skills, which David obviously did not have, and Simon would not let him become a department head. However, the couple moved to San Francisco for Leslie's fundamental purpose, and she had no expectations for her nerdy husband. After getting married at the end of the year before last, she became pregnant last year, and Leslie Johnston's career almost stagnated. Fortunately, Simon was really nice to the people around him, and directly handed over a large part of the design work of the Ygritte Park in Mountain View to Leslie's design company. Now that the child is half a year old, Leslie plans to return to work, starting with taking over the family's North American branch of the architectural design firm. Although a daughter who gets married is like water spilled, Leslie naturally thinks that in the future, the North American branch of the family business should belong to her, not her brothers and sisters. As for her husband, it's good to have a job that doesn't stay idle, and he can also take care of the children. After finalizing this matter, Leslie took the initiative to talk about the design of Cape Dumay Manor. Since buying a large number of surrounding properties, the reconstruction of Cape Dumay Manor has not stopped. At present, many redundant villas are being demolished one after another, and it is planned to be directly built into garden corridors, lawns and sports fields. However, if you want a manor to be more beautiful, you definitely need professional designers to plan it. However, this matter was mainly in Jennifer's charge. Simon and Janet were very busy on weekdays and could not spare much attention for this. Everyone chatted about various topics for more than an hour. As the sky fell, Jennifer came to remind them that dinner was ready. Everyone went to a large dining room in the villa for entertaining guests. The four little guys did not leave, and it was very lively. After dinner, David and his wife were sent to another apartment in the manor to rest, and the family was free. It was agreed in advance to watch a movie together tonight. Simon continued to leave the three little guys to Veronica, and the three of them came to the private screening room of Shale Villa. The movie was Heat, which opened last Friday. Simon used to like this movie very much. This time, although he had watched the sample more than once in advance, Simon still did not feel bored. Simon's principle of watching movies is that it is better to watch a classic movie repeatedly than to watch many mediocre movies. The two Jennies enjoyed the little time when the three of them were intimate. However, after the movie started, the three of them were quickly attracted by the plot. This summer, if The Dark Knight Rises is a bottle of ice-cold cola and Forrest Gump is a bowl of rich wine, then Heat is a pot of tea worth savoring. Although this is also a crime action film, Simon sees the lives of many people in it. There are helplessness, disputes, happiness, and loss. There is the impermanence of life. Simon likes both roles played by Robert De Niro and Al Pacino very much. One seems cold, but in fact he is the most genuine. He likes to tell people that life should not have anything that cannot be put down within 30 seconds. When he meets a woman who attracts him, he insists on saying I'm alone, but not lonely. As a result, he can't let go of his brothers, his lover, or his hatred. In the end, he didn't see the seaweed that only shines once a year. The other one is irritable on the outside, but gentle on the inside. With a paralyzed face that has experienced many things in the world and can no longer make too many expressions, he stares with wide eyes and pretends to be friendly with the gangsters he hates from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to keep all the evil he had seen in the world in his heart and go home clean. He didn't want his wife and children to know that there were still evil and ugly people in the world who put babies in the microwave just because they hated the children's noise, but they were not understood. He pretended not to care about everything, but in fact he cared the most. When he saw his mother collapse after her daughter was killed, he would hug her tightly to comfort her, and his stiff face could still make many expressions. When he saw his stepdaughter suffering from mental illness self-harming in the bathtub, he would tremble and say that all this should not be right, good people should not be like this, and bad people should have such an ending, and his words were like the most naive fool. The nearly 3-hour movie seemed to have ended in the blink of an eye. Janet said that she liked De Niro very much because his role in the movie was actually very similar to Simon. Jennifer said that she liked Pacino's role very much, but it was a pity that such a good man could not find a good woman who could understand him. Then he felt a little sorry for De Niro's role, wondering why he couldn't be a good person. Simon had seen this movie many times. He also understood more. Did Neil, played by De Niro, want to be a good person? Of course he did. However, he had been in prison. Although the film did not explain more, many details have proved that Neil had a high degree of education and a very smart mind. Such a person could easily run a perfect and rich life. However, once he was imprisoned, it became a stain that he could not get rid of for the rest of his life. Just like the black man who was recruited as a driver. He also wanted to reform himself, but because of his criminal record, he was exploited and ordered around like a dog by the restaurant manager without any dignity. A proud person like Neil must not let go of his dignity. So he had to choose this path. It is always difficult to understand the world if you have not experienced it. The world seems to be very big and there seem to be many choices, but in fact, most people have no choice. The next morning, Simon heard bad news as soon as he got up. The Instagram website was down last night. It lasted for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Because of the rapid increase in the number of users, the website started another expansion and upgrade at 2 a.m. last night. This had already been done last Saturday. Then, due to an engineer's operational error, the website suddenly became paralyzed. Girl, we did not sleep all night. Originally, if Instagram was limited to the west coast of the United States, this would only happen in the dreams of many people. When the website was restored, it was not even 5 o'clock in the morning on the west coast. However, this is a website for global users. And it has been the focus of many media in recent days. Let's not talk about other things. Just on the East Coast, when the website was restored, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the morning. Europe watched the excitement for several hours. Many European media have begun to make fun of this matter. Because many people know the identity of the girl. Simon Westeros spared no effort to support the vase around him, and now, it's a joke. If you don't have the ability, it would be better to be a vase. Simon called after work, and the girl's tone was still a little tired and crying. Of course, the engineer had been fired by her. Simon could only comfort her, saying that this matter was also an advertisement for Instagram. This is indeed the case. As the news of the website outage spread, although many media outlets made fun of it or even mocked it, there is no doubt that the popularity of the Instagram website increased a lot. As long as no losses are caused, ordinary users will not care too much about such website accidents. Instead, more people will become curious about such a website and sign up to join. Chapter 683 Antitrust Investigation started. Instagram on July 26 turned out to be a blessing in disguise. No matter how many media outlets mocked or ridiculed Simon for forcibly supporting the vases around him, the result was that Instagram's exposure in the mainstream media increased significantly, and the number of registered users on the website soared in the following days. From 9 a.m. on July 22 to 9 a.m. on July 29, in 1 week, the total number of registered users of Instagram reached 3.79 million, far exceeding the expectation of the Instagram team of 1 million users in the first week before the website went online. Not only that, the rapid popularity of Instagram also directly led to the hot sales of digital camera products. Just the iPhone series of Tinkober increased its sales by 46% month-on-month in the past week, directly from 150,000 units in the previous week to a record 220,000 units in a single week. Many retailers even ran out of stock due to insufficient stock. Simon specially sent an email to several executives of Igret, once again using this example to remind them of the importance of the product ecosystem. However, the success of Instagram also brought a small side effect. July 29, Friday. At 10 a.m. on the East Coast, the U.S. Department of Justice officially held a press conference and announced the simultaneous launch of antitrust investigations against Cisco, AOL and Igret, three companies in the Westeros system. During the Q&A session, Instagram was specifically mentioned as evidence of the Westeros system's monopoly on internet resources. Simon was in New York that day and watched the 40-minute press conference of the Department of Justice, and got more than 60 pages of investigation documents in advance. The main clauses involved in the antitrust investigation of the Department of Justice include Igret's use of its market advantage in network business to force customers to bundle application software, i.e. browsers' monopoly on internet interfaces to restrict competition, AOL's suspected monopoly of the market by signing exclusive agreements, AOL's malicious discrimination against small businesses in terms of network support, Cisco's exclusion of competition by formulating internet standards in conjunction with AOL and Igret, etc. Attorney General Janet Reno told the media on the scene that the goal of this antitrust investigation is to prevent the three companies of Cisco, AOL and Igret from monopolizing internet industry resources. To achieve this goal, the Department of Justice may eventually force Westeros to abandon its multiple equity structures in Cisco and AOL, stop the executives of the three companies from serving as directors of each other's boards of directors in order to cut off the close interest relationship between the three companies, and split some of the businesses or products of the three companies. In the early days of Cisco and AOL's listing, in order to promote communication between the three companies and to keep power in the hands of the Westeros system, Simon asked the executives of the three companies to serve as directors of each other's boards of directors. This move was obviously inappropriate. As the federal government and various media outlets called for an antitrust investigation of the three companies, Simon had already asked Tim Berners-Lee, John Chambers, Steve Case and others to withdraw from each other's boards of directors in advance. The Department of Justice is revisiting the old matter, this time has actually achieved an antitrust goal in advance. The morning press conference just ended, and the Westeros system responded to this antitrust investigation as soon as possible. The Igret portal published a headline article, reiterating the Westeros system's great contribution to the entire federal internet industry in recent years by creating the World Wide Web technology standards. If Igret had not generously opened up the basic patents of the World Wide Web, there would not be the current booming internet industry. The Westeros system has no intention of monopolizing the market. The close cooperation of the three companies is only to jointly promote the development of the internet industry. The article also issued a warning at the end that the investigation by the Department of Justice is likely to not only fail to promote the development of the internet industry, but also damage the enthusiasm of innovators in the new technology field. The capital market is always the most sensitive party. In the past week or so, as the news of the Department of Justice's antitrust investigation against Cisco, AOL and Igret continued to be released, the stock prices of Cisco and AOL, which have already been listed, began to fall continuously. The press conference on Friday morning had just begun. Half an hour after the opening, the stock prices of Cisco and AOL had fallen by 3.1% and 2.3% respectively, and more than $3 billion in market value disappeared. It is expected that the stock prices of both companies will fall by more than 5% throughout the day. Simon has already made plans for this. Since June, Cersei Capital's hedge fund Cersei Fund Management has gradually reduced its long positions in Cisco and AOL. For this reason, it also carried out a super large dividend cashback in early July, reducing the fund size to less than $3 billion. However, Simon certainly did not turn bearish. For tax avoidance reasons, a large part of the billions of dollars in cashback funds were directly transferred to a newly established sub-fund account under BlackRock Asset Management, and will continue to be used for technology stock investment in the future. In the next few years, the overall trend of technology stocks in the U.S. stock market will inevitably continue to rise, but due to antitrust and other reasons, the stock prices of the two leading internet stocks Cisco and AOL will inevitably continue to fluctuate up and down. For speculative capital that likes short-term hedging, the stocks of the two companies are undoubtedly the best operating targets. Simon, who is inclined to non-speculative long-term investment, does not intend to play this roller coaster game with them. Cersei Fund Management, which has been reduced in size again, will continue to focus on long-term hedging of technology stocks in the future, but will no longer involve Cisco and AOL, the two leading rafters. The target will turn to Microsoft, Intel, Oracle, Sun and other technology companies that have not encountered antitrust investigations. It may also consider General Electric and Berkshire Hathaway, which will also soar with the arrival of the bull cycle of the U.S. stock market. While responding through the media, Cisco, AOL and Ignorant also began to expand the size of their own legal teams to deal with the subsequent investigations and lawsuits. This antitrust investigation is bound to be protracted, so Simon did not put too much thought on it. In the morning, at the headquarters of Westeros in Manhattan, he watched the live broadcast of the press conference of the Ministry of Justice with James Raybould and others. After briefly discussing the follow-up countermeasures, Simon started his day's work. The first is the North American box office data of the past box office week. Simon's concern about this matter is even greater than the antitrust investigation launched today. In fact, most of the public is not too concerned about the Department of Justice's antitrust investigation of the three companies in the Westeros system. At most, they read the news in the newspaper and chat with people around them after dinner. The topic of God-watching movies that Deaneries Entertainment set off last week is different. Because of the continuous spread of this view, the North American single-week box office total in the past week from July 22 to July 28 reached $187 million, an increase of 19% compared with a weekly box office total of $156 million in the previous week. According to the current average ticket price of $4.2, this is equivalent to an additional 7 million moviegoers this week. In terms of specific box office data, after dominating the top 5 box office charts last week, Deaneries Entertainment directly gave up the throne of the single-week chart champion this week. Paramount's new film, The Pursuit starring Harrison Ford, reached $39.05 million in the first week, ranking first in the weekly chart. After several new films failed in this summer, Paramount finally turned around. Simon also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the beginning of 1994, there has finally been a hit movie that has nothing to do with Deaneries Entertainment. When facing the public accusation that Deaneries Entertainment has also monopolized Hollywood, now they can refute it with confidence. Look, there is The Pursuit. Even the follow-up of The Pursuit will be included in Deaneries Entertainment's quarterly and annual financial reports to show that the company still has competitors in Hollywood. This is not an insignificant detail. Many monopolistic corporate giants in the West will specifically list their competitors in their financial reports to show that they do not monopolize the market, even if most of the listed competitors have never been heard of by the public and their market share is pitifully small, but they must do so. After Paramount's The Pursuit, the phenomenal Forrest Gump was released for the 4th week. Affected by the topic of God-watching movies, the box office decline once again maintained a very impressive 21%. Earning another $30.78 million. This drama movie, which has been regarded as a masterpiece by many movie fans, has accumulated a box office of $170.73 million in 1 month since its release. Even with a total budget of $80 million for production and publicity, Forrest Gump has already started to bring profits to Deaneries Entertainment. As word of mouth continues to spread, the box office in overseas markets is also very good. In order to spread the word of mouth of the film to overseas markets, Simon initially adopted the strategy of delaying the release of the film in overseas mainstream markets. This strategy has proven to be very successful. With a general delay of 1 to 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of Forrest Gump in various overseas ticket warehouses that have been released has easily exceeded $110 million. The third place on the list is Heat. Although the duration of this crime action film is nearly 3 hours, under the word-of-mouth marketing of the Deaneries Pictures distribution team and the topic of God-watching movies, the average theater box office in the first week still exceeded 10,000, and it earned $22.93 million in the first 7 days. Because the 3-hour duration limits the number of screenings per day, the average theater box office of the film is $11,000, which is actually better than the average theater box office of many blockbuster movies of $15,000. James Cameron's True Lies is 4th on the list. In the 3rd week of its release, the film continued to earn $20.2 million, and it was also the film with the largest drop this week, reaching 33%. For a purely commercial film, facing many strong competitors, this drop is actually within a considerable range. At the same time, the cumulative box office of True Lies has reached $91.63 million, officially breaking the cost line of $90 million. The cost of True Lies once reached $115 million. However, This time, under Deanery's strict cost control, the production budget of the film was finally $90 million, and the investment in publicity and distribution was $30 million. It is expected that the total box office expectation of $140 million to $150 million in the local market will definitely not be able to recover the cost. Fortunately, including the overseas box office, Deanery's and Fox, the two producers, can directly make a profit through theatrical distribution. Quentin Tarantino's Bloody Romeo ranked 5th on the list. Both are crime movies. Bloody Romeo is a crime drama, and Heat is a crime action movie. Both have reached classic reputations. The publicity and promotion team of the two projects under Deanery's Entertainment skillfully linked the two films together with the topic of God Watches Movies, promoting them as the two most worth-watching crime films in this summer. Therefore, after the first week's box office exceeded expectations, facing the two heavyweight new films, Bloody Romeo only saw a 23% drop in the second week's box office, earning another $18.39 million, and the cumulative box office reached $42.36 million. In 2 weeks, according to the latter profit-sharing rules, Highgate Pictures has recovered all the $25 million production and distribution costs and started to make a profit. Stimulated by the topic of God Watches Movies, in addition to the top 5, subsequent films such as Batman, The Dark Knight Rises and The Conjuring have also regained vitality. The 6th-ranked Batman, The Dark Knight Rises fell 21% this week, continuing to earn $12.79 million, with a cumulative box office of $345.26 million, and is still $55 million away from breaking the $400 million mark. If it were other movies, with only $12.79 million in a single week, they would probably earn at most $30 million to $40 million in the future. However, Batman, The Dark Knight Rises still has at least 2 or 3 months of long-term screening cycle, so it is not difficult to continue to earn $55 million in box office. The 7th-ranked The Conjuring earned $7.01 million this week, a drop of 25%, and a cumulative box office of $112.67 million. The cumulative box office of the top 7 movies alone has reached $150 million, the same as last week, and a series of other old films have contributed more than $30 million in box office revenue, totaling $187 million. Although it is not the highest single-week summer season, it is already very outstanding at the end of this summer season. Among them, Quentin Tarantino's Bloody Romeo earned $42.36 million in 2 weeks, and the decline in the second week was only a very impressive 23%. In the absence of other strong competitors in the future, the possibility of advancing to the billion-dollar box office club has increased significantly again. Simon's favorite Heat earned $22.93 million in the first week, which also exceeded the expectations of Deanery's Pictures publicity and promotion team. Moreover, the reputation of this movie is still fermenting, and because of the 3-hour time limit, the entry time of many audiences has been delayed. Combining factors such as media reputation and audience feedback, the publicity and promotion team judged that the subsequent trend of the film may be better than Bloody Romeo. In fact, the first week of more than $20 million has the potential to advance to the billion-dollar box office club. Whether it can finally cross that threshold depends on the specific trend in the next few weeks. In any case, the success of Heat has been determined. In the new week starting on July 29th, 3 new films were released in North American theaters again, namely the science fiction thriller Alien produced by MGM, the drama Black Beauty produced by Warner Brothers, and the love movie The Allure of the City produced by Fox. Alien, starring Natasha Henstridge, is the second film of MGM this summer. Compared with other major studios that have launched at least 3 or 4 new films, MGM's film output has not increased much. However, Speed, which has been a great success at the box office, is enough to make MGM's recovery go further. The production cost of Alien is $30 million, which is definitely not a low cost for MGM. Although the feedback from the early internal previews was not as good as expected, because Simon was optimistic about the film, MGM still gave 2,379 screens for the opening. Black Beauty, which tells the story of a purebred racehorse of noble pedigree who is constantly transferred from a wealthy family to another family, has received very good reviews since its release, with a comprehensive media score of 8 points. However, the subject matter is too niche and the box office potential is very average. Fox's All About Love stars Nicolas Cage and Bridget Fonda, telling the story of a romantic relationship triggered by a winning lottery ticket, satisfying many people's ultimate dream of having both money and beauty. Speaking of which, both actors are second-generation Hollywood stars, one from the Capital family and the other from the famous Fonda family. Both of them have no problem with their acting skills, and the film's comprehensive media score of 7.1 points is also good, making it the main competitor of Species this week. Chapter 684, Reverse Scale. Any metropolis that should be as bright and beautiful as heaven in the minds of ordinary people has no lack of dark corners like hell. Manhattan is no exception. The Gralf family, who fell directly from the clouds of the city to the bottom of the valley, has experienced this deeply recently. Laura Gralf lost her restaurant job last month because of attacking diners. After receiving a hint from Simon, Grace, who is already impatient, directly kicked the mother and daughter out of the apartment she rented for them. The three of them, who were completely bankrupt, experienced a feeling of being homeless for the first time. A real homeless connection. In addition to the few clothes thrown out by Grace, the three of them only had less than $20 in cash, which was not enough for a meal. With some expectations, they called some old friends in the past, but the whole of Manhattan still avoided them like a plague. Finally, Laura Gralf had no choice but to call the homes of her three brothers. In any case, this was their last retreat. The call was connected, but just as she opened her mouth, the eldest brother hung up the phone very hard. They were obviously still resentful that their children missed Brown University because of her stinginess. The second and third brothers didn't hang up the phone right away. After chatting for a while, they heard that she wanted to move back to Georgia with her two daughters for a while, but they immediately refused. It turned out that they all knew that the Gralf family had gotten into big trouble in New York. They were just ordinary small farmers in the southern United States and didn't want to get involved in this. Without the help of her three brothers, even if she wanted to forcibly take her two daughters back to Georgia, it would be impossible because she couldn't afford the travel expenses. The first night came quickly. The mother and her daughter wandered in the brightly lit streets of Manhattan until late at night, and found that this city was so big, but there was no place for them to stay. Until they finally couldn't go on, they found a park and huddled in a corner of the park lawn to deal with it overnight under the different looks of the homeless people around them who seemed to emerge from the ground. The next morning, because of breakfast, the youngest daughter quarreled with Laura Gralf, thinking that she had annoyed Grace and caused the three of them to be on the streets. The eldest daughter also looked at her with a little more hatred. Laura Gralf was not a good-tempered person, and she hit her little daughter in the face. She felt that if it weren't for these two burdens, she would be more relaxed. After getting angry, she said that if she didn't want to follow him, she could just get out. Didn't she like running away from home? Anyway, now she has no home, she can go wherever she wants. After a quarrel, they still stayed together. They had to make a living. Laura Gralf tried to find another job, but after 3 days of tossing and turning, whether it was a waiter in a restaurant or a small business recruiting front desk assistants, they all rejected her. There were a few who were obviously attracted by Laura Gralf's beauty, but they quickly got some reminder and drove her out. On the fourth night, a man driving by noticed a mother and daughter huddled in a corner of James Park in Greenwich Village, and approached them to chat up. When he learned that the three women were actually mother and daughter, his eyes lit up and he directly offered a high price of $1,000 as long as the three of them got in his car. $1,000, if it was before, it wouldn't even be enough for Laura Gralf to buy a bottle of cosmetics. Now, the mother and daughter, who had not had a full meal for several days, were at their weakest. Of course, they knew what kind of women the man thought they were. However, for $1,000, they could find a place to stay and have a good sleep, a very good meal, and the man seemed to see Laura Gralf's loosening, and directly raised the price to $1,500. Then, the eldest daughter Kathy Gralf suddenly exploded and shouted at the man to get out. The man was very patient and said that this was already a very high price. The top call girls in Manhattan could only take so much. Ordinary street girls only needed $50 at a time. Sensing Kathy Gralf's resistance, the man took a step back and said that she could do nothing and just get in the car together. Noticing that Kathy Gralf pulled her sister from her mother again, the man took another step back and said in a very friendly way that the sisters just needed to watch. Laura Gralf, who still had some shame, saw the reaction of her two daughters, thought about it, and tried to test the man if she could get in the car alone. Unexpectedly, The man immediately turned hostile. Although he did not refuse, he directly reduced the price from $1,500 to $100. After a series of eloquent words, the mother and daughter finally got into the Ford sedan parked on the side of the road. Then, the police came out of nowhere. In New York, some things are illegal. The mother and daughter were imprisoned for the first time. For a full 5 days. There are many people in this world who deliberately commit crimes and go to prison to live because they can't make a living, but once they have been to prison, they probably don't want to go back to that place for the rest of their lives. The mother and daughter didn't commit a serious crime. It was just that after learning about the relationship between the three women, even the prison guards who were used to all kinds of evil things couldn't stand Laura Ralph bringing her two daughters to do such a thing, so their attitude towards her became even worse. When asked if there was a contact who could bail them out, Laura Ralph could only leave Grace's phone number. When the mother and daughter thought that Grace Spolt had completely forgotten them, the agent finally showed up 5 days later, and then they lived in the basement of the East Village. This is the public dormitory prepared by elite for the contracted models in the early stages of their careers. It is a small room with 4 beds, and the kitchen and bathroom are shared. However, each bed costs $1,000 per month, which is enough to rent a single room outside. However, this is actually one of the sources of income for the model agency. Since you have signed a contract with elite, if you want to receive training, become famous, and become a supermodel, you must accept the company's arrangement, or to be more accurate, squeeze. After the rearrangement, the mother and daughter will have a living expense of $2,000 per month. This money comes from Laura Ralph's 2 daughters, $1,000 each, and Grace said she will continue to train them. As for Laura Ralph, she was arranged to be the assistant of the 2 daughters. Her daily work was just to accompany them to various model training courses, and occasionally do odd jobs. Basically, she was a fitting model who could not go on stage, and served as a clothes rack for various studios. She had no chance to appear on magazine catwalks. In fact, this was the living condition of most young models in the early stages of their careers. There were so many beautiful girls in this world. It was not easy to stand out just by having a good figure and face. After arranging these, Grace seemed to have forgotten about the 3 of them again. On weekdays, the assistant of the agent was the one who came forward to handle any matter that needed to be notified. After experiencing the experience of sleeping on the streets and being imprisoned, the mother and daughter finally realized their own situation. The bright lights, wine and women of the upper class in Manhattan had completely left them. Now, the Ralph family was just a few ants at the bottom of this metropolis. A new day. I don't remember what day it was today. It was probably the end of July, probably a Friday. Laura Ralph was awakened by the quarrel. She sat up irritably from the hard bunk bed that she had not been used to for several weeks. She saw her youngest daughter Victoria rushing back to the room with tears on her face and falling on the other bed crying. Outside, she heard the quarrel between her eldest daughter and another girl. After cursing softly, Laura Ralph covered her head and lay down again. She didn't want to care. In fact, she couldn't win the quarrel. The girls who broke into this big city and struggled to climb up would be as docile as kittens in front of those big men, but few of them were really easy to talk to each other. Soon, the eldest daughter also came in from outside, choking with sobs. She threw the wash basin on the ground carelessly, and the towels and toothbrushes were scattered all over the floor. Noticing that her mother covered her head with a thin blanket and deliberately ignored it, Kathy Ralph kicked the plastic wash basin hard again, and a cracking sound was heard. Laura Ralph immediately sat up and glared at her eldest daughter. "Kathy, don't you think these things cost money?" Tears still welled up in Kathy Ralph's eyes. She stomped hard on the cracked plastic basin and glared at her mother. "The money is earned by Vicky and I. You are spending our money." Laura Ralph was a little angry and embarrassed when her daughter retorted. She blurted out, "I am your mother." Kathy Ralph did not give in. "I don't have a mother like you. If you hadn't angered Ms. Grace, how could we live here? Ms. Grace was so good to us at first. It's all because of you. It's all because of you." The mother and daughter were arguing when another tall blonde girl walked in from outside with her toiletries. Seeing the messy room, the girl named Angela Lindwall said nothing. She put her toiletries on the shelf, quietly climbed to her bed on the upper bunk of Victoria Ralph, found makeup tools from the locker at the head of the bed, and began to paint on her face. Angela Lindwall is 15 years old and comes from Kansas City, Missouri in the central United States. Since last year, The girl has frequently sent her information to model agencies in New York. She was initially signed by Spectrum Model Agency. Daniela Pastiva, who has been promoted by Elite recently, is from this company. However, Spectrum Model Agency is now on the verge of bankruptcy, and its models have begun to pursue their own careers. When Grace poached Daniela Pastiva from this company, she noticed Angela and found that the girl was also a good seedling, so she poached her along. She was temporarily arranged here. Ms. Grace had warned her not to have too much contact with these three women, and that if they had any special actions, they should call her at any time. Angela, who was smart, naturally understood. At the same time, from Ms. Grace's arrangements for her, she knew that the agent was really trying to train her, so she became more obedient. Today, she was going to the studio of the famous designer Isaac Mizrahi to be a fitting model. It was said that the other party was also cooperating with Deaneries Entertainment's Gay-Omen Films to shoot a documentary. She might have the opportunity to appear in the film. It was a rare opportunity, and Angela had no intention of paying attention to the mess of the mother and daughter. Ignoring the quarrels in her ears and making careful preparations, Angela finally changed into a set of figure-revealing belly-exposing t-shirts and denim hot pants, completely ignoring the mother and daughter who were still fighting with each other, and left the dormitory with her bag on her back. Seeing Angela leave in high spirits, Kathy Bigelow put away the idea of fighting with her mother and began to prepare. She also had work today. As for breakfast, models don't need breakfast. Just as she put on foundation on her face, there was some movement outside the dormitory. It was a greeting, and the voice happened to be from the girl who had just quarreled with her, and her tone was flattering and humble. Kathy Bigelow had just stood up from the dressing table stuck between the beds on both sides, and Grace Spald, who was still wearing a black OL suit but had a more powerful woman's aura because of her experiences during this period, walked in. After sending Angela away, Grace looked at the messy room with displeasure on her face, but just said to the three girls, "Hurry up and change your clothes and follow me." Then she turned to Kathy and frowned, "Wipe your face off, what a shame." Kathy Bigelow felt a little wronged. She had just put on foundation, so of course it would not look good, but she did not dare to refute, and smiled at Grace. Lola Run sat up from the bed and saw that Grace was obviously getting more and more radiant and looked much younger. The hatred in her heart surged up again. She had never forgotten that this woman had robbed her of her chance and her chance to get close to Simon Westeros. But that was Simon Westeros. However, Lola Run, who was just resentful and didn't want to go through the things at the beginning of the month again, didn't dare to show any hostility. Although it was not much better than prison, at least there was no need to sleep on the streets, and it was considered to be well-fed and well-clothed. As for the life before, it didn't appear in her dreams for a few times during this period. The mother and daughter obediently put on their clothes without makeup, and left the dormitory with Grace, came to the street outside, and got into Grace's car. Kathy Bigelow asked carefully, "Ms. Grace, what are we going to do?" Grace glanced at the three mothers and daughters squeezed in the back seat, didn't answer, just started the car. The car drove through the congested streets of Manhattan in the early morning for half an hour, and Grace finally brought the mother and daughter to a women's club on Lexington Avenue in the Upper East Side. For the whole morning, Lola Run felt as if she had returned to the past. More than a dozen professional technicians surrounded the mother and daughter. From head to toe, haircuts, eyebrow trimming, hair removal, skincare, manicures, massages. By noon, because of what they had experienced in the past few months, the mother and daughter, who were originally in a bad state, returned to the radiant and exquisite women of the Upper East Side. In the end, someone sent a full shelf of luxury brands for the family of three to choose from. Even Lola Run had never received such treatment before. Although several nurse-like girls took several tubes of blood samples from the three people during the maintenance in the morning, and also took samples from the mouth and other private parts, as if they were doing a physical examination, but the Bigelow family did not care about these details. "There is nothing left. Grace Spald can't sell them. Even if I sold it, what would happen? It wouldn't be worse than living in the basement, right?" Chapter 685, Reverse Scale, 2. Near noon, Grace led the glamorous Bigelow family of three out of the club and came to a block near 5th Avenue on 92nd Street in the Upper East Side. The car stopped in front of a townhouse. After getting off the car, Grace looked at the villa in front of her, and she still felt a little unwilling. There are many single-family townhouses in the block near Central Park in the Upper East Side. Most of the townhouses have a floor area of only 5 meters wide, which looks very crowded. However, most people may not be able to own such a villa in this area after struggling for a lifetime. The white European-style villa in front of Grace has a floor area twice that of an ordinary townhouse. To be precise, it is 12 by 18. The single floor is about 200 square meters, with 5 floors above ground and 1 floor underground. The total interior space is 1,200 square meters, and there is also a rooftop garden. This is the canary cage prepared by the little man for Gralf and his mother and daughter. Recently, Grace has secretly visited this fascinating mansion more than once. The double-sized luxury townhouse is located in the prime location of Central Park, just a few dozen meters away. It has a total of 35 rooms. In addition to the standard configuration, there is also a gym, a home theater, a private wine cellar and an indoor swimming pool built on the first floor underground. Grace secretly inquired about it and found that a similar villa nearby was sold for as much as $21 million. You know, it is not 7 years ago now. During the stock market crash in 1987, the newly rising Simon Westeros purchased a top-floor duplex mansion overlooking Central Park on East 68th Street. It is said that because the owner happened to be in financial difficulties and urgently needed to sell it, Westeros bought it at the bottom. The actual value of the property was $15 million. The transaction price was only $11 million. According to some media reports, the total area of the duplex mansion occupying the top 3 floors of a building close to Central Park is also about 1,200 square meters. The price of luxury houses in world-class wealthy areas, such as the Upper East Side, has a characteristic. When the real estate environment is sluggish, the housing prices in these areas will not drop too much. However, when the real estate industry recovers, the prices of top luxury houses will rise first. 7 years have passed, and the price of the diamond-level duplex has at least doubled. If it is sold now, there will be no shortage of buyers even if it is offered at $30 million. As for the townhouse in front of her, even though it is far from the most popular location between East 60th Street and East 80th Street, although the Spelts have ushered in the second spring of their careers because of Simon, Grace feels that she can only dream of buying it. A luxury house worth $20 million does not mean that you can buy it with $20 million. If you want to afford such a luxury house, your net worth must be at least 10 times the price of the house. Grace came here several times before, and even had the idea of being a canary herself. The Gralf family of 3 got out of the car quickly. Grace no longer made unnecessary little sighs, but just stepped onto the steps of the villa in silence, took out a bunch of keys from her bag and opened the door. In fact, there were already people waiting in the villa. There were 11 people in total. A housekeeper in her 40s, 6 maids, and 4 bodyguards and drivers who were also women. These were not the direct descendants of the Westeros family, but they were all carefully selected professionals with perfect work records, full-time duties, and strict words. They also underwent strict background checks, psychological assessments, and polygraph procedures before joining the company. Grace, who probably knew about these arrangements, couldn't help but ask about her doubts during a call. The luxury villa in the Upper East Side was luxurious enough. She felt that it was even a waste to arrange such a team to serve the 3 mothers and daughters. Then, the man said that these people were not serving the Gralf family, but serving the Westeros family. Grace figured it out later. The positioning of the Gralf mother and daughter in the heart of a little man was similar to this villa, or in other words, like the sofa and coffee table in this villa, they were just objects. In comparison, the man might have taken a fancy to such a service team even more. It was still the way of power control of the big man. Just like Grace herself, nominally she is now the vice president of Elite North America, but during this period, she has unknowingly done a lot for Simon. And she doesn't even get paid. The service team in this house is actually serving the huge industry of the Westeros family. Now they are just the periphery. After being tested in the future and confirming their loyalty and reliability, they may be able to go further and enter the core of the Westeros family, just like ABCD. As for the 3 vases, thinking a little more, Grace's envy was dispelled a lot. Facing the people in professional uniforms welcoming them in the living room, even if they recognized that they were all servants, even the 3 members of the Gralf family who had never experienced such a scene before were a little restrained. Laura Gralf quietly looked around, looking for the owner of this villa, but couldn't help but pop up a certain name in her mind. Perhaps the man who noticed her at the party did not forget this. The leading housekeeper stepped forward and interrupted Laura Gralf's thoughts. Grace once again looked at the housekeeper in front of her. She was about the same age as her, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing the same black suit, black high heels, brown hair, not a pretty face, but a charming figure. She seemed to also fit the preferences of a certain little man. Thinking of this, Grace introduced to Laura Gralf beside her, "Laura, this is Angry Davis, the housekeeper of this apartment. Anne, this is Laura, and her two daughters, Kathy and Victoria." Angry Davis shook hands with Laura Gralf with a smile and respect, and did not forget to greet the two girls. Laura Gralf was a little confused. Why did Grace introduce the housekeeper to her? Shouldn't she meet a certain mill owner? However, she still shook hands with Angry Davis obediently. After a brief greeting, Grace asked Angry, "Anne, is lunch ready?" The housekeeper nodded. "Of course, Gray, and everyone else, please follow me." Then she told the women behind her to disperse, and Angry personally led Grace and the others to the dining room on the first floor of the villa. After they sat down, a maid soon brought a series of sumptuous dishes to the table. The long table, which was large enough to accommodate 10 people, was almost full of dishes. After all the dishes were served, Grace asked Angry to open a bottle of red wine and poured it for the few people. Then she sent everyone in the restaurant away and said to the mother and daughter, who were already a little dazed, "Today is the first day, so I asked them to cook all the dishes they are good at. You can see if there are any you like and order them yourself in the future." Hearing what Grace said, the family of three sitting opposite finally came back to their senses. This time it was Kathy Gralf who spoke first. "Ms. Grace, you mean, these are all prepared for us?" Grace nodded. "You can say that." Kathy couldn't help but look around again, with some expectation that even she couldn't believe. Then, "Here, too." Grace shrugged and picked up her cutlery. "You must be hungry, let's eat first." After that, she looked at the dishes on the table and simply called two maids to help serve the food. The mother and daughter, who had not enjoyed such a sumptuous lunch for a long time, did not say much and started eating silently. An hour later, Victoria Gralf burped on the spot. Grace, who had already put down her tableware and was savoring the red wine stored in the villa, frowned and said, "Okay, don't eat any more." The mother and daughter paused after hearing this, and put down their tableware obediently, but looked at the table with obvious reluctance. Grace looked at the three girls' useless appearance and teased, "If you lose your figure because of greed in the future, even if you go out to work as call girls together, no one will be interested in you." After that, she ignored the embarrassment of the family of three and stood up and said, "Come with me." Leaving the restaurant, Grace stepped onto the stairs and went all the way to the roof garden on the top floor of the villa. Sitting under a trellis made of green vines, the maid brought coffee and left. Grace glanced at the other three women sitting around the round table and said, "You are not stupid. You have probably guessed something. Yes, this is what Mr. Westeros prepared for you." Laura Gralf's two daughters were not very clear that their mother had been thinking about a certain opportunity that Grace had taken away. Hearing Grace say this, Kathy Gralf subconsciously said, "Simon Westeros." Grace nodded and glanced at Laura Gralf. "Didn't your mother tell you?" The two girls looked at their mother together. The relationship between the mother and daughters was very tense during this period, and they quarreled at every turn. How could Laura Gralf talk about this with them? None of the three girls answered, and Grace did not ask any more questions. She said, "I will only say this once. Haha, actually I don't want to remind you at all, because even I can't afford to live in such a house and enjoy the service of so many servants, so I really hope you will be kicked out. However, I dare not go against Mr. Westeros's wishes." After saying this, Grace picked up the coffee and took a sip, then continued, "You have a choice now, accept everything in front of you, and then, there are some things that I don't need to point out." Laura Gralf and Kathy Gralf were both silent, but Victoria Gralf, whose face was still a little green and immature, couldn't help but widen her eyes. "We, three." Grace looked at the girls with a smile, until Victoria realized that she had lost her composure and lowered her head, then continued, "If you agree, you can live here forever and enjoy a richer life than before. However, I think you can figure out what to do and what not to do in the future. Once you touch the red line, you will be kicked out immediately, and this time you won't even have the chance to live in the basement." After saying this, Grace took out a credit card from her bag and placed it on the table in front of her, saying, You don't need to worry about any expenses in the villa. This is your daily pocket money, $30,000 a month. As for whether you can swipe more, it should be possible. However, I don't know what the result of overspending will be. You can try it yourself. As for other things in the villa, you can ask Anger. Well, that's all. I still have a lot of work to do. You have one night to think about it. Give me an answer tomorrow morning, whether you want to stay here or continue to follow me back to the basement in the East Village. Hearing the word basement, Victoria Gralf's little body trembled noticeably. Who would want to go back to hell after going back to heaven? Laura Gralf saw Grace pick up her bag and stand up, so she stood up too and asked, Gray, we. Mr. Westeros. Grace understood what Laura meant and said, Simon is very busy. When will I see you? Maybe tomorrow, maybe a month later, or even a year later. Who knows? By the way, even if you stay here, Kathy and Victoria's modeling career will continue, and they will add many projects. This is Simon's intention. As for you, continue to be their assistant. After giving the final instructions, Grace did not stop and walked straight to the stairs. Laura Gralf walked Grace to the stairs and was stopped by the agent for a while, so she stopped. After a while, Laura returned to the round table under the pergola after confirming that Grace should have left the villa. Then, she noticed that the credit card left by Grace on the round table had disappeared, and immediately glared at her two daughters. Where's the card? The younger daughter subconsciously looked at her sister. Kathy Gralf stood up and ran to the stairs. Laura Gralf almost screamed and chased after her. Kathy, stop right there. The girl kept walking. I'll keep this card. I'm your mother. F you. What did you say? Say it again. F you. I'll beat you to death. Victoria, who was still sitting at the round table, watched her mother and sister disappear noisily. She then took a sip of the coffee in front of her, picked up the cream biscuits on the table plate, ate for a while, and suddenly remembered something the agent lady said during lunch, so she forced herself to stop. She stood up and looked around, and noticed that there was a bell on the support of the pergola. She roughly understood what it was, and went forward to press it. Soon a maid appeared on the roof and asked respectfully, Miss? Victoria didn't ask about her mother and sister at all, but just said, I want to sleep. The maid asked, which bedroom do you want to sleep in? Victoria said without thinking, the master bedroom, the largest one. The maid made a gesture, please follow me. Victoria walked to the stairs and asked, what's your name? The maid said, Lisa Lockhart. As they talked, they came to a master bedroom on the 5th floor. It was a suite with a living room overlooking the street. Entering the bedroom, Victoria looked at the big bed that looked very soft, and suddenly her nose felt sore. She took off all her clothes and threw herself on it, buried her head in the pillow, pulled up the thin blanket, twisted her body to find the most comfortable position, and finally looked at the maid who was bending over to help her tidy up the clothes on the floor. Lisa, remember to call me for dinner. The maid nodded, okay, miss. Having said that, Lisa tidied the girl's clothes, shoes and socks, and looked at the big bed again. The young girl had fallen asleep. Her slightly immature face was perfect and delicate, like a sleeping beauty who was very difficult to wake up. Chapter 686, Reverse Scale, 3. After finishing the morning work, she worked non-stop for the whole afternoon. At about 5 o'clock, she received a call. Grace Spell drove to a helicopter pad on the Hudson River, where the arrogant-looking Black Hawk helicopter was waiting. When she arrived at the estate in the northern suburbs of Greenwich, Simon was still meeting guests and still couldn't see her at the first time. Grace was not unhappy at all. There were few opportunities to see that little man, so it would be nice to stay at his place for a while. It was a pity that she forgot to touch up her makeup carefully before coming. She had time on the helicopter, but she was embarrassed to do so with a pilot there. Fortunately, when she was taking care of the mother and daughter in the morning, she also did some maintenance. She thought she should be in good condition now. She just didn't know why he suddenly called her over. As they gradually became familiar with each other, Zoe Park sat with her in the living room to chat and wait. Talking about the antitrust investigation of 3 new technology companies in the Westeros system announced by the U.S. Department of Justice this morning, because it involves him, her husband has mentioned it frequently recently. He specially learned about it and expressed some concern. He learned from Zoe that the stock price of AOL plummeted by 6.3% in one day at the close of the afternoon. The market value of Cisco and AOL has evaporated by a total of $6.7 billion today. He felt sorry and couldn't help but be shocked. Such a huge amount of money is equivalent to the entire wealth of many top rich people. However, it seems to be nothing to him. Zoe also said that he doesn't care about the temporary rise and fall of the stock price, but pays more attention to the long-term development prospects of the company. Then asked her how she was doing recently. Grace smiled and answered with only one word: busy. There are still a few months before the third Victoria's Secret fashion show at the end of the year. Because of the support of a certain man, the 3 new Victoria's Secret angels under her name have become famous, and various cooperation invitations have come one after another, and there are even more resources that can be allocated to her other clients. Recently, Trish Goff has gone one step further and signed an endorsement contract with Victoria's Secret, becoming the 6th spokesperson after Cindy Crawford and other 5 members of the Victoria's Secret group. She is mainly responsible for the Victoria's Secret pink sub-brands for young girls. This is the product line that Victoria's Secret plans to promote in the next few years. Trish Goff's baby face and pure image are just right as the spokesperson for this sub-brand. In addition, she was promoted to Vice President of Elite North America and began to take over the corresponding business. All of this takes more than 10 hours a day to deal with. If it weren't for the call here, she would definitely work until very late before leaving get off work. About half an hour later, Girl A appeared, but this time she didn't take her to the study, but to another small living room in the villa. It was very warm. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass doors and windows, you can see the setting sun outside and the surrounding green summer scenery. The man was sitting casually on the sofa, flipping through a document in his hand. Grace pretended to glance over casually and noticed the word Trump. This surname was not too common. She quickly thought of the real estate developer in New York City who was always very high profile. He often appeared in various TV interviews and threatened to run for president many times. However, due to the previous recession in the real estate industry, the other party's company has been struggling in recent years. I think the little man should be planning to invest in the other party's company. The man did not intend to get up, but just nodded at her. Grace felt a little disappointed, but took the initiative to sit on the sofa next to her. Allison poured her coffee and turned away. The man's eyes continued to fall on the document. I thought he should not pay much attention, so I quietly looked at his angular and handsome profile, and then quietly took a deep breath. I felt that I was hopeless. After a moment, the man's eyes seemed to flicker, and she quickly lowered her eyes, pretending to be curious about the document in his hand. He seemed to smile and asked, "Do you know this person?" Nod. Playboy. I can't say this, it might make him misunderstand something. Carefully searching for information in her mind, Grace said, "This is not a guy who is very suitable for business cooperation. He is a scoundrel. You, may need to be more cautious." Simon asked, "How?" Grace thought for a while and said, "Around the mid-1980s, a very famous estate in Florida was sold. I forgot what it was called, but it was built by the founding family of General Foods. It was once used as a vacation home for the president and was listed as a U.S. architectural historical site. At that time, the owner was planning to sell it due to financial difficulties and offered $25 million. The guy wanted to buy it, but only offered less than 1/3 of the price. Of course, the owner was unwilling. Then, for some reason, the guy bought a piece of land opposite the main entrance of the estate, fenced it off, put up a sign saying private territory and did not allow anyone to approach, and let the land grow weeds and even deliberately made it a mess. You can definitely imagine that situation, plus the financial situation of the homeowner deteriorated, and in the end he was only sold to him for $8 million. Simon smiled and said, "Mar-a-Lago." Grace opened her eyes slightly and looked over, "So you know." Her expression was full of the accusation that most women are good at. However, it was actually just for a legitimate reason to look at that handsome face. Men like to look at beautiful women, and so do women. Simon didn't say anything more, picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip, then turned to the main topic and said, "There are 2 main reasons why I suddenly called you over." Grace nodded. He really wanted to say that he could call her over for no reason. Simon held the cup in his hand, changed to a more casual posture and leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said as if chatting, "Instagram, do you know this?" Grace nodded. "Of course, it's a photo-sharing website that has become popular recently. I also let the girls under my name open accounts. For models, this should be a good publicity platform." "It's like this," Simon said, They are planning a program to cultivate internet celebrities, artificially creating a group of very popular Instagram bloggers, including fashion, travel, fitness, food and even cute pets. Because of the user base of the website, the focus is on fashion, which requires cooperation with model agencies. You have the richest talent resources here, and you also have the corresponding promotion and marketing foundation. Having said that, Simon noticed a hint of confusion in Grace's eyes, and continued, generally speaking, this is a win-win plan. At this stage, Instagram bloggers basically do whatever they want, which is of course nothing wrong. Instagram focuses on authenticity and life. However, you also know that just like a reality show, if it is really completely real, few viewers will be willing to watch it, so it needs to be packaged and operated, and then the popularity of a few people will guide the majority's inclination. Although it is an emerging field, all kinds of publicity methods are common. You specially select a group of girls, and there is a professional team behind them to follow up and plan. The official Instagram will also provide more traffic support. Then, Instagram will attract more users through these well-known bloggers and guide the content trend of the website. You can also have a group of famous models on your side. Grace understood, noticed some details in the man's words, and asked, Simon, you mean, we don't need Chu-Si and others? Simon smiled and said, if you are willing to focus all your resources and energy on the three of them, I won't object. However, I don't recommend you to do so. Chu-Si and the other three already have a certain foundation of fame, and they also have a complete career plan. If they continue on this path, they can become top supermodels. Even if Instagram is added, it won't be a big boost to their careers. Of course, it's best not to give up on the internet platform. The digital age has already begun, and those who go off track will inevitably be eliminated. My suggestion is that you select a group of girls to focus entirely on the internet platform. Think about it, if these girls have millions of followers on Instagram, then you don't even need other monetization channels. You can directly collect fees through photo blogs and fashion brands in plantation cooperation. Speaking of which, Simon proposed a plan to cultivate internet celebrities during the Egret blog period, and the subsequent implementation was also successful. The operation of the Instagram platform this time was just an extension. Grace completely understood the man's explanation. This was another great resource given to her by the little man in front of her. For similar cooperation, Instagram could have negotiated with the top management of brokerage companies such as Elite, IMG, and Ford, but he handed it over to her directly. Unlike movie stars or pop singers, models have very limited channels to become famous. They can only get exposure by writing on celebrities, parties, red carpets, movies, and so on. In fact, there is no shortage of beautiful women in the world. If they don't tie themselves to certain movie stars or pop singers, the public, who usually don't pay much attention to the fashion field, will hardly notice them. Now, the advent of the internet era has provided a new and unique display platform. Grace was about to say something when Simon raised his hand slightly and said, you can contact Dee and the others to discuss the next thing. Now let's talk about another thing. Simon pointed to a document in the storage compartment under the coffee table and said, take this back to your husband. The man was obviously too lazy to move, but Grace was not dissatisfied. She stood up and took out a blue-covered folder, sat back on the sofa, looked at him again, then opened it and read out naturally, Versace. Simon took another sip of the coffee in his hand and said, Versace, I don't need to say more about this. You have some information about this company in your hand, including some sensitive information, such as Versace's connection with the Italian mafia. Grace didn't flip through the pages after hearing this. She closed the document tactfully and waited for the man to continue. Simon smiled and said, it's okay for you to take a look, but the fewer people who know about it, the better. Next, I need your husband to find a partner from the investment banking department of First Boston, and then lobby Gianni Versace to conduct an IPO for Versace. Contact me after you find the right person, and the Westeros system will provide you with some cooperation. Grace waited for a while, and when she saw that the man didn't continue, she subconsciously asked, then what? Simon said, no, you only need to lobby and assist Versace in conducting an IPO, and don't need to pay attention to other things. Grace realized that there must be something else, but she didn't ask any more questions. After finishing the business, Grace didn't want to leave just like that. Just when she was about to find a topic to chat with him for a while, she noticed that the man's coffee cup was empty, So she stood up again and pointed to the empty cup in the man's hand. "I'll refill it for you." Simon smiled and handed the empty cup over. When taking the cup, their fingers inevitably touched each other, and Grace felt a small electric current spread through her body from between her fingers. She once again said in her heart that she was hopeless. She knew exactly what state she was in, and she knew it was wrong, but she couldn't help herself. Maybe he was a wizard. He had cast some kind of abominable spell on her. She thought randomly, turned to the coffee table with the coffee pot, bent down, and realized that he must be looking at her from behind. Her body couldn't help but feel a little hot, but she couldn't help but cooperate and show a gesture that could make a man's heart beat. She filled a cup of coffee and turned around. Sure enough, the man was looking at her, and his smile looked very abominable. But she didn't feel disgusted at all. She wanted to hand the cup over, but the man didn't even want to raise his hand, so she bent down again, and was almost there, so she simply bent her legs and knelt on the carpet at his feet. Never mind. The man took the cup reluctantly, brought it to his mouth and took a sip, then put his arm holding the coffee cup on the armrest of the sofa in front of her again, still looking at her. She took the initiative to reach out and hold the man's big hand holding the coffee cup with her two small hands. She looked at him, her head was buzzing, but she still remembered one thing, knowing that he might have some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. She said in a mosquito-like voice, "I, see, and the others last time, I also had a checkup." The man let go of the coffee cup, and she quickly held it, and then felt a big hand reaching out and strangling her slender neck. A suffocating feeling came. Inexplicably obsessed with this feeling. Just like that. It would be better to die immediately. I hope he can bury me under the lawn in the backyard, so that I can always watch over him. Yet, maybe I can run out in the middle of the night to scare him. However, he must not be afraid at all, and then strangle her again. It was not until after 8 o'clock, when it was already dark, that Grace insisted on leaving Greenwich and returning to Manhattan. She did not accept the little man's request to stay here overnight, and did not even have dinner together. The reason was that she wanted to go home to be with the children. In fact, it was okay to stay. It was just that she didn't want her husband to know that something had happened between her and him, and she didn't want her husband to pester him because of this matter. Although it was a little late to go back now, she often did so recently, and so did her husband who had been unexpectedly promoted. The woman left in a hurry, and Simon had to eat dinner alone, and had to bear the resentful expression of Lady A after dinner. Just as he was planning to watch TV for a while and go to bed, he had to return to Los Angeles early tomorrow morning. Neil Bennett suddenly came to the main villa from the annex and talked about a message he had just received. The message came from the secret guards guarding Sophia's family in downtown Greenwich. In recent years, not only himself, Simon also attaches great importance to the safety of people around him, and Sophia's family is naturally within the protection range. In addition to the bodyguards on the surface, the Westeros family's secret monitoring intelligence team is also responsible for the corresponding security tasks. Sophia's parents and 2 children who have lived in Greenwich for a long time have a group of secret guards to guard them for a long time. Because it is protection, not surveillance, Sophia is of course aware of this. In fact, that group of candidates was personally selected by the woman from the intelligence personnel she recruited in Europe. Just now. What happened suddenly directly touched Simon's reverse scale. Chapter 687, Reverse Scale, 4. Sophia just bought a new villa for her parents and children last year, which is still close to the center of Greenwich. The woman feels safer in a crowded city. The incident happened at about 9:30 p.m. It was late at night. The secret guard responsible for guarding the Fessy family found someone parking in front of the villa through the surveillance camera. He felt something was wrong and immediately reminded the bodyguard in the villa. He was about to come out of the nearby base apartment to stop and question them. After the driver got off the car, he quickly put a package in front of the Fessy family and left quickly. Although it was just a seemingly non-threatening document bag, the bodyguard still transferred the Fessy family of 4 to a nearby apartment. Only then did one of the secret guards with bomb disposal experience put on protective clothing and opened the bag. It was not a bomb or other dangerous goods. However, the bag contained an Italian Corriere della Sera stained with unknown blood and 4 bullets. Simon rushed over from the northern suburbs manor. The old man and the children who had a false alarm had returned to the villa. The captain of the secret guard named Seth Herman handed the newspaper and bullets that had been packed in a transparent evidence bag to Simon. Simon roughly understood what was going on after just a glance at the blood-stained article in the newspaper. The title of the article was expanding again: Melisandre is about to acquire Versace, and it was accompanied by a photo of Sophia and Johnny Versace chatting and laughing at a cocktail party. Apparently, some people thought that Melisandre was going to acquire her shell platform for money laundering, so she issued a warning. Last time, Sophia took out the information of 3 companies to discuss with Simon. Simon had no scruples about acquiring Versace. As long as it was handled properly, he was not worried about the mafia. In the end, it was Sophia who changed her mind temporarily and did not intend to have any involvement with the Italian underground forces, and took the initiative to give up the company. I just didn't expect it. Now it's like the tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop. On the lawn in front of the Fessy family's villa, Seth Herman looked at his boss's gloomy expression, and after a moment he took the initiative to say, "I have asked someone to follow that car, and the target is heading to New York. Boss, do you want to stop it?" Simon handed the newspaper and the evidence bag to Neil Bennett behind him, shook his head and said, "Keep following. I want to know where the other party is staying, who he is in contact with, and—" Simon said here, suddenly staring at Seth Herman with sharp eyes, "the address of the Fessy family should not be known to just anyone. There will definitely be an investigation beforehand, so, haven't you found anything in the past few days?" Seth Herman felt the cold gaze of the young man in front of him, subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but he held back and said seriously, "Boss, I have been on duty this week. I can be sure that the Chrysler and the driver in the car just now are the first time they have appeared here in the past 5 days. Moreover, I have not found any other abnormalities in the community that we can monitor. You can ask someone to check the surveillance video of the past week." Seth Herman said within 5 days because the newspaper was published just 5 days ago. As a former East German Stasi secret agent who was responsible for the security of many high-level government officials, Seth Herman, 46 years old this year, has the German's unique rigidity and confidence in his professional qualities. He joined the Stasi at the age of 27 and never made any mistakes in his 15 years of work until the Stasi was disbanded after the merger of East and West Germany. This is why Sophia sent this former Stasi agent who once had the rank of major to her family. Simon also knew Herman's resume. Hearing what he said, his face eased a little, and he still said, "I will investigate this matter. If there is negligence in your work, I will not be polite." Seth Herman nodded. If that was the case, he would not have the face to stay any longer. It's no wonder that Simon suddenly turned hostile. This time, he only sent a newspaper and a few bullets, which was a false alarm. However, if someone intends to directly harm the Fessy family and suddenly attacks without any preparation, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, Simon would definitely carefully investigate why someone could find this place accurately. After asking Neil Bennett to take over the matter personally and make some arrangements, Simon called Los Angeles and told Janet about the matter here without hiding anything. The target of Cape Dumay Manor was more obvious. However, Los Angeles was very calm and nothing similar had happened, or it had not happened yet. Simon was very relieved about Janet, and after giving her a few instructions, he called Sophia again. The woman only said that she would come as soon as possible, but there was not much worry or anxiety in her tone. After hanging up, he walked into the villa. The 2 secret guards who appeared behind him were sitting in the living room downstairs. Seeing Simon come in, both of them stood up and said that the Fessy family was upstairs. Simon went upstairs. Sophia's parents and 2 children were watching TV in a living room upstairs, accompanied by 3 bodyguards, 2 men and 1 woman. After sending the bodyguards away, Simon sat down on the sofa and explained with a smile that it was just a petty thief who came to harass them. He was probably addicted to drugs and wanted to take risks. This kind of thing happened frequently in the United States and was not a big deal. The experienced old couple certainly would not easily believe it, but they did not doubt the ability of their daughter, a little man. Simon comforted them, and the old people pretended to accept it and got up to rest. The 2 little guys were not so easy to fool. As soon as her grandparents left, little Gemma, who was already 11 years old and had grown into a graceful young lady, came over and hugged Simon's arm affectionately and shook him, saying, "Uncle Simon, what's wrong?" Simon tapped the little girl's forehead gently and said, "Nothing, go to bed quickly. It's not good for girls' skin to stay up late." Little Gemma immediately retracted her hand and covered her forehead, dissatisfied. "That's not the case. Beauty is hereditary." Mom often stays up late, but she's still so beautiful. Simon said, that's because your mother will make up for the sleep during the day. Little Gemma skillfully pulled her hair a few times, making a bunch of bangs to cover her forehead, but her attention was attracted by Simon. There was a little cunning in her eyes, and she curved her mouth and asked, how do you know? Simon didn't answer, but said, in fact, there are other reasons why your mother is so beautiful. Little Gemma fell into the trap again. What? Simon said, she never chases others and asks so many questions. Little Gemma blinked her beautiful blue eyes a few times, and soon pouted, forget it, you adults are always like this. Simon said with a stern face, okay, go to bed. Little Gemma reached out her hand without fear, pinched Simon's face a few times, and pulled up the corner of his mouth to make a smile. It was not until Simon made a weird smile like the clown in the movie that the girl jumped up from the sofa with a smile as if she was scared. Okay, I'm going to bed. She ran out of the door and stuck her head out of the door frame. Uncle Simon, Mom will come tomorrow, right? Simon nodded, tomorrow morning. Little Gemma disappeared with satisfaction and carefully closed the living room door. After the girl left, Simon looked at Daniel Fessy, who was still sitting on the single sofa next to him. Sophie has 2 children. Daniel is 13 years old this year and little Gemma is 11 years old. It is said that boys develop late, but Daniel is now more than 1.75 meters tall and his body is much stronger than his peers. The boy started playing basketball in elementary school, and this summer he specially invited a famous coach with NBA qualifications to conduct one-on-one training. Moreover, compared to Gemma, who is 2 years younger but still innocent and straightforward under everyone's care, Daniel has shown a precocious side since he was a child. After Gemma left, Simon stood up to pour coffee for the two. The boy wanted to help, but was stopped by a smile. He quickly sat down on the sofa with 2 cups of coffee. Simon asked, are you tired from the recent training? Daniel said, not bad. Because of his precocity, Daniel understood the relationship between his mother and Simon very early. Perhaps for some natural reasons, he was not as close to Simon as his sister, who knew some things. When facing Simon, he always had a slight estrangement. Simon didn't mind Daniel's alienation. He took a sip of coffee and said, your mother said that your skills are very good and you can even enter the NBA in the future. But, Danny, have you ever thought about why you play basketball? Daniel was obviously stunned, hesitated a little, and said, my mother likes me to play basketball. Simon knew that the second half of the sentence that the boy didn't say was probably that's why I have to work hard to show my mother. Not only in basketball, Daniel is also very good in other aspects compared to his peers. He is also a popular lover who is very popular with girls in school and has always been the pride of Sophia. Daniel is precocious, sensible and hardworking, and he is not even as rebellious as his peers, which makes Simon a little envious. Out of a father's mentality, he occasionally hopes that his own Melbourne can grow up to be half as good as Daniel, so that he can be very happy. However, Simon does not completely agree with Sophia's way of education. The woman is a little overprotective of the 2 children. This world is far from being as quiet and peaceful as the children think, especially when they are in their class. They have to endure more intrigues. If you are just smart and hardworking, without going through hardships, and don't know the dangers of the world, you will only become a herbivore in the future, and be preyed by a group of carnivores who are trying every means to impact the top of the pyramid. Even Simon couldn't bear to break the innocence of little Gemma. As for Daniel, he didn't have too many concerns. The male chauvinism in his bones made Simon instinctively feel that boys also naturally need to endure more. Stroking the cup in his hand, Simon said, you know, Denny, it's not that your mother likes you playing basketball very much, but she thinks you like it, so she creates the best conditions for you and is proud of it. If you suddenly say tomorrow that you don't like basketball anymore, your mother won't force it, because her pride is you, not those external things. Daniel paused, nodded, and asked after a little hesitation, Simon, can I know what happened just now? Simon nodded and said, even if you don't ask, I plan to tell you. Because for me, you are already at the age where you need to take on some things. If you get in touch with and understand many things after the age of 18, it seems too late to me, and it is inevitable to pay more effort and cost. However, your mother certainly doesn't want you to get in touch with these too early. So, this matter needs to be a secret between us. I can tell you, but you can't tell your mother, otherwise she will be angry with me, understand? Daniel quickly agreed, I promise. Simon said no more and went straight to the point. Let's start from the beginning. Some time ago, Gianni Versace, the founder of Versace, contacted your mother in hope that she could invest in Versace. I think you should know about Versace's contractions. However, this matter is not as simple as it seems, because Versace is actually a money laundering tool of the Glory Society, the Southern Italian Mafia. Gianni Versace invited us to invest in the hope of using the power of the Westeros system to get rid of the control of the Mafia. Because she didn't want to be associated with a Mafia, your mother has already refused. However, Versace doesn't seem to have given up this effort. The Italian media also jumped out to join in the fun, reporting that Melisandre is preparing to acquire Versace. At this point, Simon paused for a moment to give the boy some time to digest it, and then continued, finally, tonight, someone sent a blood-stained newspaper with a report about Melisandre's upcoming acquisition of Versace, and 4 bullets were attached. Obviously, this is using you to warn your mother not to interfere in Versace's affairs. After listening to Daniel, he first asked, Simon, will my mother be in danger? Simon, who was about to bring the coffee cup to his lips, stopped, put the cup down, looked at the boy with relief in his eyes, and said, don't worry, nothing will happen, your mother is stronger than you think. Besides, I will protect her at all costs. Daniel was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Simon, from tomorrow on, I don't plan to play basketball anymore. Simon shook his head, there is no need for this, otherwise your mother will definitely realize something. Moreover, in this society, if you want to be an outstanding person, you must first have enough energy. Long-term physical exercise is the basis for ensuring this. Many executives of large companies were athletes when they were students. All you have to do is not take this matter too seriously. If you really like it, you can even buy a basketball team in the future, but you must never make basketball your career, because you are the heir of the Fessy family, and you have more responsibilities to bear. Daniel looked over and said, Simon, I hope to learn something like you to protect myself and my family. I have seen the video of you boxing in the Melbourne boxing ring. Simon smiled and said, you may not be able to learn this. In fact, I don't know many fighting skills, it's just because I am naturally strong. You know, when I was in the boxing ring, the physical difference made me feel like an adult beating up a group of 7 or 8-year-old children. Daniel was not discouraged, but there is only one person like you, it must be right for me to learn some fighting skills, right? Simon nodded, that's right. However, it's actually a little late for you to start practicing now. If you are not careful, you may hurt yourself. Those professional fighting boxers may seem glorious when they are young, but in fact they all have hidden injuries, and they will be very painful after middle age. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, Reverse Scale, 5. Daniel heard what Simon said, but he didn't plan to give up. He also had his own ideas. He turned back to the topic and asked, Simon, how are you going to deal with tonight's matter? Simon didn't mean to persuade him. No matter what Daniel wanted to learn, Sophia would definitely give him the best conditions. Following the boy's question and returning to tonight's matter, he didn't answer directly, but asked, have you seen The Godfather? Daniel shook his head, but I recently watched Heat. Simon smiled and didn't ask how Daniel got into the theater. No one would doubt that the boy was 17 or 18 years old. He just asked, tell me how you feel. Daniel thought for a while, looked at Simon, his eyes bright, and said meaningfully, even the most vicious criminals have their own ties. Simon nodded and asked, will you sympathize with Neil and others played by De Niro? Daniel hesitated a little, but still said honestly, I hope Neil can take Edie away in the end. Simon said, this is the charm of movies. If you have seen The Godfather, you will definitely identify with the Vito Corleone played by Brando. However, the reality is not like this. The real Italian mafia is cold-blooded and brutal. In order to compete for territory, they will eradicate their competitors, and will not even let go of pregnant women and children. In order to deter the authorities, they dare to attack senior government officials and even throw the officials' 8-year-old children alive into a barrel of sulfuric acid. Just 2 years ago, in order to kill an Italian judge who had launched many anti-mafia campaigns, They buried a ton of explosives in the place where the judge passed. In 1992, the assassination of Italian Judge Giovanni Falco shocked the world and even triggered a protest strike by millions of people. After this incident, the Italian government, facing strong pressure from the media and public opinion, began to quickly pass a large number of bills specifically targeting the mafia and launched a nationwide anti-mafia campaign, which is still continuing today. After Simon finished speaking, he noticed the change in Daniel's expression and smiled. "Are you scared?" Daniel pursed his lips, looked at the smile of the young man next to him, and calmed down a little. He did not answer the question. Simon did not force the boy to respond. The reason why the mafia is feared by most people, including many politicians and wealthy people, is that they are unscrupulous. Moreover, Italy is one of the first countries in the world to abolish the death penalty, which makes the mafia even more unscrupulous. In some countries with a death penalty, killing someone means paying with one's life, which is a matter of course. In Italy, if you kill someone, the maximum sentence is life imprisonment, and it is not uncommon to be sentenced to only 5 or 6 years for murder. This has created a kind of implicit and strong imbalance. The mafia can arbitrarily sentence their opponents to death, and almost have the power of life and death, but others cannot do this to them easily. Even the official can only arrest those almost well-known mafia bosses when there is solid evidence. Thinking of this, Simon said, "Actually, tonight's matter is very easy to resolve. We just need to compromise with 'Ndrangheta and clarify that we have no intention of acquiring Versace, then this matter will be over." Daniel's expression moved slightly, and he noticed that Simon was still looking at him, and quickly said, "In fact, it won't be over, right?" Simon still had a smile on his face and said, "It's hard to say. We compromised, and then Ndrangheta achieved its goal. Maybe they won't embarrass Melisandre Company anymore, and won't threaten us anymore. However, there is another possibility. When they find out that Simon Westeros, who has hundreds of billions of dollars, will also feel wary and fearful of the mafia, just like those billionaires hiding in bulletproof cars surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Coincidentally, Melisandre Company's subsidiaries such as Gucci, Van Cleef & Arpels, and Christie's auction house are all very suitable for money laundering, and the Westeros system also has large investments in Italy. Danny, do you think, if it were you, would you want to go a step further and cut a few more pieces of meat from this super fat sheep?" Daniel moved his mouth, but didn't speak, but nodded slightly. Simon said, "So, back to your question, how do I plan to deal with this? Danny, I just told you this because I want you to understand that you should not have any illusions about the mafia or any other type of gangs. They are the dark side of this world, a group of unscrupulous outlaws, definitely not messengers of justice, and not worthy of any respect. However, for us, there is no need to be afraid of the mafia. The mafia uses violence and killing to make people surrender, but if someone uses the same method to deal with them, even more violently and bloodily, then the so-called outlaws are actually just a group of sheep." Back then, Mussolini placed 94 cannons outside the mafia's lair, and those arrogant mafia godfathers had no choice but to surrender. Danny, you have to know that a super tycoon with assets of hundreds of billions of dollars has the same power as the Mussolini government back then. The mafia uses violence, and we can do the same, and we can be more violent than them. Not only that, we can also use the power of the government, we also have the power of money, and we even control our own army. So, Danny, are you still afraid now?" Daniel shook his head quickly this time. However, the boy's eyes looking at Simon clearly had some other meanings. Simon understood what this meant, and put away the coldness that had just been involuntarily emanated from his words, and said in a gentle tone, "Danny, perhaps you were resisting the relationship between me and your mother. However, you and Gemma have the same status in my heart as Mel and the others, and I also regard you as part of the Westeros family. In order to protect you, I will not hesitate to start a war." Daniel dodged Simon's gaze, then quickly looked back and said seriously, "Thank you, Simon." Sophia arrived in New York before 6 o'clock the next morning. The woman appeared calm on the surface, but the hug after seeing her parents and children was obviously much longer. After breakfast, facing Simon's inquiry, Sophia said in a very calm tone that this kind of thing should be handled by a man, and she alone could not handle it. After so many years of getting along, Sophia knew Simon's style of doing things very well. When her most cherished relatives were threatened, The woman who never lacked determination and competence in her bones did not intend to stop the little man who was touched from releasing his violent nature. It is not known why the address of the Fessy family was leaked. Sophia moved quietly with her family to Simon's farm estate outside Columbus, Ohio over the weekend. Ohio, located in the inland of the United States, is different from the coastal areas where good and bad people are mixed. It has good concealment. Columbus is also the base of the Wexner family for a long time. There are intricate relationships in all aspects, including the underground forces in Columbus. The slightest movement can get the news. The most important point is that the military base of the Westeros system in North America is set up in Ohio. If necessary, Simon can mobilize hundreds of fully armed special forces nearby. The Fessy family temporarily moved to Ohio. After the weekend, Sophia returned to Europe to continue working, but Simon added several times the security force. After discussion, Sophia did not intend to give any response to the warning from the Glory Society. In fact, after the article in the Italian Corriere della Sera was published, Melisandre clarified the next day that she had no intention of acquiring Versace. However, this clarification may not have reached some people's ears. Perhaps the other party simply did not believe it and thought it was just a common smokescreen during corporate acquisition negotiations. On the other hand, Los Angeles remained calm, and Cape du May Manor did not receive any messy things. However, Simon would not show mercy. The relationship between Sophia and himself was almost well known, and Melisandre was a very important part of the Westeros system. Any threat to either of them would be regarded by Simon as a provocation to the entire Westeros system. The new week happened to be the beginning of August. After the slight ripples in Greenwich last Friday, it seemed to fall into calm soon. However, a turbulence under the sea began to brew rapidly. The Westeros family's continuously expanding intelligence network was mobilized again. Especially in Europe, Sophia was in charge of this matter from a very early stage. The original European intelligence network had been dormant. On the weekend after the incident, hundreds of people quietly gathered from various European countries to the Calabria region bordering Sicily and southern Italy. Calabria is the birthplace of the Italian 'Ndrangheta. To be precise, the 'Ndrangheta is not a unified organization, but a mafia alliance formed by multiple families. There are constant internal disputes, and there have even been 2 large-scale internal gang wars. The fact that it can be called a war also shows how fierce the dispute is. The most recent 'Ndrangheta civil war lasted for 6 years from 1985 to 1991. The fierce gang fighting resulted in a conservative death toll of more than 600 people, which was only recorded by the official. The mastermind behind the delivery of the threatening package to the Fessy family was quickly found out. The Stefano family, one of the 6 most powerful families in the 'Ndrangheta at this stage, is also a major participant in the Second 'Ndrangheta civil war. There are undercurrents in private, but many things on the surface are normal. Hollywood. In the box office week from the end of July to the beginning of August, the most eye-catching movie is undoubtedly Heat. This crime-action movie with excellent reputation has become the first and perhaps the only movie in this summer season to achieve a reversal of box office decline in the second week after a large-scale opening. Compared with the first week, Heat's box office did not fall in the second week due to the continued fermentation of word of mouth and the continuous spread of the topic of God-watching movies. The 9% decline may not be large, but the box office revenue of $25.06 million in the second week allowed Heat to directly surpass all other competitors in the same period and win the box office championship of the week. This may also be the only movie in this summer season that did not make a big profit in the first week but relied on a strong trend to top the box office in the second week. After 2 weeks of release, Heat's cumulative box office reached $47.99 million. The box office figure of nearly $50 million in 2 weeks, combined with the inevitable long-term trend of Heat, means that this crime-action film is almost certain to become another member of the 100 million box office club on the North American box office list. The runner-up position fell to the phenomenal Forrest Gump. In the 5th week of release, the box office of Forrest Gump fell by 19%, earning another $24.76 million, with a cumulative box office of $195.49 million, and the 200 million mark is just around the corner. MGM's Alien, which opened last week, ranked 3rd on the list. To be honest, the plot of Alien is not outstanding at all. It is just an imitation of Alien. The media's reputation is not even up to par, with only 4.3 points. However, Natasha Henstridge, who has a small role in the film but is amazing, has inadvertently become the biggest highlight of the film. For the already very mature American film market, it is not easy to make money by selling sex. Compared with a huge base of the same type of films, many commercially successful large-scale pornographic films have a much lower chance of selling well than serious commercial films. Moreover, Alien is not an erotic film, to be precise. The success of this movie obviously has a lot of luck. It can only be said that the role is just right, and it has successfully attracted the audience's attention. After the success of Alien, Natasha Henstridge continued to shoot several films that dared to take off their clothes and expose themselves, but none of them made any splashes. In any case, the box office of Alien reached $24.39 million in the first 7 days of its release, and the average number of theaters that opened in the first week exceeded 10,000, which also reached the level of a blockbuster movie. As a follow-up commercial film with average word of mouth and few highlights, this result has met everyone's expectations. The box office of $24.39 million in the first week means that the total domestic box office of this science fiction thriller can be at least around $60 million, which is enough to recover most of the production and publicity investment, and it can enter the profit cycle with a little operation overseas. Moreover, because of the nude scenes that people talk about, the prospects of this movie on videotapes are better than those released in theaters, and it is worth collecting. The Alien series once released multiple sequels in succession, even though the second film failed at the box office. Later, it simply stopped theatrical distribution and went directly to the videotape channel. This is the reason. Compared with other major Hollywood studios that produced at least 3 or 4 works in this summer season, MGM only had 2 films, Speed and Alien, but both were considered to be full of successes. Due to the strong performance of Heat, Forrest Gump and Alien, Harrison Ford's The Chaser dropped from last week's champion to 4th place in the second week of its release, with a single-week box office drop of 41%, earning only $23.37 million, and a total of $62.42 million in 2 weeks. Of course, with a 2-week revenue of $62.42 million, it is not a problem for The Chaser to break the 100 million yuan domestic box office, and it will definitely become a member of the 100 million yuan box office club this summer. That has nothing to do with Deanery's entertainment. The 5th place on the list is Quentin Tarantino's Blood Romeo. Due to the joint publicity effect with Heat, the box office of this crime drama in the 3rd week of its release only dropped by 17%, earning another $15.26 million, and the cumulative box office reached $57.62 million. In addition to the 5th place, Cameron and Schwarzenegger's True Lies ranked 6th on the list. In the 3rd week of its release, the box office fell by 32%, earning $13.6 million, officially entering the threshold of the 100 million box office club, and the cumulative box office reached $105.24 million. Judging from the current trend, True Lies still has $30 million to $40 million of box office space in the future. Black Beauty and All About Love, that opened at the same time as Species last week, were all misfires. All About Love, starring Nicolas Cage and Bridget Fonda, was better, with a box office of $11.95 million in the first week, ranking 7th on the list. Black Beauty of Warner Bros. Pictures opened on 1,312 screens, but the box office in the first week was only $2.27 million, with an average of only a pitiful $1,733 per theater. It is expected to be directly withdrawn in 2 weeks. On August 5th, a new box office week begins. Compared with the fierce competition in June and July, Simon does not remember any blockbuster movies in the list of films to be released in August, which seems to be lackluster. Simon has little impression of the 2 new films Rock and Roll and the Golden Globes that opened in North American theaters on August 5th. Although there is also the big-budget action film Nightcrawler starring Bruce Willis on August 12th, this movie, which Simon remembers as a very bad movie, is not as worth looking forward to as Ang Lee's Eat Drink Man Woman in the same period. Later, Natural Born Killers, directed by Oliver Stone and written by Quentin Tarantino on August 26th, once had only average box office results. This time, with the popularity brought by Quentin's Romeo and Juliet, plus Oliver Stone's box office appeal, it may be better. Then, the 1994 summer season will come to an end on September 1st, the focus of another box office week, Chapter 689 Split Execution. Simon quietly left the United States in mid-August and flew to Europe, with Ukraine as his first stop. The series of events triggered by the Rwandan genocide in the first half of the year have begun to be forgotten by the public, and the Westeros system's layout in terms of private military forces is still proceeding closely. The original 3,000 Ukrainian mercenaries, after several wars, have all become the Westeros system's direct private army. Through the additions in recent months, the total number of soldiers registered under the name of the Ukrainian Front Military Service Company has exceeded 5,000, of which 2,500 are stationed in Rwanda according to the original agreement, and the other 2,500 are left in Ukraine as rotation substitutes. The headquarters of the Ukrainian Front Military Service Company, UFMS, is located in the Ukrainian capital of Kiev, but the military base is located in Rivne Oblast in the northwest of Ukraine, far away from Kiev. This is a very backward state in Ukraine. The entire Rivne Oblast has only 1.1 million people, mainly engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry. Because of the Westeros family's sort of Damocles plan, the Westeros system's infiltration into Ukraine began at the beginning of the year. The Rwandan war in April unexpectedly accelerated the pace of Westeros deployment in Ukraine. Through recruiting soldiers and purchasing weapons, Westeros established contact with the Ukrainian military. At the same time, at the critical moment of another regime change in Ukraine, through the unremitting support and investment in former Prime Minister Leon Kuchma in the previous few months, Westeros also successfully laid out high-level contacts in Ukraine when Kuchma ascended to the presidency last month. In memory, Leon Kuchma has been in charge of Ukraine for 10 years. The outside world evaluates Kuchma for his neutral foreign policy between the West and Russia. The domestic economy began to stop falling and rebound during his administration, and politics tended to be stable. It seems so on the surface. However, the reality is that Leon Kuchma single-handedly contributed to the situation of numerous oligarchs in Ukraine. Similar to the St. Petersburg gang in Russia, Leon Kuchma's coming to power first brought about the rise of the Petrovsk gang. In the decade before and after the new millennium, Ukraine's political economy was basically controlled by politicians and businessmen from Petrovsk Oblast in central Ukraine. The well-known Ukrainian gas princess Yulia Tymoshenko was originally a member of the Petrovsk gang. A few months ago, Leon Kuchma, who was still in the sprint stage of the election, hinted that the Westeros system could set up the UFMS military base in Petrovsk Oblast. Simon was also tempted, but finally refused. Keeping in touch with political forces is a necessary condition for the Westeros system to take root in Ukraine. However, Simon did not want to tie the Westeros system too closely to the Petrovsk gang. The Petrovsk gang is not without enemies, and there are many of them. There are even internal struggles and infighting. Yulia Tymoshenko later stood on the opposite side of Kuchma. If you tie yourself too tightly to the other party, you will inevitably be affected by the political struggle in the future. It just so happens that Klim Derivayenko, the head of the Ukrainian mercenaries, is from Rivne Oblast. Moreover, since he was promoted to colonel in the Soviet army before the age of 30, he is only one step away from the rank of general. In addition to his own ability, Derivayenko cannot have no background at all. The Derivayenko family has deep roots in Rivne Oblast. If the Westeros system wants to infiltrate Ukraine, it must choose a spokesperson in this country. The Derivayenko family and related forces have become the best candidates. Simon arrived in Ukraine on August 16, and first of all, he paid a visit. He stayed in Kiev for 3 days, met with high-level officials such as Leon Kuchma who had just taken office in a low-key manner, attended a series of banquets and wine parties, and then came to Rivne Oblast. The UFMS military base is located in the mountains and hills about 60 kilometers north of Rivne Oblast, away from the crowd, covering an area of 35 hectares. Moreover, compared with a base in Ohio, the United States, which is still under construction, all the equipment here is ready, because the base was originally a former Soviet army camp. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Ukraine experienced large-scale disarmament, and this camp was left vacant. Ukraine's current land policy is still conservative, but through the operation of the Westeros system, UFMS still obtained the ownership of this military base and the surrounding 150 hectares of mountains and hills, and repurchased military equipment including a large number of guns, tanks, and helicopters for military training. Simon was walking in this private territory that belonged to him. There were many people around him, But only 3 people could walk beside Simon, including Celia Miller, the private military assistant who accompanied him this time, Krim Derivienko, who had been appointed as the president of UFMS, and another black-haired man named Sergei Komorov. Sergei Komorov is the spokesperson in the business field selected by the Westeros system. This 36-year-old middle-aged man is 3 years older than Derivienko, only 1.7 meters tall, a little thin, and very mediocre in appearance. However, Sergei Komorov is a top student in the Department of Economics at the University of Kiev. During the Gorbachev reform period in the former Soviet Union, Komorov had the foresight to give up his iron rice bowl in arsenal in Rivne Oblast and began to try business, mainly engaged in the building materials business. Although Rivne Oblast is remote and barren, it has very high-quality solid mineral resources such as clay and stone. According to Komorov, many of the materials used by the former Soviet high-level officials to build holiday villas in Crimea in southern Ukraine were taken from Rivne Oblast. In the process of selecting spokespersons, Simon certainly tends to prefer some oligarchs in his memory. However, compared with Russia, Simon has much less information in this regard. As for the memory of Timoshenko he didn't like them. These people are very capable, but they are not smart enough. In the political structure of Ukraine, hiding behind the scenes as an oligarch is the best strategy. Jumping out to compete for those positions, seemingly glorious, will only become a target for everyone. Krim Derivienko first introduced some of his family members and relatives. Simon is not averse to nepotism, and even likes to do it, provided that you have enough ability. The Derivienko family is focused on politics and the military, and has no genes for being a businessman. After several rounds of searching, Sergei Komorov was finally chosen. This businessman from a low-level peasant family in Ukraine has no background, but he has managed his business very well in recent years. He also happened to be familiar with the Derivienko family, so he was successfully selected. For Ukraine, Simon does not intend to get involved in any sensitive energy and mineral industries. The plate is too small to get involved, and being watched by a bunch of people is not worth the loss. Therefore, he decided to focus on the field of basic daily necessities. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are the basic survival materials that no one can get rid of. A few months ago, the Westeros system invested $10 million in Sergei Komorov's Oldek company and acquired 80% of the shares. Komorov will hold 15% and the Derivienko family will hold 5%. Oldek is the name of the village where Komorov was born and raised. Before being selected by the Westeros system, although Komorov's business was already well known locally, the total assets of Oldek company were less than $300,000. Simon only gave the other party 15% of the shares at the beginning, just to conduct another small test. If Komorov is too greedy and wants more without paying attention to his own background, then this person is not worth supporting at all. However, when the Westeros system proposed cooperation, Komorov agreed without any hesitation, and did not bargain for the fact that only 15% of the shares of the company under his name were left in a blink of an eye. This is obviously a very smart guy, who knows very well that being able to get in touch with Simon Westeros is the most important thing for him. Otherwise, with his shallow foundation, he can only be a fairly wealthy businessman in Rovna province in the future, and it will be difficult to develop further. After receiving capital injection from the Westeros system, Komorov has continuously acquired a number of construction, food and clothing companies in Rovna province and several surrounding counties in recent months, and plans to focus on these 3 major areas in the next few years. Simon is not optimistic about the construction industry, and prefers the 2 major areas of food and clothing. As the granary of Europe, Ukraine has abundant raw materials for food processing. I remember that Poroshenko started his business in the candy industry. As for the clothing industry, first of all, a large number of cheap labor is needed. Ukraine, with a total population of more than 52 million and a backward economy, just meets this condition. Simon's plan is that even if it cannot operate its own brand, it can also serve as an OEM base for the Westeros system in the clothing field in the future. Whether it is luxury brands such as Gucci and CK or relatively affordable brands such as Victoria's Secret Under Limited, they all need supporting OEM factories. Now many companies in the United States and Europe are setting up factories in Asia. In fact, Eastern Europe has more advantages than Asia in all aspects, but the geographical factors of proximity are not comparable to those of distant Asia. I won't give you too much business in the short term, but as long as you can do well, Not only orders from clothing companies in the Westeros system, I can also bring you more business from Europe and the United States. Of course, the premise of all this is that you must first show me that you have the ability to bear these. On an asphalt road outside the base, Simon casually looked at the surrounding scenery while discussing business matters directly with Sergei Komorov in Russian. In front of the young man beside him, Sergei Komorov instinctively said with some respect, "I understand, Simon. I am now integrating several factories in my hands, and I also plan to set up a training school to train skilled workers. Give me a year, and then you will see satisfactory results," Sergei Komorov said, but his mind was still surfacing from the experience in Kiev a few days ago. Just through Simon's relationship with the Kiev authorities, the connections established were enough for Komorov to digest. He knew very early that he was seriously lacking in funds and connections, so he could only make small moves in the small pond of Rovna State at first. Now, Simon Westeros directly made up for all his shortcomings for him. In fact, Komorov also thought about taking shortcuts to get involved in Ukraine's energy, minerals and even military industries. However, through the contact in recent days, Komorov understood the mind of the young man next to him, and he tactfully gave up this idea. Food, clothing, housing and transportation, as long as they can be done to the extreme, the scale and profit will not be much worse than those monopoly industries. Moreover, after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the economy collapsed. The daily necessities industry, which should have been relatively competitive, is still in its early stages of development in Ukraine. With sufficient funds and connections, it can also achieve a monopoly level in the future. Coupled with the connections of the Westeros system, it is also easy for Oldek to expand overseas. Simon nodded and said, "One more thing, in terms of recruiting workers for these factories, I need you to give priority to the families of UFMS soldiers, especially the soldiers who were killed or disabled, and even a certain proportion. You discuss this with Krim and come up with a specific plan for me as soon as possible." After hearing what Simon said, Sergei Komorov paused, but still did not refute. He knew that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Recruiting the families of UFMS soldiers is likely to attract complicated nepotism, which is very detrimental to the development of the company. What's more, compared with the general public in Ukraine, those soldiers are high-income earners in this country, and Oldek's factory cannot offer a monthly salary of $500, or even $50. Simon saw through Komorov's concerns at a glance and added, "As for the salary and benefits, it's what it should be. What I mean is that you have to provide them with this opportunity, but you don't need to give them any preferential treatment. If they don't want to work in our factory because of this, there is no need to force it." Sergei Komorov was relieved. Speaking of which, the salary level of UFMS mercenaries has been adjusted. The monthly salary of $500 will only be received by the soldiers when they are on missions. After returning to Ukraine, the daily salary level will be reduced to $100. However, in addition to the basic monthly salary, these people will also enjoy a series of generous benefits from the Westeros system, such as pensions, medical insurance, and children's education subsidies. UFMS is also preparing to build a UFMS family community in Rivne, the capital of Rivne Oblast, including residential buildings, schools, hospitals, supermarkets and other facilities. In general, if it were in the United States, the soldiers would mutiny and rebel with a basic monthly salary of $100, but in Ukraine, it is still far above the average income level. Moreover, the focus is on additional accommodation, education, medical care and other benefits, which can further bind the interests of these soldiers to the Westeros system for a long time and closely. Because if they leave, all these benefits will disappear, and once they betray, the consequences will be even more serious. After chatting about various topics and walking around the base for more than half an hour, the group returned to the base. Passing through the soldiers who were undergoing military training, everyone came to a 3-story office building in a corner of the base. Realizing that Simon and Derevyanko still had business to discuss, Sergei Komorov took the initiative to say goodbye and said that he would return to the city of Rivne. He could also take advantage of the afternoon to see the preparations for the UFMS family community. This project will also be undertaken by the newly established construction engineering subsidiary of Oldek Company. After sending away some other followers, Free Simon, Krim and Celia finally came to an office. "Boss, I have selected a team of the best special forces who have participated in the Rwandan war. There are 18 of us in total and we are ready to go at any time. Everyone sat down on the sofa in the office. Krim handed Simon a document and then smiled and said, "Speaking of which, for a mission with such a high salary, boss, how about I be included in it?" Chapter 690 Split Execution, 2. Having heard Celia and others call Simon boss, Krim Derevyanko also started using this name. Simon took the information and flipped through it while joking, "No problem. A general who doesn't want to be a soldier is not a good general. I will hand over your position to Victor later and let you lead the team." Viktor Kosterev is another senior executive of UFMS. He holds the title of vice president and also participated in the Rwanda War in April. He is currently mainly responsible for the daily training of soldiers under UFMS. Upon hearing this, Krim immediately refused with a smile, "Forget it, I think I should not be too ambitious." After a few jokes, Krim stopped making jokes and patiently waited for Simon to read the list. Simon had no intention of letting go of the incident that happened half a month ago. In the first half of the year, he gave a warning to the traditional forces and senior political and business leaders in the United States through certain things. This time, Simon wanted to deter the underground forces of the entire world. In addition to the Westeros family intelligence team that has already started operations in Italy, the team on the list in his hand will be a sharp knife for execution. Compared with the monthly salary of $500 during the period of stationing in Rwanda, Simon provided a remuneration of $30,000 per person for this operation, and the death compensation was increased to $150,000. Moreover, as a special operation that will not be recorded in the UFMS business, the remuneration for this mission will not be deducted, and no tax will be paid. The income will belong to the participants personally. Many movies always show professional killers getting millions of dollars in remuneration, which is basically nonsense. Professional killers do exist in reality, and there are many of them. However, for this special profession, human life is far less valuable than ordinary people imagine. In the chaotic Latin America or Africa, a professional killer can be hired for a few $100s. Even in developed Western countries, this price is usually rarely more than $100,000. As for the cutting-edge assassinations against celebrities and wealthy people that may have a huge impact, outsiders are usually not used, and it is basically impossible to be a lone wolf operation. Just like the few times in the first half of the year, it was completely operated by the entire Westeros family intelligence team. Because there was no reliable executor at the time, Simon could only hire a team from Latin America through secret channels, and finally had to clean up those people. Because he didn't want to hear that one day an insider was arrested by the authorities and confessed his past affairs in order to get a reduced sentence. This time was different. After the Rwandan war and the Westeros systems wooing and running in recent months, the people under the UFMS can basically be regarded as the direct descendants of the Westeros system. Because the interests are deeply involved, even if they are accidentally arrested by the authorities, the probability of these people betraying will be relatively much smaller. Moreover, Simon was inspired by the actions in the first half of the year and formulated a split execution strategy for this plan, which can ensure to the greatest extent that there are only a few people who know the whole thing. For example, the UFMS execution team will only be told to accept the commission of a mysterious client to go to Italy, and the subsequent remuneration will all be paid in cash that cannot be traced. There is also the Westeros family's intelligence team. Although more than 300 people have entered Italy at this stage, they actually have a clear division of labor and are not subordinate to each other. Even if some betrayers appear in the future, they will only know part of the whole thing, and it is even more impossible to directly identify Simon. Therefore, even if everyone knows that Simon Westeros is the mastermind behind the scenes, it is useless if there is no complete chain of evidence. This is why many Western gang leaders can get away with it openly. In most cases, it is because of this. The dirty work is done by subordinates, and the bosses are still civilized people. After reading the information, although there are only 18 people, they are all experienced and have a quietly conducted personality and psychological assessments. This group of soldiers, who can be called cold-blooded killers, are also enough to perform some upcoming tasks. Simon is very satisfied with this. He also did not explain too much to Derevyanko, but simply told him that someone would contact us later, and then started to discuss other things about UFMS. After leaving the UFMS base at around 6 p.m., Simon and his party returned to Rivne, the capital of Rivne Oblast, 60 kilometers away. They will stay here tonight. Rivne was originally a state with a very backward economy in Ukraine. After the country's economic collapse, the city of Rivne looked very dilapidated. When I returned to the city, it was already dark. Due to insufficient power supply, many blocks in the city were dim. There were few cars on the wide roads built during the Soviet era. The supporting street lamps were very complete, and only occasionally one light would be lit at some important intersections. Sergei Kermorov prepared a dinner for Simon at his private residence in the center of Rivne. Yuri Myroslav, the governor of Rivne state, and several other senior officials of the state government attended the dinner. Since it was decided to make Rivne state the base of the Westeros system in Ukraine, the first thing to deal with was the person in power in this area. Simon would not be naive to think that he would be sought after by everyone wherever he went just by relying on his super-rich identity. The key is always interest. Although Ukraine has launched an election system at this stage, it is limited to the president and members of parliament. The senior officials of the state governments are still appointed by the Kiev authorities, which gives the Westeros system ample room for operation. Westeros system and Yuri Myroslav have reached a tacit understanding. This side will help him to continue to hold the position of governor in this high-level change of leadership, while Myroslav needs to stand completely on the side of Westeros system. Of course, there is no lack of other interests involved. Yuri Myroslav is 59 years old this year and has 3 sons and 2 daughters. Westeros system has confirmed that it will help Myroslav's eldest son to enter the Kiev authorities. Although his position is not high, he has a lot of room for promotion. It is not impossible for him to return to Rivne province to succeed his father as governor in the future. At the same time, Westeros system also funded Myroslav's second son to set up an international trading company through Sergei Komorov. For Ukraine, which is short of materials, this type of enterprise will be very profitable as long as it has domestic and foreign connections. This suggestion was made by Simon, because in his memory, similar domestic trading companies were very popular before and after the reform and opening up. In addition, Myroslav's youngest 17-year-old son and 16-year-old daughter went to study in the UK last month. Even the eldest daughter, who is already married, was absorbed by Kermorov into his company to take up a well-paid idle position. The entire Miloslav family was clearly arranged. At the same time, the interests were completely tied up. In addition to the governor, the Derevyanko family also has a strong influence on the military and police systems of Rivne Oblast, and will completely control them in the next few years. The Westeros system is also planning to fund agents to fight for seats in state and national parliaments. In Simon's memory of Ukraine, the oligarchs' control has completely reached the warlord level. For example, Ukraine's richest man Akhmedov basically regards Ukraine's Donetsk Oblast as his own private territory. Not only does he have private armed forces, but the police and the army have also become vassals of this oligarch. At the same time, he controls more than 50 seats in the Ukrainian parliament, accounting for 1/9 of Ukraine's 450 parliamentary seats. These members include Akhmedov's bodyguards, drivers, dentists and family lawyers. In 2014, the oligarch even manipulated the independence referendum in eastern Ukraine, established the Donetsk Republic, and launched a civil war with the support of Russia. Simon's goal in Ukraine is the same. Simon does not intend to instigate his representatives to split the land and become kings, but he will never allow Ukraine's long-term political turmoil in the future to affect the interests of the Westeros system. In order to achieve this goal, Rivne Oblast is just a beginning, and several states in northwestern Ukraine are within Simon's vision. Of course, these cannot be completed overnight. However, compared with other forces such as the Petrovsk gang who have just taken power, Simon's layout is already ahead of many people. Although Rivne Oblast is a remote and barren state in Ukraine, the head of a state is not something that can be obtained casually. The reason why the Kiev authorities can relax is also because of interests. The support of the Westeros system for Kuchma before and after the presidential election is one point, and it will continue to provide economic support to the Petrovsk gang whose foundation is not solid. Finally, there is the most direct interest connection, arms trade. After the Rwandan War, the Westeros system successfully took root in Africa. In recent months, it has also established connections with several countries in southern Africa. Rwanda will also become a long-term stronghold of the Westeros system. Through the international trade company established by the Westeros system, Ukrainian weapons will be continuously delivered to Africa. The Ukrainian end of this trade channel is in the hands of President Leon Kuchma, who comes from the famous Ukrainian Southern Machinery Factory military system. It is currently in the hands of Leon Kuchma's son-in-law Viktor Pinchuk, who is also a Ukrainian oligarch in Simon's memory. According to preliminary estimates, this part of the arms trade alone will bring Ukraine $200 to $300 million in foreign exchange revenue every year in the future, and more than half of it will fall directly into the pockets of the Kuchma family. The arms trade volume of $200 to $300 million is not worthy of the Western military giants, and the delivery of arms to Africa will easily cause public criticism, but Ukraine has no such concerns. For this country that has already fallen into collapse, arms exports are the only foreign trade business that can be brought out at this stage. As for why Ukraine wants to export weapons to African countries through the Westeros system's trading companies as intermediaries instead of doing it in person, the reason is also very simple. Africa is too poor to come up with enough cash and foreign exchange to buy weapons. It can only exchange through various resources. Ukraine has no ability to realize this, and resources are exactly what the Westeros system needs. So, African countries get weapons, the Westeros system gets mines, and Ukraine earns US dollars. All three parties are happy. Rwanda, as the transit point of the Westeros system in Africa, can also obtain tax and other benefits from these trades. After the Tutsi government easily seized power with the assistance of the Westeros system, it had already had the tendency to turn its face and expel the Westeros mercenaries. No one would be happy if a tiger was sleeping on the side of the bed. This is why the South African EO company was always expelled from the country after helping the government forces of African countries to fight. However, due to the interest connection and other support operations of the Westeros system, the Rwandan government has now given up some ideas. The Westeros system also painted a big pie of African Singapore for the Rwandan government, which has no resources and no land, but only has a relatively advantageous geographical location, which is quite popular. After the dinner, Simon drove to a manor in the south of Rivne. It is not in the suburbs, but still close to the city center. The former Soviet Union countries do not have the suburban rich area of the West. The manor, with an area of about 2 hectares, is located on the shore of an artificial lake in the south of Rivne. The main villa is a rare castle-style building in the city. It has 3 floors and covers an area of more than 1,500 square meters. It is very magnificent. It is surrounded by tall trees. Outsiders can only glimpse the spire of the castle-style villa. The manor was once the retirement home of a retired general of the former Soviet Union. In the former Soviet era, it was a trend for the top authorities to build holiday villas everywhere. Gorbachev, who was determined to reform, even mobilized 2,000 troops to build a holiday villa for himself in a mountain. It took 3 years and the cost was the defense budget. Then naturally, the upper class followed the lower class, but ordinary people knew little about it. Period. The Soviet Union has disintegrated, and the general is no longer there. This manor was originally coveted by many people, but there were too many people who were interested in it. In the past few years, no one has been able to get it, and it has been listed as a government public property. It was not until Simon confirmed that he needed a place to stay in Rivne after taking root in Rivne that the manor finally completed its privatization at a very low price, equivalent to less than $300,000. Of course, this money is a drop in the bucket for Simon, but it is not something that the natives of Rivne can afford. This is actually the reason why the manor has not been able to change hands. Many people want to get something for nothing, but naturally no one is willing to do so. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and the lights in the manor villa were still bright, without the dusky atmosphere of other areas of the city. There is no airport in Rivne. Simon left Kiev by car before dawn in the morning and went directly to the UFMS base in the north of Rivne, so it was his first time here. Celia arranged everything else. Entering the villa, the first thing you see is 6 young girls standing respectfully in the hall. The reason why they are called girls is that, at first glance, they are really young, at most 16 years old. The girls had typical Slavic female looks, all about 1.7 meters tall, with light blonde hair, light green eyes, pretty faces, and the cherry lips that are very recognizable to Slavic girls. Ukraine is different from the West, where many girls get married at the age of 14, and 16 is considered an adult. In the villa hall, Emily Joplin, Celia's personal assistant who had arrived here in advance, motioned the girls to greet Simon, stepped forward to take the boss's coat, nodded slightly to Celia, and then turned to the man and whispered, "Mr. Westeros, are you going to rest now?" Simon looked at the 6 beautiful vases with appreciation, shook his head and said, "Make a pot of coffee first. Also, "Is there a smaller living room here?" Emily said, "There are both upstairs and downstairs." Simon said, "Let's go upstairs." As he spoke, he walked towards the stairs. Emily stepped forward to lead the way, and Celia followed Simon on the other side. The girls standing in a row saw the legendary young tycoon taking Celia and the other two girls upstairs. Without being told, they all stood there in a proper manner. Chosen from thousands of girls, they knew very well that this job was not easy to come by. Since being chosen, they have moved into this villa and started a completely different life. While being fully satisfied materially, the girls began to receive various strict trainings. Their words and behaviors were all in accordance with rules, including the deliberate separation from their families. It was almost like a buyout. The girls' families had no objection to this, because when the girls got the job, their families were properly settled. In such a desolate and turbulent era, it was just one girl who exchanged for a family's abundance and stability. Some capable girls' families were even arranged to work in government departments. Such a price was completely worth it. Coming to a small living room on the second floor, Simon sat down on the sofa. Emily asked a few more questions and then left the room. After Emily left, Celia, who was sitting on the sofa next to her, opened a file box she had just brought in. She glanced at the man's expression and explained with a teasing smile, "This was arranged by Kermorov and his men. They knew you liked young girls, so they were carefully selected. I also checked for you according to the standards of the way families maids, and I specially asked for the selection criteria from Cape du May. So, if you are satisfied, you can taste it tonight." Chapter 691 Split Execution 3. Celia's words showed that Sergei Kermorov and his team knew Simon's preferences clearly through the London girl incident. Simon couldn't help but think of the girls he had raised in various places. Over the past 6 months, Simon gradually discovered that things were clearly a bit off. The girls selected from Eastern Europe and Latin America were originally top-notch in both appearance and intelligence. Coupled with Simon's strict training at all costs, the current situation is that the goblins are so outstanding that if they continue to grow at the current pace, they will definitely grow into the big goblins that Simon had imagined, capable of wreaking havoc on the world. And they are a group. Therefore, if they are still allowed to serve as maids in the Westeros family who need to serve tea, pour water, fold quilts and make beds in the future, it is not impossible, but it is really a waste of talent. Simon is not a person who likes to waste talent. On the contrary, he prefers to make the best use of people's talents, which is why Sophia, Alice, Claire, Becky and others can fully display themselves in the Westeros system. Therefore, Simon has quietly given up the original plan. The training of the girls will not stop. In any case, creating a group of stunning goblins is a very fulfilling thing. The expenses that ordinary people consider to be extravagant are not even as much as Simon's daily income. Just treat it as a unique personal hobby. Moreover, even if they don't need to serve as maids of the Way family, most of these girls will be integrated into the huge Westeros system in the future. Janet has secretly taken a fancy to several girls and plans to train them as her assistants or insert them into Cersei capital. Sophia also privately talked to Simon about similar thoughts. She found that one of the girls in Milan's group has a very outstanding design talent and hopes to carry out targeted training now. Simon agreed to all of this. Of course, this matter is not absolute. If some girls are still willing to enter Cape du May Manor in the future, Simon will not refuse. As for those whose minds have already flown away, Simon will let them go and let the birds fly freely. Then, regarding the issue of Way's maids, Simon no longer prefers all-round girls. He will specially select those who are responsible for serving the master's daily life. The only thing that will not change is that the selection process is still strict. Speaking of which, Simon's arrangement of the 3 people around Gralf and his daughter a few days ago was the result of his transformation. As social creatures, humans are prone to forming their own positions. Just like the biochemical mode of a certain online game in Simon's memory, once a warrior becomes a zombie, he will almost immediately attack his original comrades. This is the most intuitive manifestation of the position. Select simple professional maids and place them outside the Westeros family first. While managing the huge properties under Simon's name, gradually let them form their own positions and loyalty, recognize themselves as part of the Westeros system from the heart, and after multiple tests, they can be transferred to his side in the future. In the small living room of the villa, Celia Miller opened the file box and handed Simon a pension report for the disabled and dead soldiers of the Westeros mercenaries. Seeing that the man did not respond to his previous ridicule, he changed the subject casually and asked, "Boss, I found that your sudden visit to Europe this time is a bit unusual. Is there anything else?" Over the past few months, Celia has understood some of Simon's personal habits. In the past, when the man traveled, he would usually bring along Gurley and the Way family maids, but this time, he only had a few groups of bodyguards. Celia didn't think it was because he left the United States. Simon flipped through the documents in his hand, without looking up, and said in a light tone, "Nothing." Celia paused, didn't ask any more questions, and started to talk about business. As of the end of July, all the pensions for the 437 soldiers who died in the Rwandan war and retired due to disability have been paid in full. According to the boss's requirements, there was no transfer through any middleman, and it was paid directly in US dollars. Next, our education and medical benefits will still cover these soldiers and their families, and there will be appropriate special treatment. Oh, and there is also the job placement that the boss in Kermorov mentioned in the afternoon, which will be supplemented later. Other planned plans are in the documents in the boss's hand. To be precise, of the 437 soldiers who received pensions, 276 were killed and 161 retired due to varying degrees of disability. One general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Serving as a soldier, eating food, and fighting in battles are the duties of a soldier. Simon did not feel much pity or guilt for the hundreds of casualties, but he would not ignore his responsibility, which was to take care of the families of the dead and wounded soldiers as much as possible. Death compensation is only one of the benefits. All those who fought for the Westeros system, including their families, were also included in the Westeros system by Simon, and gradually evolved into part of the Westerosian. While ensuring the lives of these people, Simon also planned to open up a channel for the descendants of these soldiers to rise through long-term education and support, which is actually to cultivate a steady stream of reserve talent for the Westeros system. After listening to Celia, Simon nodded and said while reading the document in his hand, "In fact, there is one more thing. A $50,000 pension should be a huge sum of money for most soldiers' families. You can discuss with Krim, Sergei and others to discuss a plan to help these families make value-preserving investments. In this way, set up a special office. I will also arrange for someone to come and keep an eye on it. In the future, the terms of the pension for the dead need to be appropriately revised. If the soldiers have offspring, a certain proportion of the child support fund should be allocated as much as possible to ensure that they grow up. The UFMS will set up a special trust fund for safekeeping." Simon really didn't have much confidence in people's hearts. When men died in the war, women often chose to remarry. After their identities changed, the soldiers' children would inevitably be neglected. With this in mind, Simon adjusted his thinking and said, "In the future, the terms of the pension will include special inheritance matters, allowing the soldiers to designate the proportion of the pension that their parents, wives, and children will benefit from, so as to avoid disputes. We also need to give corresponding suggestions. Whether to deposit the pension into our trust fund is also up to the soldiers themselves." Celia quickly wrote down Simon's instructions on a memo. Just as she was about to say something, Emily Joplin came in with coffee, so she stopped talking temporarily. Emily poured coffee for the two of them, squatted beside the coffee table and sorted the tray, and said to Simon casually, "Mr. Westeros, the girls are still downstairs. Do you need them to rest first?" Simon flipped a page of the information in his hand and said casually, "Take them to my bedroom." Emily paused slightly as she was about to cover the sugar jar, quickly glanced at the man, retracted her gaze, and nodded, "Okay." After that, she stood up, and her eyes clearly swept over Celia before leaving. After Emily left, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat strange. Celia forgot what she was going to say for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, she took the initiative to explain, "Boss, in fact, the selection criteria for these girls were set by the lady. She said that the situation here is more complicated, and it would be safer to choose younger girls." Simon nodded and reminded, "Don't hide it from me next time." Celia responded softly, and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the right choice for her to explain it at the first time. Because they didn't know Simon well enough, Komorov and others thought that Simon liked young girls, which was understandable. But Celia couldn't be unaware of Simon's preferences. As the person in charge of Westeros affairs in Ukraine, although Komorov and others were in charge, the actual decision-making power was still in Celia's hands. If she deliberately went against Simon on certain things because of her own little thoughts, even if the matter was insignificant, but seeing the big picture from the small, Simon would no longer be completely assured to hand over military affairs that were crucial to the Westeros system to the other party in the future. And just now, Celia tentatively asked about Simon's other purposes for this trip to Europe, which was actually a bit overstepping. This woman was obviously testing Simon's acceptance of her intentionally or unintentionally. Sophia had similar thoughts at the beginning, and Simon had clearly warned Sophia at the first time. Sophia has been very obedient for so many years, which is why she can occupy a place in Simon's heart. Celia comes from a political circle with extremely fierce intrigues, and has a desire for power that exceeds many men, and her will is strong enough. Simon actually admires these qualities of Celia. As long as she can do her job well, he doesn't mind giving her everything she wants. However, Simon will not let women have the illusion of influencing and interfering with him. Some of Celia's previous words were indeed tentative. Celia would not easily hope to replace Janet Westeros, but if she could get closer to the little man and even have an influence on many of his decisions, then her position in the Westeros system would definitely increase further. Now, the result is obviously not very good. In the previous few days in Kiev, because of a series of tight schedules and too many people around, the two had no chance to be intimate. Unexpectedly, the seemingly inconspicuous temptation was easily seen through. The man asked Emily to send all 6 girls to his bedroom, obviously with some kind of warning. Pure female beauty was nothing to him. If she wanted to rely on it, the result would only be counterproductive. After quietly reflecting on herself, Celia thought of Emily Joplin, who had just left. She gritted her teeth slightly. Simon's personal military assistant office had just been established, and Celia discovered that although Emily Joplin was of little experience, she was obviously her kind, with the same outstanding ability and ambition. After getting enough power from Simon, Celia thought she could easily suppress this subordinate, so she did not exclude her as she originally thought. After all, she still recognized Emily's ability very much, and the girl had been doing her job as her deputy for several months. Unexpectedly, this goblin started to make trouble since she entered the villa tonight. Celia was a little unhappy with Emily's attentiveness to Simon when she first entered the door. Unexpectedly, this goblin dared to play a trick on her in person and even used her eyes to protest before leaving. "Do you want to go to heaven? Do you think I can't deal with you?" Celia had just decided in her heart that as soon as Simon left Ukraine, she would immediately kick out a certain goblin, but the man next to her suddenly said, "Emily is good." Celia immediately came back to her senses and looked up at the man, who was still flipping through the thick document, as if he had not said anything just now. After hesitating for a while, Celia confirmed, "Simon, what did you just say?" Simon's attention still did not leave the document in his hand, and he repeated, "I said Emily is good." Celia hesitated, but still nodded, and smiled reluctantly, "Yes, Alice." Some plans were immediately ruined again. The man obviously saw through her thoughts, and just now he was a small knock. She had already broken the rules twice, and she didn't want to test whether the man could never give up 3 times. Simon finished reading a page of information again. This time he looked up and asked, "By the way, you seem to have something else to say about the pension." Celia nodded, quickly searched for her thoughts, and said, "Yes, I mean, if a trust fund is set up, will this overlap with the education, medical care and other benefits of the family members?" Simon shook his head and said, "There is no need to worry about these. You have to understand, Celia, this part of the expenditure is actually equivalent to the defense budget of the Westeros system. I will not pursue economic returns. With the current foundation of the Westeros system, there is no need to be frugal. Of course, I must remind you that all funds must be spent where they should be spent. You must remember this, and don't forget to tell Krim and the others that if any one of you crosses the line, I will pursue it to the end." The two continued to chat and discussed until 12 o'clock, and then ended the day's work. Emily appeared again at the right time and took Simon to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of the villa. This small detail also made Celia realize that her mind should not seem to be entirely focused on work. Or, everything about a man should be her work. If she had known about the villa and the various arrangements in advance, instead of letting Emily take charge, there would be no chance for this goblin to make arrangements tonight. However, with so many things to do, She couldn't split herself into two people, could she? The man got up to rest, but Celia didn't leave immediately, and continued to drink her depressed coffee in the small living room on the second floor. A few minutes later, Emily appeared at the door of the living room. Celia immediately changed her posture slightly, staring sharply at the girl who walked in and sat on the sofa opposite her. Emily looked like she didn't notice Celia's eyes at all, poured herself a cup of coffee and held it in her hand, then said, "Just arrived in Ukraine. The lady called in person to explain the boss's daily life, and asked me to be responsible for these things." Celia understood why Emily was so fearless today. With Janet Westeros' words, even without Simon's endorsement, she didn't dare to rashly kick Emily out. However, Celia quickly said, "In that case, you can be responsible for these things in the future. If I could be like ABCD, I would love it, but it's a pity that this is only temporary." Emily was not afraid of Celia's threat at all. She raised her cup and took a sip of coffee. Her confident expression was also filled with gloating. "I did it on purpose just now. But something must have gone wrong here, otherwise." The girl raised her hand and pointed upstairs, saying, "So, I think you should consider how to make up for it now. Celia, it's useless for you to target me. On the phone that day, the lady knew me better than my parents, and, well, she admired me. From this point of view, I think all of us should be registered at Cape Dumay Manor. So, if you want to go further in the Westeros system, we'd better cooperate." Chapter 692 Split Execution 4. Maybe it was because of the jet lag, or maybe it was for other reasons, Celia didn't sleep well last night. She woke up in a bedroom on the second floor of the villa before 7 o'clock in the morning. After a frank discussion after midnight last night, Celia reluctantly admitted the fact that she would cooperate with Emily. The main reason was that she was really too busy to handle it alone. Instead of letting her boss realize this and strip her of her power to others, it would be better to take the initiative to find an ally. However, after only chatting with Emily for more than 10 minutes, the girl's body made a beeping sound. This was a summoner temporarily equipped by Simon's team, similar to a pager. Celia saw Girl A use it once in Ohio a few days ago. When she watched Emily leave, Celia felt a little sour, and she also imagined what she would do if she was called upstairs with some malice. Then, she continued to sit in the living room until after 1 o'clock, and then she realized that Emily was responsible for arranging the rooms in the villa, and she didn't know where her bedroom was. August in New York is still hot, but in northern Ukraine, the night temperature is less than 10 degrees Celsius, and you may catch a cold if you just make do. Without the permission of a certain little man, she did not dare to go up to the third floor. She fumbled around on the second floor for a while, and found her luggage in her bedroom, so she rested. After washing up, she left the bedroom and looked at her watch. It was 7:10. The villa was very quiet. Just like last night, she secretly listened in bed, but unfortunately the villa was well soundproofed and the surroundings were quiet. After going downstairs, she found that everyone who should get up had already gotten up. Emily was busy in the kitchen. Celia knew that her boss did not have high requirements for food, but he was not used to strangers preparing meals for him. Pretending not to notice that Emily's face was obviously still rosy, Celia went forward to help prepare breakfast, and asked casually, and learned that the man went out for a run. I must not have lasted for a few minutes last night, otherwise I would not have the energy to go out for a run. Thinking so, I also knew that I was deceiving myself. Being in a position where she can always touch the top of the pyramid of this world, Celia's most profound feeling is that most of the superiors have very strong energy. Whether it is the Ministry of Defense where she used to work or the current Westeros system, there are many people who only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. Celia suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask, and Emily didn't mean to explain. However, until the man came back from running and the three of them had a simple breakfast together, none of the 6 girls from last night showed up. They were obviously still resting in the bedroom upstairs. After breakfast, Ken Dixon, who was in charge of Simon's security this time, entered the villa with 2 other followers, holding a special password box in his hand. Celia had also seen it and knew that only Simon could open the box. Simon and Dixon entered a study on the first floor, and there were 2 bodyguards guarding outside the door. Celia went to the second floor tactfully to sort out her boss's next schedule. Simon will stay in Ukraine for 2 more days. He has been to the UMFS military base yesterday. Today and tomorrow, he will personally go through the various layouts of the Westeros system in Rovna Oblast, including the family community that UMFS is planning to build, some factories acquired by Komorov, and some important meeting schedules. Compared with a huge Westeros system, many industries here are actually insignificant. Simon will stay here for 3 days, so it can be seen that he attaches great importance to the layout of the military field of the Westeros system. While looking through the planning plan of the UMFS family community, Emily walked into the living room with a pot of coffee. After she poured 2 cups of coffee, she sat down next to her. Celia handed Emily the information of several factories under the Oldek company that Komorov was in charge of, and said, "Take a look at these first, and you will be responsible for explaining them to the boss in the afternoon." Emily agreed to take it, knowing that her boss began to fulfill the tacit understanding reached between the two last night. She put the document on her knees and opened it. She noticed Celia's scrutinizing eyes sweeping over her. Emily smiled and raised her arms, spread 5 fingers on one hand, and raised 2 fingers on the other hand. "This is 7? Celia was slightly stunned, then understood and rolled her eyes. "It seems that you like this very much?" Emily retracted her gesture and opened the document. Her tone was obviously deliberately a little proud. "The boss wants it, I can't refuse." Celia still couldn't help it, and subconsciously said, 6 are not enough." Emily's slender waist swayed gently on the sofa a few times. The movement seemed unintentional, but with a touch of charm, she said, "They're all young girls, they don't know anything, so I have to teach them." Celia teased, "I remember you have a boyfriend." Emily looked up and smiled even more. "It's already an ex-boyfriend." Celia knew she had said something wrong as soon as she said it. In any case, Emily is still single, and her family situation is quite happy on the surface. Fortunately, Celia was not a thin-skinned woman. She ignored what she had just said and stopped exploring her boss's absurdity last night. The topic turned to business, and she occasionally became curious about what the young man downstairs was doing at this moment. Simon was looking through the detailed information of the Stefano family. These days, through the information collected by the Westeros family intelligence team, Simon has a deeper understanding of the mafia organization Glory Society in the Calabria region in southern Italy. Compared with their cause in Sicily and Camorra in Campania, the current Glory Society is still far behind the top mafias, and its structure is loose and there are constant internal disputes. However, this is only now. According to some trivial information in my mind, because our cause and Camorra have been the focus of the Italian government for many years, the rise and fall of these protégés, after the new century, the Glory Society gradually became on par with the Sicilian and Campanian mafia, and extended its tentacles to the world. This is a later story. Moreover, this time, with the interference of the Westeros system, whether the Ndrangheta can still rise according to the original timeline depends on Simon's attitude. The reason why Simon decided to launch this deterrence without much hesitation is also because the Ndrangheta is not strong now. If it is the still strong La Cosa Nostra and Camorra, he will not act rashly. The assassination of Giovanni Falco, a famous Italian anti-mafia judge, who was blown up to the sky by a ton of explosives 2 years ago, was done by La Cosa Nostra in Sicily. However, after that incident, due to the strong backlash from the media and public opinion, the Italian government has arrested thousands of gang members including the current godfather of La Cosa Nostra, and the Falco assassination has become a turning point for the Sicilian mafia from prosperity to decline. In fact, it can also be seen from this that the mafia is ultimately vulnerable to the will of the government. Being high profile is courting death. As for the Stefano family in Calabria, it is only of medium strength among the 6 major families in power in the Ndrangheta at this stage. Moreover, although the Second Civil War of the Ndrangheta ended 3 years ago under the mediation of other mafia forces, the 2 distinct factions within it have not really reconciled. These are elements that Simon can use. The Stefano family made their fortune by reselling cigarettes in the 1970s. There are only 4 brothers left from the 6 brothers who conquered the world at the beginning. The other 2 died in gang feuds. At this stage, if the mistress and illegitimate children who have been quietly dug out by the Westeros family intelligence team are not taken into account, the entire Stefano family has a total of 27 people, and the remaining 4 of the 6 brothers who started the business are the oldest Giorgio Stefano, 59 years old, the youngest Dimitri Stefano, 35 years old, and the current godfather is the 3rd oldest Horace Stefano, who is 46 years old this year. Since the Stefano family sent bullets to the homes of their women and children, Simon's decision is to directly make the entire Stefano family disappear from the face of the earth. In fact, the Italian mafia also has a law that does not harm the family. However, not to mention the infighting within the mafia that has gone to extremes in recent years, the so-called no harm to the family in the public report of an 8-year-old boy who was thrown into a barrel of sulfuric acid is a joke to Simon. Therefore, when dealing with these people, Simon's bottom line is that there is no bottom line. In the study on the first floor of the villa, Simon and Ken Dixon discussed various matters within the authority of the personal bodyguard. According to the feedback, he sent a series of encrypted emails directly to intelligence teams across Italy through his laptop computer. Finally, he sent Dixon away and had a video call with Sofia. The city of Rivne is not connected to the internet, but Simon's security team has set up a special satellite communication system in the manor. The anonymous email boxes hidden in the huge email system of a grid are encrypted and registered randomly. Even if they are discovered, even if the content is deciphered due to betrayal by an insider, there will be no evidence to prove that the sender of the instructions is Simon, including the intelligence team. It is not clear who is giving them instructions. This time, the deterrence will not be to make the entire Stefano family disappear from the face of the earth. In fact, for this operation, the Westeros system will have some layout in the Italian political circles, media and even the mafia to ensure that the whole thing will not produce unexpected sequelae to the greatest extent. Different layouts are naturally handled by different teams. In short, all details will strictly follow Simon's split execution strategy. At 9 o'clock, after dealing with the things in Italy, Sergei Komorov had arrived. Everyone left the manor in the city center and rushed to the west of Rivne City, where the planned UFMS family community was located. When I returned to Rivne City last night, it was already dusk and I didn't see the situation around the city clearly. This time, the black Mercedes-Benz car shuttled on the wide road of Rivne, and it was a bleak scene. Celia sat next to Simon in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz. She noticed the man's gaze and took the initiative to say, before the collapse of the Soviet Union, the population of Rivne was about 290,000. However, according to recent statistics, there are only 220,000 people left in the city, most of whom have moved to the countryside, and a few have fled to Western Europe through Poland. Simon nodded slightly. He didn't need Celia to explain more, he knew why. Ukraine's GDP has plummeted by more than 30% in recent years. The completely collapsed domestic economy has led to serious material shortages. In order to avoid starvation, many urban residents can only move to the countryside to become farmers in order to be self-sufficient. Ordinary people living in peaceful and prosperous countries always find it difficult to imagine why a modern civilized country would still have something that seems to be something that shouldn't happen. Especially for a European granary like Ukraine, which not only supplied the entire Soviet Union, but also created a lot of foreign exchange for the former Soviet Union through the export of agricultural products. In such a country, it seems that there shouldn't be material shortages and people starving if you just grow food on the land. Russia, which occupies the largest territory in the world, shouldn't be like this either. So, why? The answer is simple. It is the modern civilization that everyone relies on subconsciously that has led to all this. As far as agriculture is concerned, modern agriculture is no longer the backward, inefficient and self-sufficient agricultural civilization of the feudal era, but is closely linked to the economic system of the entire country. They prosper together and suffer together. Because modern agricultural production is different from the primitive farming in ancient times, it requires a large amount of fertilizers, pesticides, machinery and other materials. When the country collapses, severe inflation will first impact the industrial system, causing factories that produce fertilizers, pesticides, machinery, and other agricultural materials to fall into serious losses due to currency depreciation and other reasons and close down one after another, and can no longer supply the agricultural production needs of the entire country. On the other hand, also because of the economic collapse, agricultural production actually no longer needs so many materials. Because farmers can no longer afford it. This has created a vicious cycle. Fertilizers, pesticides and other production materials cannot be afforded, and resources such as electricity and fuel in the farming process are also in short supply, which will not only lead to a significant reduction in the output per unit area of farmland, but also, even after the reduction in production, the agricultural products cultivated cannot be sold at a good price due to currency depreciation. As a result, farmers will inevitably reduce production inputs significantly. Perhaps a farm originally had 10 hectares of land, but for various reasons, The farmer would only cultivate 1/10 or 1/12 of it, or even reduce it to the point where it can only be self-sufficient and has no excess output. When this phenomenon spreads to the entire country, it is easy to imagine what kind of catastrophic consequences will occur. At this stage, Ukraine's GDP has only plummeted by 30%, but because the all-round collapse of the industrial and financial system has been transmitted to the agricultural system with the weakest risk resistance, Ukraine's grain output has actually plummeted by more than 50% compared to the former Soviet era. In this case, it is natural that people are starving due to material scarcity. In Simon's memory, until more than 20 years later, because the entire country has not been fundamentally stabilized, Ukraine has never been able to restore its status as the granary of Europe. In order to ensure basic material needs, a large number of urban residents still need to spend a lot of time to take care of their allocated farmland in the suburbs. At this stage, Russia and Ukraine are in exactly the same situation. Many people always joke that Putin's goal of "give me 20 years" has not been achieved, but compared with Ukraine, which is still politically turbulent, economically depressed, poor, full of oligarchs and even in civil war more than 20 years later, it is definitely a very lucky thing for the Russian people to meet a leader who is really working hard for their country and nation. Simon certainly has no intention of helping Ukraine change the status quo. Simon firmly believes in a cruel truth that when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is truly innocent. Moreover, the more turbulent the country is, the more beneficial it is for the layout of the Westeros system. For example, this time, because of the economic collapse, a large number of residents fled the city, and the Westeros system could easily allocate a large amount of land on the west side of Rivne to build a UFMS family community. Chapter 693 Split Execution 5. The planned UFMS family community covers an area of 30 hectares, and a large area of wasteland is directly designated in the western suburbs of Livni City, so there is no need for very troublesome demolition. When Simon and his party arrived at the destination, it was already a busy scene. Thousands of workers and various engineering vehicles are initially leveling the vast land that stretches as far as the eye can see. Because the land resources are very rich, the 30 hectares of land are expected to only accommodate the first batch of 500 soldier families. In addition to public facilities such as roads, schools, and hospitals, each family will receive a unified 500 square meters of independent courtyard. If Simon were in the United States, he would definitely not be able to afford such a resettlement standard. At this stage, an independent courtyard covering an area of 500 square meters in Los Angeles, even if the location is poor, will cost $200,000 or $300,000 US. If it is in the prime location of Beverly Hills, it may cost more than $1 million US. But here, the entire UFMS family community, including all costs such as land acquisition, house construction, and road construction, the average budget investment per courtyard is only $3,000 US, and the total budget for community construction is $1.5 million US. $1.5 million is not enough for Simon to buy a luxury house in some big cities. However, for Ukraine, where the average monthly income of residents is less than $30 at this stage, this is a very large sum. The simplest calculation is that $3,000, calculated based on an average monthly salary of $30, is equivalent to the total income of a Ukrainian resident for 8 years. In fact, the monthly income of most Ukrainian residents does not even reach $30. Therefore, the two-story European-style small building with a courtyard of about 200 square meters per household in the plan is already a luxury house in Rivne. At present, many communities in the city are still large areas of cheap wooden houses. Rivne is different from Los Angeles, where it is spring all year round. This inland city of Ukraine, which is at the same latitude as northeast China, has a long and cold winter, with temperatures of -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Living in a wooden house with extremely poor thermal insulation performance is definitely a torment, which also shows the living conditions of the residents of this country. Speaking of which, this decline trend has already begun since the former Soviet Union in the 1970s and 1980s, but it has completely fallen into hell in recent years. Community construction site. Simon was walking on a plot of land that was about to be built into a school. After listening to Komarov's introduction, he asked, "How is the preparation for recruiting teachers going?" "I remember I said that we must have the best." Sergei Komarov gestured to Celia and said, "Ms. Miller is in charge of this matter, but I think it will be very smooth." In recent months, Celia has been working hard to learn Russian. She roughly understood what Kermorov was saying, and took over the conversation and said to Simon, "Boss, the recruitment of teachers has started since last month. Now many schools in Ukraine are suspended because they can't pay salaries, including some universities. If you want, I can even recruit a full professor-level teaching team." Simon knew that the domestic situation in Ukraine was very bad. He was still a little surprised to hear that schools were starting to shut down. "Is it that serious?" Celia said. The former Soviet Union attached great importance to education, especially in the economically developed Ukrainian region. At its peak, there were more than 1,000 higher education schools across Ukraine. However, after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, due to the government's financial constraints, many schools were closed one after another, resulting in a large number of senior teachers with rich experience becoming unemployed. Simon didn't know what to say for a moment. If a country's education system begins to collapse, it will have no future. The reason why China has been able to rise rapidly after the reform and opening up is inseparable from the rapid provision of a large number of highly educated talents by the resumption of the college entrance examination. Thinking about some things in Ukraine in my memory, national treasure-level aircraft design experts were beaten in the street, and scholars in their 70s and 80s had to work hard for the most basic livelihood. The former combat heroes did not receive the respect they deserved, and the combat troops who carried out the order were forced by politicians to kneel in the street to calm the public anger. It is really hard to talk about hope and future in such a country. Celia didn't understand what Simon was thinking. Seeing that her boss didn't say anything, she continued to add, "When we were in Kiev the day before yesterday, I received a handwritten letter from a retired professor of the Department of Physics of the National University of Kiev. He saw a recruitment notice in the newspaper and sincerely hoped to try to return to work. He is 67 years old and said that he is in good health. However, since last year, he has not received the minimum monthly pension of 1 million gobi for 6 consecutive months, and the life pressure at home is very high." Gobi is the Ukrainian currency unit after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. The full name is hryvnia. Simon stopped and listened to Celia talking about this episode with a calm face. At the end, he asked, "How much is 1 million gobi?" In the exchanges in recent days, when it comes to currency, in order to facilitate understanding, people around Simon will automatically help him convert into US dollars. He didn't care too much about the exchange rate of the Ukrainian currency. Celia took out her wallet from her Hermes bag, searched around, and pulled out a 200,000 gobi note and handed it to Simon, saying, "This one is about 95 cents. The Ukrainian gobi and the Russian ruble both suffered from severe inflation last year, but the Kiev authorities have not issued a new currency like Russia did." Simon took a large note. Celia handed over. 200,000 gobi was only equivalent to 95 cents. A retired professor was owed a monthly pension of 1 million gobi for half a year, which was less than $5 US. For some reason, Simon suddenly felt a strong sense of sadness. Glancing at the busy crowd on the construction site, Simon asked again, "What about them?" Celia understood what Simon was asking and answered skillfully, "The average daily wage is about 100,000 gobi, and it varies depending on the type of work. In addition, we will provide a lunch." Simon nodded, thought for a moment, and said to Celia, "Recruit teachers based on a scale of 1,000 people. Just like you just said, try to select the best ones. It would be even better if all of them are university professors." Celia said, "Boss, isn't that too much? Although the educational benefits of UFMS will benefit all the children of soldiers, in fact, many soldiers are still single. Even if we calculate it based on an average of 1 child for every 5,000 soldiers, 1,000 teachers teach 5,000 students, and the teacher-student ratio is 1 to 5, which is unmatched by many of the world's top universities. What's more, this is only primary education from kindergarten to high school, so there is no need for too many teachers." Simon insisted, "Not only the children of soldiers, but also the soldiers of UMFS will continue to receive education in the future. They need to master at least one foreign language. These will be taught by our team of teachers. In addition, the school does not need to limit the children of soldiers, but can also recruit students from the whole society. However, in this regard, we will only accept very smart and hard-working children. As long as they meet these conditions, the Westeros system can provide them with the same tuition exemption treatment as the children of soldiers." Simon does not believe in human nature, but firmly believes that any effort will be rewarded to some extent. Education is actually the most rewarding investment. Perhaps there are some grassroots heroes in this world who are illiterate but have climbed to the top of the pyramid, but in general, people who have received a good education and have a high degree of education definitely occupy the majority of the top of the pyramid. Since this country has completely lost its direction, Simon does not mind training more elites for them so as to gradually master this country. After visiting the UMFS Family Community Company in the morning and several factories under the Olde Company in the afternoon, Simon and his party still returned from a quarry in the south of Riven after dusk. The convoy entered the city from the main road in the south of the city. Just as it turned left and was about to pass through a residential area, it suddenly stopped due to some obstacles. Simon was discussing the training of the female guard team in Ukraine with Celia in the car. Like North America, 100 girls with sports expertise have been recruited from various colleges and universities. However, because the girls here are not in a hurry to use, Simon is more patient in the training of this batch of Ukrainian female guards and plans to train them slowly. Therefore, they did not enter the military base for training immediately like North America, but were placed in Kiev to receive intensive foreign language training and some professional agent skills education from former KGB agents recruited from Ukraine by the Westeros system. Of course, it is definitely not the kind of swallow. Noticing that the convoy stopped suddenly, Simon looked to the front row. The black Mercedes-Benz in front blocked the view, and for a moment he didn't know what happened. The driver talked to the bodyguard in the car in front of him through the intercom for a few words, then turned to Simon and said, "Boss, there was a gang fight at the intersection ahead, blocking the road." As the driver said this, Ken Dixon had already gotten off the car in front, and Sergei Kermorov and Klim Derivayenko, who were originally following Simon's convoy to go home, also got off. Simon told Celia and pushed the door to get off. Seeing Simon get off, Ken Dixon and several other bodyguards quickly protected Simon in the middle. Except for Simon's convoy, there were few other vehicles on this road. Everyone stood in the middle of the road and looked forward. About 20 to 30 young people happened to block an intersection not far ahead, holding blades, sticks and other weapons, and were fighting. Looking around, some people were shouting loudly in the melee, some were torn, and some fell to the ground, which was very lively. Ukraine prohibits guns, but the number of guns owned by civilians is actually very large. It seems that these young people have not lost their minds. They abide by the rules of the road and only use cold weapons. The mayor of Riven, Roman Nishik, who has been following Simon for a day, ran over from behind with an embarrassed look on his face and apologized. "Mr. Westeros, I'm really sorry to make you laugh. I will notify the police department to arrest these bastards." There was no need for Roman Nishik to notify the police. He found that a group of obviously untouchable convoys was blocked by him, and even the two bodyguards closest to them had taken out the automatic rifles that the army would use and pointed them at them. A group of gangsters quickly stopped fighting, carefully divided into two groups, and helped their injured or unconscious brothers to disperse into the surrounding streets in an instant. In the last sunset that came from the side, several shocking scarlet bloodstains were left on the ground at the intersection. Seeing that Simon was still standing still and looking at the bloodstains at the intersection, Roman Nishik had to pull Krim Derivayenko next to him. Although this matter has nothing to do with him directly, if this young tycoon who is also well connected in Ukraine is unhappy and takes his anger out on him, the position of the mayor will not be stable. Derivayenko, who has been to the battlefield more than once, was disdainful of the small scene just now. He was originally watching the excitement with Simon. When he noticed Nishik's action, he said to Simon, "Boss, it's just a fight between some small hooligans. There's nothing to see. Let's go back early." Simon nodded and got in the car. After the Mercedes restarted, he said to Celia beside him, "I will temporarily change the plan. I will stay here for one more day." Celia was just stunned for a moment, and quickly agreed. After thinking for a while, she said, "In recent years, the unemployment rate in Ukraine has exceeded 20%, and the unemployment rate among young people is even higher. Because of the lack of livelihood, many people have gradually joined gangs. When the UFMS family community was just started, some gang members came to provoke. Krim showed up once, and no one dared to harass us again. This kind of thing will not affect us." Simon certainly understood. Even if the layout of the Westeros system in Ukraine has not yet taken root, it is definitely not something that some gang members dare to provoke at will. Especially in Rivne Oblast, which is about to become the base of the Westeros system in Ukraine. Simon suddenly decided to stay in Ukraine for one more day, just thinking of other things. In this world, where there is light, there must be darkness. The mafia cannot be fundamentally eliminated. In this case, Simon intends to try to control this dark force. The Russian mafia in memory has successfully extended its tentacles to all parts of the world, and the power of control is no less than that of the more famous Italian mafia. Then, as long as they dare to fight, and perhaps there are some strong helpers behind the scenes, there is no reason why the Ukrainian mafia cannot do this. Simon has no intention of gaining benefits from the mafia. However, if he can control an underground force affiliated with the Westeros system, and if the Italian mafia sends bullets to the core figures of the Westeros system in the future, there will be no need for Simon to come forward in person, and he can completely adopt a strategy of black eating black. Until returning to the small manor in the city center, Simon was still carefully considering this matter. We can start from Rivne and quietly provide assistance to send some daring and fighting young people to Western Europe and North America. This will also prevent Rivne, the focus of Westeros system operations, from being disturbed by gang members, killing two birds with one stone. However, how to control these people to the greatest extent is also a difficulty. Simon soon thought of the KGB again. Why did so many former KGB agents in Russia enter the top level of the authorities, and even were born here? The key is that the KGB agents of the former Soviet Union were indeed a group of people who could be called social elites. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Ukraine adopted a completely negative strategy towards the former Soviet Union in the previous few years. The Ukrainian branch of the KGB was directly disbanded, and a large number of elite agents were unemployed like many ordinary people. Perhaps some elite agents who are good at walking on the edge of darkness can be arranged as leaders. Entering the villa, Simon, who was busy all day, temporarily let go of his thoughts. This time, the 6 girls took the initiative to greet them. Simon was a big shot far away from these girls, so he naturally had a submissive mentality. The man's casual consideration since last night made the girls, who originally had no extravagant expectations, unconsciously develop an admiration for him. At this time, they looked at Simon with the more obvious obedience. After a day of running around, he planned to take a bath first. He had just asked 2 girls whose names he could not remember to go upstairs to prepare the bath water for him. Emily mentioned that there was an indoor swimming pool in the villa, just on the west side of the villa. Bathing in the pool must be more comfortable than a bathtub. Hearing this, Simon turned around and unbuttoned his coat while calling out casually. The 6 little vases heard the man's instructions, and either took the initiative to lead the way or took the man's clothes and followed him attentively. Chapter 694, Relatives. As a professional soldier with a privileged background, Krim Derevyanko used to think that gangs were just street thugs, so he was very disdainful. However, in recent days, with Simon's indoctrination, Derevyanko felt that a new world was slowly opening up to him. It turns out that the total amount of drug transactions in the world can reach hundreds of billions of dollars each year. It turns out that the sports industry controlled by gangs can also make so much money. It turns out that the relationship between Western governments and underground forces can be so close. It turns out that the huge financial and tax revenue contributed by gangs in the process of money laundering can actually affect the economic trend of a country. So, when Simon revealed some of his plans, Derevyanko, who was full of adventurous spirit in his bones, immediately showed a strong enthusiasm. He immediately used the power of the Derevyanko family and the police system of Rivne State to investigate and record the gangs in Rivne City, which were still in their infancy, and suggested selecting some suitable candidates from the soldiers under the UFMS to cooperate with the former KGB agents to be recruited and send them to various parts of Europe as leaders. Simon agreed after a little consideration. Professional agents are often more suitable for roles such as military advisors after joining the gang. At least in the early stages of the gang's development, there is still a greater need for a leader who dares to fight. In the preliminary plan, in the next few months, Derevyanko will be mainly responsible for recruiting and training candidates, and Simon will use the Westeros family's intelligence team to arrange suitable smuggling routes and settlement areas. As for the follow-up, although the Westeros system will not completely let go, it still depends on the parties themselves to conquer the world. World-class gangs basically have decades of history. Simon is not in a hurry for success. This plan will be considered to have achieved its goal if it can see results in 5 to 10 years. in the city of Rivne, Simon's Manor. Arrived in Ukraine on August 16th, today is August 21st, Sunday. From the morning, I discussed the layout of the whole thing with Krim Derevyanko in the manor until more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Derevyanko said goodbye and left. After seeing Derevyanko off, this trip to Ukraine is basically over. I will leave tomorrow, but there are still some small personal matters to deal with. About the 6 small vases that were unexpectedly harvested during this trip. Ekaterina Noskova, Yulia Antonenko, Natalia Lyudaeva, Evgenia Kokoshko, Anika Pavlenko, Marta Boyarskaya. The 6 small vases are actually 6 families behind the scenes. No one will be willing to be controlled by others, especially the more capable people are. Once they are strong enough, they will naturally develop the idea of independence. Therefore, Simon does not absolutely trust the representatives of the Westeros system in Ukraine. This requires constraints. Simon's strategy is to put as many eggs as possible in as many baskets as possible. It will be easier to control if no one is the only one. Even if 1 or 2 representatives betray, the losses will be within the acceptable range. Although Simon relies more on the Derevyanko family, which has deep roots in Ukraine, the Ukrainian Front Military Service, UFMS, is related to the military power of the Westeros system. He still subtly supports several backbones such as UFMS Vice President Viktor Kostryev to contain Derevyanko's influence. If the Derevyanko family has a change of heart, Simon can immediately let Viktor and others replace Krim Derevyanko. In terms of business layout, Oldek Company, headed by Sergei Kimorov, temporarily manages most of the Westeros system's investment in Ukraine, but cannot get involved in the Westeros system arms trading company that connects the Kiev authorities in Ukraine and African countries. After arriving in Rivne on the first night, Simon signaled Celia to collect and organize the family background information of the 6 small vases. He plans to support a spokesperson force similar to foreign relatives in Ukraine. The 6 small vases are very beautiful. Moreover, 2 were 14 years old, 3 were 15 years old, and 1 was 16 years old, but they had all grown to a height of more than 1.7 meters, proving that the girls had not suffered from malnutrition during their growth, which was very common in the former Soviet Union in the 1980s when the economy was declining. All of this actually means a fact with a high probability: the girls' family backgrounds would not be too bad, at least not before the turmoil in Ukraine in recent years. A phoenix emerges from a chicken coop, which has become a common saying precisely because it is rare. The girls' backgrounds had been investigated during the selection process, and they were also recorded in the archives of Cape Dumay Manor. The information that Celia quickly reorganized also proved Simon's guess. This formed the basis for support. After the state-owned Krim Derevyanko left, Simon mainly used the rest of the afternoon and evening to meet with the girls' families. Ekaterina Noskova's father, Maxim Noskov, 43 years old, once served in the former Soviet Navy. After retiring with the rank of captain, he was assigned to work in a fertilizer factory in Rivne. Before the collapse of the Soviet Union, Maxim had already served as the deputy director of the fertilizer plant. Because of his outstanding workability, he was almost certain to be the next director. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the new government had a completely negative attitude towards the former Soviet Union. The management team of the fertilizer plant was basically all members of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and they were all driven out. With the collapse of the Ukrainian economy, coupled with the new management's unfamiliarity with the business, the Rivne State Fertilizer Plant, which once produced 300,000 tons per year, currently has an output of less than 20% of its peak period, and is basically on the verge of bankruptcy. As a major agricultural country, Ukraine is absolutely in need of fertilizers. Compared with the energy, electricity and other industries that are closely watched by a group of oligarchs, the fertilizer field, which will require continuous investment but cannot see benefits for a long time in the future due to the sluggish market, is not taken seriously. This is the opportunity of the Westeros system. Simon plans to buy this fertilizer plant in Rivne and let Maxim Noskov take care of it. When Ukraine has stabilized again after the turmoil in recent years and agricultural production recovers, the demand for fertilizers will inevitably increase significantly. As long as Maxim's ability is as good as described in the data, with the support of sufficient funds from the Westeros system, through continuous mergers and expansions during the industry's low period in recent years, it is not impossible to completely monopolize the fertilizer supply of the entire Ukraine in the future. Natalia Lyudaeva's parents both work at the state broadcasting company in Rivne Oblast. The couple are ordinary employees, but Natalia's uncle Alexander Lyadev is a member of the management of the broadcasting company. If you want to manipulate a country, the importance of the media is self-evident. Igor Kolomoisky is a media tycoon who controls a large number of radio and television resources in Ukraine. Compared with Tymoshenko, Poroshenko and others who have left the political stage one after another, Kolomoisky's experience can be called legendary. This media tycoon is also a member of the Petrovsk gang that rose in the Kuchma era, and once served as the governor of Petrovsk Oblast in the post-Kuchma era. When then-President Petro Poroshenko announced in 2015 that Kolomoisky was dismissed from his post as governor, Kolomoisky, who had his own private armed forces, not only ignored the president's order, but also directly sent troops to the Ukrainian capital of Kiev in the name of protecting private property, as if launching an armed coup, forcing Poroshenko to retract his order. With Leon Kuchma taking office as president, Ukraine is about to usher in another wave of privatization, this time including state-owned broadcasters across Ukraine. Simon plans to support the Lyadev family to acquire a number of newspaper, radio and television assets in several states in western Ukraine to form a Ukrainian local media group controlled by the Westeros system. The group will be headed by Natalia's uncle Sergei Lyadev. The fathers of the two girls, Yulia Antonenko and Evgenia Kokoshko, Viktor Antonenko and Vladimir Kokoshko, were originally government civil servants. They lost their jobs due to the political turmoil in recent years. Originally, after the two girls were chosen to be Simon's maids, Yuri and Vladimir had already re-entered the Rivne city government to work. Simon went a step further and laid out a political route for them from state legislators to members of Congress. Since Akhmedov, the former richest man in Ukraine, could stuff his bodyguards, drivers, lawyers, and dentists into the Ukrainian parliament, this would be even easier for Simon. The last Annika Pavlenko and Marta Boyarskaya. Annika's father, Yuri Pavlenko, used to be an accountant at a state-owned wood processing plant in the small town of Lekbany in the north of Rivne. The town of Lekbany is close to a large natural forest in the north of Rivne Oblast. After the wood processing plant went bankrupt 2 years ago, Yuri Pavlenko has been unemployed in recent years. Marta Boyarskaya's father, Nikolai Boyarskaya, worked as a small supervisor at a tepid glass processing factory in Dubno, southern Rivne Oblast. Simon planned to let the fathers of the two girls join Oldeka's management, and also planned to acquire the glass processing factory where Marta's father worked. He had informed Sergei Komorov in advance and did not ask for too high a position. At the same time, he said that if the two were not competent enough, Komorov could kick them out at any time. Because during the communication process, Komorov deliberately gave Komorov the feeling that he was doing so because he was doting on the two small vases that had just been collected. The other party agreed very readily. As for whether Komorov understood that this was adding sand to Oldek, Simon did not care. The meeting started at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon and lasted until around 8 o'clock in the evening. Each family had half an hour, and Simon did not invite them to stay for dinner in the end. It was not enough. This time it was just to provide oil and plant seeds. As for whether the final result can be achieved, Simon did not have absolute expectations. He would only decide whether to add resources or give up directly based on the subsequent growth of the seeds. After dinner, in a living room on the second floor of the villa. They will leave tomorrow morning. Simon told Celia and Emily, who will stay in Ukraine for a few days, about the last few things, regarding the acquisition of the fertilizer plant and the establishment of the media group. I will ask the Westeros headquarters to send a team to take charge of this matter. Celia, you also need to come to Ukraine more often in the near future to help coordinate these things. The two girls nodded in agreement, and Ekaterina and Natalia came in with coffee. After the two girls poured coffee for the few people and were about to leave, Simon casually pulled Ekaterina, and the girl sat on her lap with Simon's strength. Although she was tall, she huddled in the man's arms like a cat, giving people a feeling of a little bird. Although she had a name that Simon thought was big, Ekaterina was the most well-behaved and gentle among the 6 girls, and she was only 14 years old. In the meeting a few hours ago, Simon could feel that Ekaterina's father, Maxim Noskov, was a very strong man, which was probably related to his experience as a soldier and a corporate executive. One generation is strong and the next is weak. If the parents are too strong, the children's character will inevitably weaken. Therefore, Ekaterina has a character like a well-behaved kitten. Simon used to prefer women with strong female characteristics and was not very fond of being a vase. However, Ekaterina made Simon experience another kind of charm. If it were not for the trouble of placing her, Simon once thought of taking the girl away from Ukraine. In the end, he gave up the idea. There are a group of big goblins around him. If he puts a well-behaved kitten in there, it would be strange if it is not eaten into dregs. Therefore, he decided to continue raising her in Ukraine. Holding the girl's waist, Simon continued to speak to Celia in English. As for Nana and the others, you should find a housekeeper and 2 bodyguards and drivers. Of course, they must be women. They will continue to live here in the future, but I need them to start studying again. Celia glanced at the girl in Simon's arms and said, Simon, there doesn't seem to be a very good school in Livni. Maybe, after a UFMS community school is built, we can let them enroll. Simon shook his head without thinking, then we need to wait until next year. Aren't we planning to recruit a lot of teachers? Just arrange some to teach them directly. They don't need to go to school. The main courses, well, English, that must be one, and then select some literature and art, as well as dance, and learn ballet, but don't practice pointe. As for the others, it depends on the girl's own interests. By the way, the selected teachers must also be women. Except for weekends, the girls must attend class for no less than 6 hours a day. Celia quickly wrote it down. The experiences of the past few days made Celia realize that if she wanted to gain Simon's trust, everything about the man in front of her should become her job content, not just the military aspect. However, at a certain moment, she suddenly felt that the person in front of her seemed to be a father arranging his daughter's schoolwork. It was very strange. Of course, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Simon waited for Celia to write down the matter in the memo, and then said, also, the surveillance system installed around this manor will not be dismantled this time, and it will continue to operate in the future. After you have selected the bodyguards, I will arrange for someone to take over this matter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695 Stranger. Reggio is located at the southernmost tip of the Apennine Peninsula in Italy. As the capital of the Calabria region in southern Italy, this city, separated from Sicily by a narrow strait, is also the main activity area of the Italian mafia organization 'Ndrangheta. In a mansion surrounded by high walls and iron fences in the Santeo district in the south of the city. Taking advantage of the slack police force on weekends, Horace Stefano, the head of the Stefano family, who had been receiving goods for 2 consecutive nights, slept all day on Monday and did not get up until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Leaving the bedroom and going downstairs, just as he was about to ask the servants to prepare some food, Horace Stefano's wife reminded him that the eldest brother of the family, Giorgio Stefano, called and asked him to have dinner together after waking up, and there was something to discuss. After saying goodbye to his wife, Horace Stefano walked out of the villa and played with the 2 pit bulls in the courtyard for a while. He fed the 2 dogs a bowl of raw beef amid their low growls and clapped his hands in satisfaction. The bodyguard had already prepared the car, and Antonio Danieli, Horace's deputy who had been relied on for the past 2 years, also rushed over from his nearby residence. Horace Stefano had just asked the bodyguard to call someone. He wanted to know the distribution status of the 2 batches of goods at the weekend, which was the responsibility of the 3 Danieli brothers. The 2 got into Horace Stefano's bulletproof Mercedes-Benz car. The driver drove out of the Stefano mansion, and Horace asked about the business. After discussing for a while, Horace looked at Anthony Danieli, who seemed a little haggard recently, and suddenly asked, Anton, why are you always so listless recently? Did something happen? Antonio Danieli felt Horace's seemingly casual but actually sharp gaze, and was shocked. He tried his best to control himself and didn't show any abnormality. He followed the other party's tone and said self-deprecatingly, maybe I spent too much time on that little bitch Agnes. I'm sorry, boss. Horace Stefano knew the lustful nature of his subordinate. He continued to look at him for a moment and smiled, it's nothing. We work hard for these things. But we always have to take care of our health. Antonio Danieli also smiled and promised, and deliberately pretended that he didn't intend to repent. When Horace retracted his gaze, even with a cold wind blowing in the car, Antonio Danieli felt a layer of sweat on his back. He couldn't help but pray that something would end quickly. Otherwise, Antonio Daniele didn't know how many days he could last without being discovered. The bulletproof Mercedes took only 10 minutes to get from San Deo in the suburbs to a commercial district in the center of Reggio. The car stopped at the back door of a restaurant under the 'Ndrangheta. The bodyguards and driver in the front row got out of the car and looked around before helping Horace Stefano open the door. After getting out of the car, Horace Stefano quickly flashed into the back door of the restaurant under the cover of his men, without stopping on the street. As the godfather of a mafia family, especially in a gang with constant internal disputes, Horace Stefano has been able to survive until now because of this cautious style. In a lounge close to the kitchen inside the restaurant, Giorgio Stefano, the boss of the Stefano family, was already waiting here. Compared with his 46-year-old brother who is still strong and tough, Giorgio Stefano, 59 years old this year, has begun to gain weight. He does not look like a dangerous core figure of a mafia family, but more like a scholar. This is actually close to the truth. Giorgio Stefano is the eldest of the 6 brothers in the Stefano family. When the family started to get better, he cleaned up his money in time. Now he's a lawyer, running a law firm in Reggio, and actively participating in the political affairs of Calabria. However, according to the secret files of the Italian police, Giorgio Stefano is actually the brain of the Stefano family, mainly responsible for making plans and also in charge of the money laundering of the Stefano family. Seeing his brother coming in, Giorgio Stefano smiled and stood up and hugged Horace, and did not forget to greet Antonio Daniele and others, appearing very friendly. After a few pleasantries, the others were sent to the hall for dinner, and only the 2 brothers were left in the room. After the men brought in the food and left, Giorgio also asked about the 2 batches of goods that had just been taken over at the weekend. Horace Stefano did not hide much in front of his brother, and said excitedly, "Another ship was seized in Sicily last week, and this time it lost a full 1.5 tons. Colombia couldn't stand it." When receiving the goods at the weekend, Douglas said that he would transfer 30% of Sicily's share to this side, which is 10% higher than we originally expected. The specific distribution needs to be discussed in detail, but basically we and the North will each take half. As a coastal city, Reggio has a coastline of more than 20 kilometers. After the Second 'Ndrangheta Civil War from 1985 to 1991, the northern part of the city was divided into the territory of the Condillo, Amidi and Serrano families, with the southern part occupied by the Tejano, Stefano and Liberi families. The 3 families in the south were severely damaged by the Civil War that year. Even the then godfather Paul Stefano died in the conflict. Now the 3 families are led by the strongest Tejano family. However, they are not actually subordinate to each other, but a relatively close alliance. Because the Italian mafia is different from the family gangs in other countries, there are many smaller families around these 6 families. Antonio Daniele, who is trusted by Horace Stefano, is the eldest of the 3 brothers of the Daniele family and is considered a small force affiliated with the Stefano family. 3 years ago, the Second 'Ndrangheta Civil War ended. Under the mediation of the mafia in Sicily and Campania, the 'Ndrangheta also began to establish gang committees, transforming from a loose family alliance to a pyramid-shaped gang. However, because the hatred between the parties was too deep, the current 'Ndrangheta gang committee is still only symbolic, mainly responsible for mediating disputes and avoiding the outbreak of large-scale civil wars again. It does not have the substantial power and strong cohesion of the old mafia gang committees such as Cosmas and Camorra. Giorgio Stefano was also a little excited when he heard what Horace said. The 'Ndrangheta is neither as deeply rooted as Cosmas in Sicily, nor does Camorra rely on the superior geographical location of the world-class port city of Naples. Before the 1980s, the 'Ndrangheta could only make small moves in the Calabria region, a well-known impoverished area in Italy. Since the 1980s, because famous mafia forces such as Cosmas and Camorra have become the focus of the Italian government's crackdown, Latin American drug lords have begun to connect with the 'Ndrangheta due to the risk of cooperation. 2 years ago, Cosmopolitan assassinated Giovanni Falco, a famous Italian anti-mafia judge, with great fanfare. The original intention was to intimidate the Italian government, but it backfired and triggered a large-scale anti-mafia wave. Although the Calabria mafia bordering Sicily was inevitably implicated, it suffered no overall losses. Instead, it continued to take over the business that the Sicilian mafia had no time to take care of, and began to accelerate its development. In the past 2 years, Latin American drug lords have been strengthening their cooperation with the 'Ndrangheta. Unexpectedly, Due to the mistakes made by Sicily last week, Latin American drug lords directly increased the 20% of drugs that they originally intended to transfer to the Ndrangheta to 30%. This is a very large business. Calculating in his mind how much profit the 30% share he was about to take over would bring to the entire Glory Society, Giorgio Stefano said, "In this case, we may need to find other money laundering channels, otherwise we won't be able to digest so much." Horace Stefano said, "I was planning to discuss this with you. Joe, did you read the newspaper over the weekend? Last Friday, the Melisandre Company reached an acquisition agreement with Bulgari, and it seems to be negotiating to acquire the Swiss Vacheron Constantin Company. I think we may be able to start with this company. Not to mention anything else, just a Christie's auction house under the Melisandre Company can launder hundreds of millions of lire from a single auction item. This kind of efficiency cannot be achieved by this restaurant under our feet in hundreds of years." Giorgio Stefano was mainly responsible for the money laundering affairs of the Stefano family, and of course he was more familiar with it. However, Giorgio said cautiously, "In fact, I felt it was inappropriate that you sent people to the United States last month to warn Melisandre's Sofia Fessi. Don't forget, that woman is Simon Westeros's lover and a super rich person with a net worth of $300 billion US. We'd better not provoke her." Horace Stefano said indifferently, "Joe, you are too cautious. The richer the guy, the more timid and afraid of death he is. We have seen a lot of such people in recent years, just like the little tailor who has been hiding in the United States for so many years and dared not to come back. Whether it is Sofia Fessi or Simon Westeros, they are the same in my opinion. You also saw that after I sent someone to warn, Melisandre's company immediately issued a statement in the newspaper that it would not acquire Versace. It was because they were scared." Giorgio Stefano said, "I remember that the statement seemed to be issued before you sent people to the United States." Horace Stefano waved his hand and said, "It makes no difference. Melisandre Company has turned its attention to Bulgari. So, Joe, I plan to let Anne go to the United States again and kidnap Sofia Fessi's 2 children. Our requirements are not high. Melisandre Company just needs to clean up our share of the growth in business. As long as that woman agrees, it's okay even if she wants the company of that little tailor again. Hey, I get angry when I talk about that little tailor. If it weren't for Paul's support, he, a poor boy from a small village outside Reggio, would not have been able to create a luxury empire. Now he even wants to get rid of us. He really doesn't know how to live or die." Giorgio Stefano doesn't have the confidence of his brother who is full of grassroots atmosphere. Even if there is a lot of water, he still got a lawyer's license in college. Knowing more, he instinctively feels that it seems that he should not continue to provoke the powerful Westeros system. The business empire worth hundreds of billions of dollars is dozens of times more than any old-fashioned financial group in Italy. However, Giorgio Stefano didn't quite understand why they couldn't be provoked. The wealthy Italians he had been able to contact over the years were either respectful or avoided them. Now, after hearing so much from his brother, Giorgio quickly became relaxed. According to the previous estimate, the 30% share that the Colombian drug lords planned to transfer from Sicily this time was already larger than the scale of all the related businesses of the Ndrangheta before. Judging from the current situation, as the Italian authorities continue to suppress the Sicilian mafia, the Ndrangheta will definitely take over more in the future. The expansion of scale also means a huge flow of funds. If the huge amount of cash cannot be cleaned and circulated as soon as possible, it will definitely seriously limit the next development of the Ndrangheta. Melisandre, which controls a large number of luxury brands in an international auction house, is indeed the most suitable money laundering platform. As Horace just said, the turnover of the auction of a collection at Christie's auction house is enough for the restaurants and bars under the Ndrangheta that specialize in money laundering to be busy for hundreds of years. After thinking for a moment, Giorgio Stefano nodded and reminded, "Send more people this time, and don't hurt the children, otherwise it will be difficult to discuss." Horace Stefano agreed, and the 2 brothers continued to discuss some details while eating. After finishing a rare steak on the plate, Horace Stefano put down the tableware, remembered something, and asked, "Joe, before coming here, Zio Shana said you have something to discuss with me." Giorgio Stefano also finished his meal and was wiping the oil stains on his hands with a napkin. Hearing this, he stopped and said, "Yes, have you noticed that there seem to be a lot of strangers in Reggio recently?" Horace Stefano narrowed his eyes. "Strangers?" Giorgio Stefano nodded, put down his napkin, and his face became more solemn. Yes, it was Nicholas who was in charge of the bars by the sea who reminded me first. Moreover, I always feel a little uneasy these days. I know you don't believe these things, but I had this feeling before the Paul incident. As the capital of Calabria, Reggio Emilia is not comparable to the metropolises of Rome and Milan in Italy. There are hundreds of thousands of people gathered on the coastline that stretches for more than 20 kilometers. In addition, there are some cargo ports in the city that connect to various places. Even many illegal immigrants from Eastern Europe and North Africa like to land and enter Italy from here. It can be said that there are all kinds of people. It is normal to see strangers, and it usually does not attract attention. However, since his brother said so, Horace Stefano immediately became alert. Could it be that the police are also planning to take action against us? Giorgio Stefano shook his head and said, "That guy Nazari charges us so much money every month. The government and the police also have many of our spies. If the authorities intend to target us, there will be rumors." Horace Stefano raised his hand and pointed to the north, Condiro and the others. This time Giorgio Stefano was not sure. It was not the police. It was indeed very likely that the three companies in the north had made plans. Moreover, in connection with the fact that the Latin American drug lords were planning to transfer more business shares to the Glory Society in the near future, Giorgio Stefano made more similar speculations. Although the war stopped 3 years ago, the civil war lasted for 6 years and so many people died that hatred could not be resolved. Perhaps in the past, peace could be barely maintained. This time, if the three northern companies can monopolize all the business shares transferred from Colombia, their own strength will be greatly improved, and it is not impossible to even be on par with Cosa Nostra in the south and Camorra in the north. Even though they know that once their strength reaches the level of Cosa Nostra and Camorra, they will easily become the target of the Italian government. However, for the Mafia, the two major forces in Sicily and Campania are the ultimate goals of many people. Noticing his brother's silence, and knowing that he didn't want to see a third Ndrangheta civil war, Horace Stefano understood that there were some things he couldn't back down from, and his expression quickly became fierce. He said, "I'll arrange this matter later. No matter who is plotting this, as long as I catch them, I'll chop them up and throw them into the sea." Giorgio Stefano hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, "We don't need to act alone. Let's call Giuseppe and the others and discuss it together." Chapter 696 Turbulent Night. If possible, Antonio Danieli would never ask his boss for a job just to go shopping in the United States. It was a complete nightmare. After working with Horace Stefano until 11 o'clock in the evening, Antonio Danieli's legs almost instinctively weakened when he saw a middle-aged man sitting in his living room with three men. The middle-aged man had a slightly long and thin face, black hair, blue eyes, and a hooked nose. His appearance was faintly Slavic. Because of his slightly long hair and stubble, he gave people a slightly wretched and decadent feeling, like a house husband who had achieved nothing in middle age. However, it was this middle-aged man who stuffed Antonio Danieli's head under a punching machine that had just crushed a pig's head into pulp more than half a month ago. When his head was buried in the bloody rotten flesh and broken bones, it seemed that if the steel column of the stamping machine had a little more force, his head would explode like a watermelon. With his subsequent incontinence, loyalty and the law of silence seemed irrelevant, leaving only the most basic desire to survive. Then, the middle-aged man let his head get stuck under the stamping machine and questioned him slowly for more than an hour. All the things that should and shouldn't be said were all poured out. When his head finally left the stamping machine, Antonio Danieli knew that he had no way out, and the same was true for the two men he brought to the United States. During this period, Antonio Danieli didn't know how many people these evil stars had secretly instigated to rebel. At least, the entire Danieli family had completely fallen. Antonio Danieli said this while standing at the door with a slightly stiff body, and then subconsciously looked around, and suddenly felt a little cold. There was no sign of his wife and three children around. The middle-aged man saw through his thoughts at a glance, and said in a calm tone that Antonio had heard many times but still felt creepy, "They are all in the bedroom and have fallen asleep. As for whether they can wake up, it depends on your performance tonight." Antonio Danieli realized that something was finally going to happen. He felt his lips were a little dry. Although he had been suffering from his betrayal and worrying about being discovered for more than half a month, Antonio Danieli understood that this matter was also an opportunity for him, an opportunity to take over the power of Stefano's family. As long as he succeeded, He would directly jump from an ordinary leader of the Glory Society to the level of Godfather. Thinking of this, Antonio Daniele felt a strange excitement in his body, mixed with fear, and mixed with various emotions. Clenching his fist to stop the trembling of his fingertips, Antonio Daniele remembered what happened tonight, looked at the middle-aged man again, and reminded him, "Giorgio has noticed you, and we discussed some countermeasures today." The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the living room just nodded slightly. "We know." Antonio Daniele realized that his reminder was a bit redundant as soon as he said it. During this period of time, Horace Stefano's sleep talk probably would not escape the monitoring of these people in front of him. Antonio installed the bug on his boss himself. Not only that, at the request of the middle-aged man, Antonio Daniele also revealed the locations of all the Stefano family members he knew, helped draw the detailed layout of the interior of Horace Stefano's mansion, secretly installed eavesdropping devices and cameras in many important locations of the 'Ndrangheta, and helped sort out the intricate interpersonal relationships within the 'Ndrangheta, including who was friendly to the Stefano family, who had an irreconcilable hatred with the Stefano family, who was superficially friendly but secretly dissatisfied with the Stefano family, who might avenge the Stefano family after something happened to them, and so on. Antonio Daniele also realized that with these people's cruel methods that were even more unruly than their mafia, there must be other people in the 'Ndrangheta who had done similar things these days. After standing there for 2 or 3 minutes, the middle-aged man sitting on the single sofa facing the door raised his hand slightly, indicating that he could sit down. There was no light on in the living room. Only the TV was turned on, the sound was very low, and the light flickered. In the dim light, as the middle-aged man raised his hand, Antonio Daniele found that the other party was holding a silenced pistol, which seemed familiar. After approaching, he recognized that the pistol was his own. He had always hidden it in the bedside table in the bedroom, where he could easily get it. He wanted to ask to go to the bedroom to take a look, but he didn't have the courage. In any case, life and death are tonight. If I can't live, what's the use of one more night? Since he entered this line of work, Antonio Daniele is more or less prepared for life and death. He sat down on the single sofa facing the middle-aged man and glanced at the other 3 people on the long sofa next to him who had been silent as if watching TV or in a daze. He had seen them before. However, Antonio Daniele still didn't know the names of the middle-aged man and the other 3. Tonight seemed to be getting longer and longer. After Antonio Daniele sat down, the living room fell into silence, with only the sound from the TV. Various thoughts began to flash through his mind. Since tonight is the end, should we prepare? The 4 guys around him who could bring fear to a gangster like him who had been in the gang for more than 20 years and had killed people and seen blood should be the main participants in the action, right? He couldn't help but think of the beginning of all this. In order to stop Melisandre's acquisition of Versace, he was sent to warn Sofia Fessi, the CEO of Melisandre's company. This should have been a very common thing. People often do this, and the effect is usually very good. I didn't expect that this time it would go wrong. And it was so serious. After more than half a month, Antonio Daniele gradually figured out that it must be the young super-rich behind Sofia Fessi who made the move. As a legendary figure who has risen rapidly in recent years, Simon Westeros's deeds are widely circulated even in Italy. However, Antonio Daniele never thought that the other party would be so difficult to provoke, and even more ruthless than them, the mafia. They just sent a few bullets to his lover's house. In fact, as long as the other party compromised, they didn't plan to do anything. Simon Westeros decisively fought back. Now, after revisiting all the things that happened during this period, Antonio Daniele felt that he should be able to survive. At least, the chances were very high. You know, once the Stefano family was cleared out, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. There were nearly 200 gang members directly under the Stefano family in the Calabria region, and the 6 major families of the Glory Society had more than 3,000 members. It would be very troublesome if no one was responsible for cleaning up the mess. Antonio Daniele actually knew that after the incident, the other families would definitely fill the gap left by the Stefano family as soon as possible, but they did not turn to Simon Westeros. Instead, they would probably retaliate after knowing the truth. Well, it seems that the possibility of revenge is not too great. If it was Antonio himself, he would never be stupid enough to retaliate against Simon Westeros after knowing the cause and effect of the matter. No one wants to be killed by someone in their sleep. In these scattered thoughts, time unknowingly became 1 o'clock in the morning. Antonio Daniele carefully glanced at the 4 statues around him again. He had no intention of giving it a try, but he wanted to remind them of something. For example, he should pay attention to the 2 pit bulls in the Horus family. They were very alert and fierce beasts and had bitten people to death before. For example, Dimitri Stefano, the youngest of the Stefano family, was the most timid and would sleep in different rooms even in the same villa. For example, Orazio Stefano, the 5th child, whose wife was the niece of the Tejano family, seemed to be more careful in order to fight against a marriage of the 3 Condra families, otherwise he might provoke the Tejano family. However, he had already confessed all this to the middle-aged man opposite him in advance, more than once. There was probably no need to remind him again. In the torment, Antonio Daniele couldn't help but ask the middle-aged man opposite him, "Don't we need to do something?" The middle-aged man withdrew his eyes from the TV screen, looked at him, and said only one word, "Wait." Then he turned back to the TV. Antonio Daniele had no choice but to turn to the TV, but the late-night drama on the screen did not interest him at all. In order to relax himself, he couldn't help wondering if the people around him could understand it. The middle-aged man must understand it. Although his Italian was obviously accented by the North, he spoke fluently as if he had lived in Italy for many years. The other 3 must also understand a little, but they spoke English in their daily conversations. This made Antonio Daniele unable to understand, so he still didn't know the names of the 4 people. From their behavior, he also vaguely guessed that these people must be the legendary professional agents, KGB, Stasi, MI6, Mossad, CIA. It seems that Italy lacks a similar organization, which is a pity. After another silence for an unknown period of time, suddenly, a faint gunshot was heard. Antonio Daniele immediately recognized that this was the Beretta 160 automatic rifle that he had played with many times before. It was the standard weapon for the Italian army in 1990. At that time, the Italian government was promoting a gun ban. Taking advantage of the last opportunity, Horace Stefano got a batch for the gang, which was still not considered a legal channel. This information floated through his mind, followed by a dull explosion, and Antonio Daniele's body shook. Grenade? Then he realized that there seemed to be more than one explosion just now. At least 2 grenades exploded at the same time, but because the explosions were too close, it sounded like one. The mafia is usually very good at playing with bombs, but professional grenades are not common. The 1 ton of explosives that blew up the anti-mafia judge Giovanni Falco 2 years ago was actually collected from mines all over the country by our business. Italy introduced a gun ban in 1991, and it was not easy to get various munitions after that. Antonio Daniele heard clearly that the gunshots and explosions came from the direction of Horace Stefano's mansion 2 blocks away. The room suddenly went dark, and the light from the TV disappeared. The power went out. Was this a coincidence? His eyes swept over the 4 people beside him, and they did not move. Antonio had to calm down again. In Stefano's mansion, which was a few hundred meters away from Daniele's house. 2 minutes ago, the intelligence team that cooperated with the assault team first poisoned 2 very alert pit bulls by feeding them with a remote-controlled helicopter. After successfully dismantling the alarm system of the wall, the assault team climbed over the wall from the blind spot of the monitoring and immediately killed the 4 bodyguards on duty in the villa. At this point in the mission, there should have been no suspense. The bedroom of Horace Stefano and his wife was on the 2nd floor of the villa. The assault team did not choose to attack from the main door, but set up a ladder to enter from the balcony. Unexpectedly, as soon as a team member showed his head from the ladder, a gunshot was heard in the bedroom, and the team member fell from the escalator. Vasily Danilov, who was in charge of the team, had no idea that things would go wrong at the last step. In the previous homework, there were more than 20 rooms in this villa. If the 4 commandos, even with the 4 intelligence team outside, were caught in a game of hide-and-seek, it would be inevitable that something would go wrong. Without hesitation, Vasily Danilov gestured to the other 2 team members, and each of the 3 threw a grenade directly in. The grenade flew into the bedroom at the right time and exploded immediately. There were 3 consecutive explosions that were almost indistinguishable. Without being too cautious to test the results, Vasily Danilov signaled the other 2 team members to move the escalator to the side of the balcony, and climbed up quickly himself. This time it proved the correctness of the decision just made. Horace Stefano and his wife did not escape from the bedroom immediately, but hid inside the big bed waiting for the next wave of attack. The result can be imagined. Among the tasks Vasily Danilov received, Horace Stefano was the first priority. If things changed, as long as they killed the other party, their mission would be completed. Now, the grenade exploded. According to the plan drawn up in advance, they must evacuate within 3 minutes. According to the information received in advance, there were a total of 10 people in the villa tonight. 4 bodyguards and Stefano and his wife had died. The next ones were only Stefano and his wife's 2 sons and 2 maids. The original plan was to kill the adults and leave the children alive. However, when the grenade sounded, a voice came from Danilov's headset at the first time. The plan has changed. Kill without mercy. Repeat, the plan has changed. Kill without mercy. Vasily Danilov agreed, rushed out of Stefano and his wife's bedroom without hesitation, and kicked open another bedroom door that he had been familiar with. There was no one on the bed. Vasily Danilov turned on the thermal infrared mode of his night vision device. Thermal infrared does not have the exaggerated wall-penetrating effect in the movie, but at a close range, everything is impossible to hide. In the field of vision, a red shadow appeared in the cabinet in the corner of the room. Danilov raised his gun expressionlessly and fired 3 times. After 3 puffs of the silenced rifle, he quickly turned to another room. In the next minute, only a woman's scream was heard in the villa, and then it was completely silent. At some point, the power supply of the entire block was cut off. Many people woke up in the dark and found that the power was out. Even the telephone lines were cut off, so they hid at home and did not dare to act rashly. 3 minutes. The assault team and the intelligence team evacuated on time, taking away all the bodies and a soldier who was shot on the shoulder but was not seriously injured. It was 2:15 in the morning of August 23rd. A turbulent night. Similar actions took place almost at the same time in various parts of the city. Chapter 697. What happened? The city of Reggio, which is close to the coastline, runs north-south, with the sea on the west and rolling hills on the east. East of Reggio, there is a funeral home near a large cemetery in the mountains more than 10 kilometers away from the city center. This is also an industry under the 'Ndrangheta. The funeral industry is one of the most traditional pillar industries of the mafia around the world. It is comparable to catering, bars, nightclubs, parking lots, garbage recycling and other businesses. It is not only lucrative, but also convenient for money laundering. Steve Ross, the former chairman of Time Warner who has passed away, started his business by running a funeral home in New York. Steve Ross's mafia background is well known, but he was relatively successful in getting ashore, which can be regarded as completely cleansed. At 2:50 in the morning, when the whole city was in chaos due to multiple incidents that occurred at the same time, Antonio Daniele was secretly escorted to this remote funeral home on the outskirts of the city by 2 of the 4-member team, and the other 2 were still guarding his residence. The empty funeral home was silent. After Antonio Daniele got off the car, he found that his other 2 brothers, Paolo Daniele and Giovanni Daniele, had arrived almost at the same time, as well as 2 younger brothers, Mark Onorato and Frank Paoli, who had accompanied him to the United States. Feeling that the Stefano family was completely finished, the 5 people followed the escorts and came to the door of a room in the funeral home. When they arrived here, the escorts behind them did not follow them, but just signaled them to go in by themselves. Antonio Daniele thought that he was finally going to see the mastermind behind all this. After entering the door, the 5 people stood there in a daze. This is the cremation room in the funeral home. Most Italians still maintain the custom of burial after death, but there is no shortage of cremation needs. This room that makes people feel naturally cold is nothing. The key is that there are many people in the room at this time, a few living people wearing hoods and falling into coma, and more dead people in body bags. Seeing the situation in front of them, the 5 people almost had the idea of escaping at the same time. However, think about the guys guarding outside. They understand that turning around and leaving is equivalent to choosing death, not only for themselves, but also for their families. Antonio Daniele first turned his eyes away from the people in the room and looked at the simple iron square table not far away. On the table were 5 silenced pistols, a thick file bag, and something that looked like a speaker. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and a voice came from the speaker. "So, everyone is here." The voice came from a middle-aged man. The Italian was not fluent, but it was standard. After a slight pause, the other party continued, "You are very lucky. The boss originally planned to send you to heaven together, but changed his mind temporarily. You can live. Moreover, As long as you are not too useless, you will live well in the future. The voice was neither hurried nor slow, and paused again after speaking, as if giving the 5 people time to digest. Hearing some kind of guarantee, Antonio and the other 5, who were originally nervous, did relax. Then, the voice continued, "There are 5 pistols on the table, and there are 11 living people here. I don't think you need to remind me too much about what to do. After dealing with these things in front of you, you can take away the file bag on the table. There is a list in it. The people on it can help Mr. Antonio Daniele take over everything in the Stefano family. As for the future, I don't think you need me to remind you too much. However, you can rest assured that the boss has no interest in the business in your hands. No matter how much money you earn in the future, it will be yours. The only thing you need to do is to do what you should do when the boss needs you." After saying this, there was another pause, as if Antonio and the other 4 could be seen standing still. The voice came out again, as if reminding, "I suggest you start work immediately. The crematorium has been turned on. It is still 2 hours before dawn. After dawn, if you haven't finished your work, someone will come in and do it for you." After the last few words, no more sound came from the speaker. After a few minutes, Antonio Daniele noticed that the 4 brothers beside him were all looking at him. He made up his mind first, walked to the square table, picked up a pistol, and walked towards the living people. When a new day came, a certain news quickly spread in Reggio City and spread to the entire Italian underground world. Overnight, the Stefano family, which had been entrenched in Reggio City for many years, disappeared. The huge family started by the 6 Stefano brothers, a total of 27 people, big and small, men and women, whether they were in Reggio City or not, even including the 2 children of the Stefano family who were studying in Switzerland, all disappeared, without exception. Also missing were the many bodyguards and servants surrounding the Stefano family that night. After the remaining 2 of the 'Ndrangheta's Southern Reggio faction inspected the scene of the incident, they immediately confirmed that this incident could not have been done by the authorities. Officials must follow the rules. However, the 3 families in the north of Reggio that were originally the focus of suspicion were also quickly ruled out. According to the feedback from people around the scene, the whole thing basically happened within half an hour between 2 o'clock and 2:30 last night. The perpetrators were quick and decisive, not giving anyone else time to react. In particular, the mansion of Horace Stefano, the godfather of the Stefano family, was very noisy. Not only did gunfights and explosions occur, but even the electricity and communications in the surrounding blocks were cut off. Then, it seemed that everything returned to calm in the blink of an eye. There was only a mansion with a lot of blood on it, but no one was there. Such a strong and professional thing could not be done by the 3 families in northern Reggio. If those 3 families had the power to completely eliminate a deep-rooted mafia family in just half an hour, they could have unified the Calabria region long ago, and it would not be impossible for them to become the king of the entire Italian underworld. So, here comes the question. What happened? Moreover, invisible enemies are the most terrifying. Since someone can make the Stefano family disappear overnight, the other families in Reggio may also follow suit in the blink of an eye. As a result, the Calabria underground world was in a state of panic, and everyone was in danger. The core members of the 'Ndrangheta, who usually forced others to hide all over the world, sent their families to places they thought were safe in the following days, and even took the initiative to break the rule of not cooperating with the police, trying to find some clues through official channels. The result was still nothing. In fact, it was not nothing. The night before the incident, Giorgio Stefano, the boss of the Stefano family, realized that someone might be monitoring and tracking the movements of the 'Ndrangheta, and worked with the other 2 families to develop a counter-strategy. After reinvestigating, it was noticed that the number of strangers who appeared in Reggio City a few days ago was obviously more than usual. Someone rented a large number of apartments in various places in Reggio City in a short period of time. Following this clue, in just 3 days, as many as hundreds of empty rental houses were found, all over Reggio City, and even Messina City on the other side of the strait, which belongs to the territory of the Sicilian Mafia. Then, the Sicilian Mafia also began to panic. It was impossible to conceal such a big thing. Soon, the Italian media also got involved. Usually, exposing the inside story of the Mafia would at least result in the threat of having one's hands and feet cut off. This time, no party would jump out to cause trouble for them, and the chaotic 'Ndrangheta had no time to take care of it. As a result, The explosive news that all the mafia families in southern Italy disappeared overnight was published on the important pages of many newspapers for a time, becoming the hottest topic of discussion among the Italian people recently, and the news even spread overseas. Such hot news, the Italian government naturally could not avoid it. At the beginning of this year, Italian tycoon Silvio Berlusconi, who took advantage of the political turmoil in Italy in recent years and successfully became the prime minister as a political novice, said in an interview with the media that if necessary, the authorities would investigate the matter. Italy, like Germany, is a prime minister system. The president is just a symbol, and the prime minister holds the power of the government. Berlusconi rose to the top of power in Italy as a rookie. After taking office, he immediately became everyone's target. Because of the various scandals that were exposed one after another and a series of investigations by the Italian government, his position as prime minister was already in jeopardy. If this rather sensational incident had been made bigger, it would definitely help him share a large part of the public pressure. However, for some reason, the prime minister, who had vowed to hold a special meeting with the heads of the judicial department the day before, stopped the next day, as if something had never happened. Not only that, when some senior officials of the Calabria region or the Roman authorities publicly expressed their desire to investigate the matter, they were quickly attacked by the media. The assassination of Judge Giovanni Falco 2 years ago is still vivid in our memory. So many Italians have suffered from the oppression of the mafia, but no one has stepped forward. Now, just because some mafia members who deserved to die have died, the officials want to make a big fuss. Does it mean that the interests of the mafia are above those of the Italian people? Who are you representing? Italy also has a typical Western electoral system, where everyone cares about votes. When such a big hat is put down, no one dares to accept it. Not only that, the 'Ndrangheta, which was originally much less well known than the Sicilian and Campanian mafia, has also quickly spread its popularity. Traditional television and newspapers dare not dig deep into the 'Ndrangheta's dirty laundry, but the newly emerging internet has no such scruples. The 'Ndrangheta's bad deeds soon appeared on the internet. The thousands of murders caused by the latest 'Ndrangheta civil war have led to the deaths of a large number of innocent people implicated, including many women and children. The 'Ndrangheta's drug trafficking network transports dozens of tons of various types of drugs to the whole of Italy and even Europe every year, causing countless young people to fall into depravity, and the originally happy families are broken up. All businesses within the 'Ndrangheta's territory must pay protection fees regularly, and are even forced to launder money for the 'Ndrangheta, making their lives miserable. The 'Ndrangheta controls the human trafficking and smuggling network, causing the fall of thousands of women every year. Each of these accusations has actual cases to be checked. As the revelations on the internet continue to spread, the 'Ndrangheta, which had always been in the shadow of Cosmas and Camorra, suddenly became notorious. Now, no one dared to stand up for the 'Ndrangheta anymore. After a completely formal official investigation, the Italian authorities directly characterized the whole incident as a gang feud, with a subtext that this was an internal affair of the mafia and the authorities would not intervene. In order to cope with the pressure of public opinion, the authorities even sent a large number of police forces to the Calabria region and launched a small-scale anti-gang operation in Reggio, the main base of the 'Ndrangheta, in early September. The public is always forgetful. When September came, the attention of the Italian media soon turned to the increasingly fierce internal struggle of the authorities. In order to get rid of the lawsuit and scandal, Berlusconi is likely to choose to resign in the near future. Obviously, Silvio Berlusconi will become another short-lived prime minister of the Italian government in the past decade. Since the launch of the Clean Hands movement 2 years ago, 2 old parties in Italy have been directly dissolved due to scandals, and 2 consecutive prime ministers have stepped down. Berlusconi is the 3rd prime minister in the past 2 years. As a political novice, Berlusconi has no black material in politics, but unfortunately he is a businessman. Italy also has a tradition of inseparable politics and business. If a businessman wants to do something, it is impossible without a good relationship with the government. Until many years later, some media listed the Global National Integrity Index, which is equivalent to the emerald green of Northern Europe, while Italy is still a dazzling scarlet. Because of the continuous layout in Italy over the years and the Clean Hands movement that started 2 years ago, Melissander Company has also encountered some investigations. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Berlusconi, who has a good relationship with the Westeros system, suddenly came to power. This was a move that Simon quietly laid when the Westeros system just entered Italy in the late 1980s. Berlusconi's media company has had a lot of cooperation with Deanery's Entertainment over the years. The two parties also jointly invested in the famous Christie's auction house last year. Berlusconi's sudden turn on the Ndrangheta incident was naturally due to this reason. Otherwise, the other party would definitely not miss this opportunity to divert public opinion. After the night of August 23, Simon was called back to North America by Jennifer. The female assistant said that she needed a vacation and forced Simon to stay at home as a nanny for half a month. She and Janet flew to Australia and Africa, and also launched a medical charity project in Rwanda to help African children resist the harm of parasites. It was not until September 9, when the Venice Film Festival opened this year, that the two women returned to North America and Simon was able to get away and come back to Europe. Naturally, I understand the women's minds. Simon is also aware of some of his changes in mentality. As his wealth and status continue to rise, Simon's heart has begun to become cold again. It's cold at the top. Jennifer once tried to pull Simon to the church, but she didn't get any further and ended in failure. This time, the two women hoped to soften his change through the children. The effect was actually quite good. After taking care of 3 little ones who were related to him by blood in Cape Dumay Manor for half a month, Simon's violent temper that had been accumulating since Sophia's family received the bullet at the end of July was unconsciously dissipated. However, things always have to have a beginning and an end. Since it was a deterrent, it was definitely not enough to just do it. It was necessary to let those who should know understand what happened. Chapter 698 Talk. In half a month, taking advantage of the chaos within the Ndrangheta, Antonio Daniele relied on his accumulated strength over the years and the list left in a certain file bag to successfully take over most of the forces left after the disappearance of the Stefano family. However, the new godfather of the Ndrangheta has never been completely at peace. Antonio Daniele does not believe that the whole thing will end with the demise of the Stefano family. Many things that have happened in various aspects of Italy in the past half-month have clearly proved this point. Antonio Daniele, who has a sharp intuition, obviously realized that during this period, whether it was the reaction of the political circles or the media, it seemed that there was a young figure behind the scenes. As for the revelation of the inside story of the Ndrangheta on the internet platform, this is even more obvious. As we all know, the emerging internet industry is almost a private reserve of the Westeros system, and the same is true in Italy. The country's network service operator has the participation of America Online, and the most popular portal website is also the Italian version of Ygritte. In order to understand the trends on the internet, Antonio Daniele, who is already in his 40s and not so fond of accepting new things, specially installed a computer at home. Antonio Daniele is not too worried about the revelations on the internet. What he cares about is that this incident is not isolated and simple. He has also quietly followed the movements of a young tycoon. In September, the name Simon Westeros was mentioned frequently by media around the world, because the American magazine Forbes is about to announce the New Year's list of the 400 richest Americans in October, and everyone is curious about how much Simon Westeros' latest net worth will be. A big news hotspot. However, there are very few revelations about Simon Westeros' private movements. The most accurate public news Antonio Daniele found was the news that Simon Westeros attended the premiere of Batman: The Dark Knight Rises in June. Later, there were also media reports about Simon Westeros' visit to Ukraine last month, but it was not an official press release, and no photos were leaked. It was basically gossip. This young super tycoon seems to be deliberately making himself invisible. On September 9th, the new Venice Film Festival opened. When the paparazzi group in Italy, which was no less than that in the UK, broke the news that Westeros appeared in Venice, even though there were still no photos, Antonio Daniele instinctively realized that some things would come to an end. Things developed as expected. On the second day of the opening of the Venice Film Festival, Antonio Daniele received a call early in the morning, asking him to rush to headquarters of the Ndrangheta in the city of Reggio for a meeting. Like other bigwigs of the Ndrangheta recently, Antonio Daniele left his newly changed mansion in 3 cars with 9 bodyguards. When he arrived at the destination, the leaders of the remaining 5 major guilds of the Ndrangheta had all arrived. A 3-story office building, which served as the headquarters of the Ndrangheta Gang Committee, was crowded with guards inside and outside, and even some figures responsible for lookouts stood on the surrounding roofs. Even though half a month had passed, the fear in everyone's heart had not dissipated, but became more and more serious. Invisible enemies are always the most feared. During this period, Antonio Daniele heard that Giuseppe Tejano, the original leader of the three southern families, had broken the convention and hired a group of professional bodyguards to protect himself and his family. In the past, this kind of work was only done by the younger brothers under the gang. In a conference room in the office building. On both sides of the large conference table, the two factions of the Ndrangheta, the North and the South, were clearly divided. Antonio Daniele sat silently in a corner of the conference table, which was regarded as a kind of recognition from the Ndrangheta after he recently took over the power of the Stefano family. Of course, Antonio Daniele could also feel the scrutiny and even hostility in the eyes of the old bosses around him. Everyone understands a very simple truth. When a conspiracy occurs, the one who benefits the most often has the greater suspicion. Antonio Daniele is just like this. However, Antonio is not worried. He knows that the people around him should understand that if he has the ability to kill the entire Stefano family overnight, then he will not be content with this. At least, the three southern families should no longer exist now. The sudden demise of the Stefano family seemed easy to many unrelated onlookers. Only those who were in it understood how difficult it was to do it quietly. The smart people around could probably guess that there might be a problem within the gang. Antonio was also not worried about being discovered. There was no evidence. After joining the Ndrangheta for more than 20 years, Antonio had already proved his loyalty. Moreover, Horace Stefano did not regard sending them to warn Melisandre Company as a big deal at the time. He just ordered Antonio Daniele to find a few younger brothers to go to the United States to do this. Antonio wanted to take the opportunity to relax in the United States and took it personally. He was not a talkative person. He did not even tell his family, but just said that he would be away for a few days. Some people in the gang knew that Antonio had left for a few days at the end of July, but this kind of thing was very common and was not easily associated with the changes in the Stefano family. Even this time, the power of the Stefano family was actually tacitly approved by several other families. Because the situation was unclear, although the Stefano family had left a large piece of fat meat, for the sake of their own lives, the other families did not dare to rush in. Antonio Daniele also knew how to advance and retreat. He only took over the Stefano family's private drug trafficking and smuggling system. He did not touch the money laundering network in public because he could not play it and did not dare to take it because it involved too many things. The money laundering network has always been used by the Stefano family to maintain its position in the Glory Society. If the three southern families want to launder their black money, they must go through the Stefano family. Even if they are allies, the other two families have always complained about this. This time, even if there is a big change, if Antonio dares to swallow this part of the assets without knowing what to do, the other two families will definitely not let it go after the matter is over. Everyone sat down in the conference room. Giuseppe Tejano got straight to the point and said to a core member of each family, everyone should have received an invitation. In addition, I just made a few calls. My colleagues in Palermo, Naples, Rome and Milan have also received similar invitations. Now, let's discuss whether we need to attend the appointment. After Giuseppe Tejano said this, Antonio Daniele was stunned. What invitation? Quasimodo Liberi, the third in command of the Liberi family next to Antonio, noticed his doubts and turned his head to say a few words to the other side. A moment later, Quasimodo sent an exquisite invitation. When Antonio took the invitation, he also noticed that Quasimodo's smiling face showed a little contempt. Obviously, he was mocking him for not even being qualified to get an invitation. Ignoring the other party's emotions, Antonio opened the invitation and saw a short and eye-catching Italian line, "Let's talk." In addition, there was only the time and place marked in small words below, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Marito Pier. Marito Pier is located in the south of Reggio Emilia, which happens to be the territory of the Liberi family, one of the three southern families. Dario Candillo, the leader of the three northern families, waited for Giuseppe Tejano to finish speaking, and then continued, "I think we should first determine whether this is a prank." Giuseppe Tejano retorted, "Prank, Dario? Do you think anyone dares to joke with the entire Italian mafia?" Dominic Amiti, the godfather of the northern Amiti family, said, "Maybe it's not a prank, but it is very likely a trap. We must be cautious." In addition, Giuseppe, who exactly did Stefano's family offend? Haven't you found any clues yet? Or, is it that your cooperation with Colombia is not very pleasant, so they sent troops over? Fabrizio Liberi, The godfather of the Southern Liberty family, who was sitting opposite Dominic Amiti, said, "Dom, if Columbia sent troops over, do you think they will only target the Stefano family?" Dominic Amiti smiled and said, "It's hard to say. We have always abided by the rules in doing business, so trouble will certainly not come to us. You can't say for sure." Upon hearing this, the young and energetic Quasimodo Liberi beside Antonio immediately fought back on behalf of his elder brother. "Oh, you guys follow the rules. Did Luca Pisotti's batch of goods 3 years ago get eaten by dogs?" Dominic Amiti was obviously thick-skinned enough and said without hesitation, "It is very possible. Moreover, it is said that your family also sent 3 ships out to sea that day. Who knows if they robbed a bunch of dog shit back, ha ha ha." Seeing that the meeting room was about to quarrel, Dario Candillo stopped it and said, "Enough." Giuseppe Tejano also spoke up to stop the people around him from continuing to argue with the other side. Back to the topic, after some discussion, it was finally decided that each family would send a representative to the appointment tomorrow. During the final discussion, the other 2 godfathers in the South had no intention of showing up, but Giuseppe Tejano intentionally or unintentionally appointed Antonio Danieli to attend in person. Antonio Danieli probably understood why he did not receive the invitation letter. This was a disguise cover. However, he was not so stupid as to agree to it just because he knew there was no danger. Instead, he looked cautious and directly rejected Giuseppe Tejano's request, saying that he would send his brother Paolo Dario over tomorrow. The next day, just after dawn, the Marito Pier in the south of Reggio had been cleared. After driving away all the idlers, the 'Ndrangheta instinctively summoned thousands of gang members together at the pier to increase their confidence, causing Theodore Nazari, the chief of the Reggio police, who was also in a state of chaos during this period, to personally call Giuseppe Tejano and half remind and half warn him not to cause trouble. In addition to the 6 Ndrangheta families, representatives from Sicily's La Cosa Nostra, Campania's Camorra, and the Mafia in Rome, Milan and other places have all come. Of course, although they are all considered core members, none of the gang's godfathers have come forward in person. Nearing 9 o'clock, the sun had risen high, and the guests who were supposed to come had not appeared yet. When many people thought this was a very unfunny prank, as many as 6 heavy helicopters fell from the sky one after another. These were 6 huge Soviet-made Mi-26 heavy transport helicopters, with a fuselage length of 40 meters, which was larger than many jet business jets. The most popular Gulfstream IV jet in recent years was only 27 meters long. Therefore, it can be seen how strong the impact of the 6 behemoths was on everyone. Even though the dock had been cleared, the 6 Mi-26s barely completed the landing. The fact that 6 large transport helicopters could be used at one time, just this point, the background of the person behind the scenes has shocked many mafia leaders. Everyone also understood that this was obviously a demonstration. However, it was indeed very effective. In addition to being shocked, everyone was guessing who had the strength to use 6 Mi-26 heavy helicopters for a demonstration at one time. Since the official has long been ruled out, the most powerful unofficial force in Italy that everyone can think of is probably the Agnelli family, the richest man in Italy behind the Fiat Group. Did the Stefano family provoke the other party? However, even the Agnelli family and the mafia basically do not interfere with each other. Even though the two sides have inevitably had some frictions over the years, they were finally resolved peacefully, and many times the Agnelli family took the initiative to avoid it. In this way, the Agnelli family is unlikely. So, is there anyone in this country who is stronger than the Agnelli family? With this doubt, a group of representatives boarded 6 helicopters and flew to the sea together. Looking at the figure of the helicopter formation going away, some mafia leaders finally gave up the idea of sending speedboats to track. It's better not to make trouble at the last minute. When the people on board were guessing that they would go to the offshore island, the helicopter flew for more than an hour, and a tanker appeared in the field of vision. A few passengers who knew the goods judged at a glance that this was a giant tanker of 100,000 tons. Perhaps ordinary people do not have a very specific concept of 100,000-ton tankers. However, when it comes to 100,000-ton aircraft carriers, even many years later, only the Nimitz-class and Ford-class models in the United States can reach this tonnage. The 100,000-ton giant tanker with a length of more than 300 meters is equivalent to 2 blocks in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, like a floating island. 6 Mi-26 heavy transport helicopters landed on the tanker deck one after another. The Mi-26, which is several times the size of ordinary helicopters, was arranged in 2 rows, occupying less than half of the space in the front section of the tanker deck. After getting off the helicopter, everyone looked at the giant ship in front of them, as well as the many guards on the deck who obviously had the atmosphere of professional soldiers. Almost all of them were sure that the Stefano family had really provoked a big shot who should not be provoked at all. But who on earth has such power? Could it be the President of the United States? Unlikely. The red nose in the White House of the United States does not lack such power, but it is absolutely impossible for him to start a war so easily. Then, when a group of representatives walked through the long deck and came to the cockpit at the rear end of the tanker, the mystery was finally revealed. Ken Dixon, who hosted the meeting on behalf of Simon, said the first sentence, "Hello everyone, I am the spokesperson for Mr. Simon Westeros." Simon himself was on the tanker. However, since the cautious mafia godfathers did not dare to attend the meeting in person and only sent a group of deputies, Simon had no intention of appearing in person. Chapter 699 Aftermath. The mystery was solved. The mafia representatives were angry, fearful, resentful, and in awe, but no one dared to shout or throw Ken Dixon in front of him. Many people were relieved. After understanding the cause and effect of the incident, everyone finally no longer had to worry. However, just because of a misunderstanding and 4 bullets, Simon Westeros killed the entire Stefano family in a more brutal way than the mafia. Even though all the mafia representatives who suddenly turned to the vulnerable group felt that a certain young tycoon had gone too far, no one had the idea of revenge for the Stefano family. Even the Tejano family, who is related to the Stefano family by marriage, did not intend to pursue it. It is human nature to submit to the strong. In the past, people just thought that Simon Westeros was very rich, and some people even had the idea of doing something to make a fortune. Because of this intersection, the mafia clearly realized that the world's only billionaire, the terrifying power behind him, was not something they could provoke or contend with. The party lasted only more than 10 minutes. Ken Dixon, on behalf of Simon, issued the most straightforward warning to the entire Italian mafia without hesitation. Finally, he treated each of the mafia representatives to a glass of strong vodka brought from Ukraine, and everyone was sent off the tanker. Simon came to the deck from the cabin, looking at the direction where the Mi-26 helicopter formation left, while listening to Ken Dixon recounting the experience of contact with the mafia representatives. Just now, he had a special communication with several representatives of the Ndrangheta. Since everything was caused by Versace, it must be done from beginning to end. Melisandre Company will officially launch the acquisition of Versace. In the future, the Ndrangheta can recover the accounts secretly owed by Versace, complete the last delivery, and both parties will be cleared. If anyone dares to entangle afterwards, it will also be regarded as a provocation to the Westeros system. As for the Stefano family, the Westeros system will stop here. Of course, if the Ndrangheta does not intend to give up, it doesn't matter. What happens in the future will be at their own risk. According to Simon's instructions, Ken Dixon was very strong throughout the communication and did not give the mafia representatives present any room for bargaining. This was a pure deterrent. Moreover, the whole thing would not really end here. The Westeros family intelligence team that withdrew from Reggio City some time ago will infiltrate the Calabria region again in the future, and will also cover Sicily and Campania in the future to monitor the movements of mafia in various places. If someone really can't bear this breath and intends to retaliate, Simon will try to send the other party to hell in advance. This kind of monitoring has no time limit. Whether it is 5 years or 10 years, or even longer, Simon can support it. The European part of the Westeros family intelligence team happens to have a long-term and legitimate monitoring project in addition to protecting a group of girls. On the other hand, the headquarters of Melisandre Company will also be moved from Florence, Italy to Geneva, Switzerland, mainly for Sophia's safety considerations. This matter has been discussed very early. Because Gucci's headquarters is in Florence, in order to facilitate management, Melisandre's headquarters was also set up in this central Italian city. As Melisandre and Company expanded, the company's headquarters also needed to be adjusted accordingly. The original plan was to move from Florence to Milan, which was the most suitable location as the fashion center of Italy. However, after this incident, Simon personally decided to move the headquarters of Melisandre and Company to Switzerland, which happened to be the original place of registration of Melisandre and Company. In addition, Geneva is only more than 200 kilometers away from Milan and less than 500 kilometers away from Florence, and can be reached by a private plane. Very convenient. Because it is already two countries, Geneva is not a place that the mafia can easily set foot in. As long as the mafia is not too stupid, they should understand that it doesn't matter how much fun they have in the country. Once they cross the line, the Italian government can no longer make trouble and must give an explanation. In addition, some people selected from Ukraine will enter Italy first in the near future. The local mafia forces in Italy are very prosperous, but there is also a living soil for outsiders. There are foreign mafia in major cities such as Rome, Milan, and Naples, including Calabria. Although Reggio is remote, outsiders can also gain a foothold because of the mixed crowd, but the danger will be higher and there is not much room for development. However, these are no longer within Simon's consideration. Since he has embarked on this road, he must lick blood on the knife edge. If he fights well, it is a skill. If he is killed, he will just consider himself unlucky. The Mediterranean is always sunny. After Simon and Ken Dixon finish talking about things, he simply asked someone to carry a single sofa out of the cabin and sat alone on the wide deck of the tanker to enjoy the surrounding sea and sky scenery. It's a pity that there are not a few beauties around. Over the years, some people have suggested that Simon buy a private yacht, but they have all been rejected. It's not that Simon is not interested in private yachts, but the private yachts that can be built are always too small. For Simon, the 100,000-ton tanker under his feet can meet his acceptance standards. If Simon really wants to build such a behemoth now, it is not impossible, but it is really a bit too conspicuous. Simply don't have it at all. Anyway, when there is a need occasionally, it can be borrowed or rented. This tanker is borrowed. After the morning's work is over, the tanker will sail to Syria on the other side to load crude oil, and then pass through the Suez Canal in the southern Mediterranean and then transfer to the Indian Ocean to Asia. 6 Mi-26 heavy helicopters were also temporarily transferred. However, this time it is their own business. The arms trading company registered in Australia by the Westeros system will transport this batch of heavy helicopters that the Ukrainian army has eliminated again to Angola in Africa. The Mi-26 is too large to be transported by air. It is not bad to drive the helicopter directly across African countries to Angola. It is a heavy transport helicopter. It is easy to fly more than 6,000 kilometers with enough fuel, and it only takes 2 days. Unfortunately, this idea is not practical. Even if the countries passing through agree to borrow the passage, after complex approvals and plucking feathers, several months will pass. It is better to go by sea. Starting from the port of Odessa in Ukraine, crossing the Black Sea and the Mediterranean to the Atlantic Ocean, and going around the west coast of Africa to Angola, the journey is more than 13,000 kilometers, which takes about 20 days. During the Cold War, Africa was an important battlefield for the game between the United States and the Soviet Union. Angola fought a civil war for decades with the support of the two major powers. The disintegration of the Soviet Union was actually the reason why this country spared no effort to provide huge military aid to Africa. Now, although the Soviet Union no longer exists, the people in power in Angola, located in Southwest Africa, are the party that was once supported by the Soviet Union. After the end of the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union gradually reduced their interference in Africa, and the opposition in Angola, which was originally supported by the United States, began to decline. However, in the first half of the year, because of dissatisfaction with the results of the first presidential election after mediation by all parties, the opposition launched a civil war again. After dealing with Rwanda, the Westeros system began to quickly deploy in Africa. Kenya, Tanzania and other countries in East Africa are relatively stable, and they are the traditional sphere of influence of Britain and the United States. Among them, several countries in Kenya are still members of the Commonwealth, and there is not much room for operation. North Africa is the territory of the French, and it is not easy to get involved. Simon focused his target on several southwestern African countries that are still in a state of war. Angola, which is very rich in natural resources, is the top priority. The former Big Brother has died, and the Angolan government knows that if it wants to maintain its position, it must build good relations with the West. The Westeros Systems operating team said that they could make connections for this, including promoting the current Angolan President Dos Santos to visit the United States, so the two sides hit it off. This transaction is not the first time the two sides have cooperated. The Angolan government army is very eager to strengthen its troop transport capabilities to deal with the opposition's guerrilla warfare. Jungle warfare and helicopter transportation are obviously the most suitable. Angola cannot afford Western helicopters, and the same is true for Soviet-made helicopters. After decades of civil war, Angola is also very poor. Even if there is some money, the authorities will try to spend it on light weapons that can better enhance the combat effectiveness of the troops. The arms trading company of the Westeros system provides Angola with another opportunity. No cash is needed, only exchange. The ex-factory price of the Mi-26 heavy helicopter when it was first sold in the 1980s reached $10 million. At this stage, the price of a brand new Mi-26 heavy helicopter is $12 million. The batch of helicopters eliminated by the Ukrainian army had only been assembled for 5 years. After evaluation, the authorities offered a price of $5 million. The $5 million here is the price of the Westeros System Arms Trading Company. When Westeros System resells it to Angola, the price on the contract becomes $7 million, a 40% increase. On the Ukrainian side, the 6 helicopters total $30 million. Westeros System will pay in cash through overseas banks. As for how much will flow into the Ukrainian government treasury in the end, Simon doesn't care. Even if something is exposed in the future, Westeros System is just a middleman and does not benefit from it. Although the price increases as high as 40%, it is only the contract price. Angola does not need cash payment. The other party gives a 30-year mining right to a diamond mine. The mining experts sent by Johnston Holdings Group have already conducted a detailed assessment of the target diamond mine in advance. The reserves of the diamond mine are still rich. It may not be mined for 30 years, but it is not a problem to bring in diamond rough stones that are conservatively estimated to be no less than $100 million in the next 10 years. If some top-quality raw stones can be mined, or if there is a hidden world inside the ore vein, it will be even more cost-effective. The actual cost of $30 million in exchange for a return of $100 million in 10 years, the annual return is only equivalent to 7%, which is actually a bit of a loss for the Westeros system, but things are not calculated in this way. Not to mention that mining $100 million of ore raw stones in 10 years is only the most conservative estimate. Simon is more concerned about the 30-year period. This means that the Westeros system can operate legally in Angola around this diamond mine for 30 years. The UFMS mercenary team responsible for escorting 6 Mi-26s this time will be stationed in Angola directly in the name of protecting the diamond mine, and will also be responsible for Mi-26 driving training for the Angolan government forces. In addition to Rwanda, Angola is Simon's second base in Africa. Initially, the large amount of equipment seized by Ukrainian mercenaries from the Rwandan government forces was sold cheaply by Simon to Angola, where the civil war broke out again. Because of the Rwanda incident, the family of Angolan President Dos Santos was originally wary of the Westeros system. After several consecutive cooperations in recent months, the two sides have initially established trust. 6 Mi-26s sent the Mafia representatives back to Reggio and returned. 5 of them flew directly to a large cargo ship anchored dozens of kilometers away. Simon took the last one to Tunisia, which borders Libya in the south, and took a private plane from Tunisia to Helsinki, Finland. The day after the tanker party, a series of fast-spreading gossip appeared on the local Italian internet platform. Half a month ago, the Stefano family of the Calabria Glory Society was killed because they provoked a super-rich man. It is rumored that the Stefano family wanted to force the rich man's company to provide them with a money laundering channel. In order to achieve their goal, the other party actually sent a bomb to the rich man's home. As a result, the super-rich man was completely pissed off. It was completely beyond the scope of stealing a chicken and losing a rice. The whole family was involved. This is just one version. In just one day, the insider information about the Stefano family being killed on online forums and social networks was varied. The overall accord did not change. The Stefano family tried to threaten a super-rich man, and then the angry super-rich killed the whole family. There is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. In order to avoid some passive public opinion situations, Simon took the initiative to expose the truth through online channels. Moreover, many versions were specially compiled to attract public attention to different targets. In the following days, all kinds of gossip and insider information spread from the internet to the entity, from Italy to overseas. After repeated evolution, the truth was completely unheard. Therefore, The Agnelli family behind the Italian Fiat Group, the current Italian Prime Minister Berlusconi, the Italian chocolate king Ferrero family, and so on, were all publicly tested by bold reporters to see if they were related to the Stefano family incident, and the result was naturally a negative answer. As the matter continued to spread, the wealthy people in European countries and even the wealthy businessmen in North America were included in the list of suspects. Speaking of super rich people, few in the world are more deserving of the title than Simon Westeros. Simon naturally became the target of media suspicion. When Pat Kingsley, the media spokesperson for the Westeros family in Los Angeles, was asked by reporters whether she knew about the Stefano family incident, she also received a very stereotyped negative answer. As for the truth, the reason why the Italian mafia is so powerful is mainly because they are located in an important transportation hub connecting North America, Latin America, Eastern Europe and Western Europe, and have dealings with almost all gangs in the world. Therefore, the truth has spread all over the world quickly. This is the result Simon needs to see. Publicly manipulate public opinion to confuse the public and prevent the Westeros system from becoming a target, and privately spread the news to the underground forces throughout the world to achieve the deterrent effect Simon needs. After dealing with the Glory Society, Simon stayed in Finland for 3 days for Nokia's affairs, and then quietly went around St. Petersburg, Moscow, Kiev and Rivne. Back to Venice, Italy again. The time is already September 19th, and the closing ceremony of the 51st Venice Film Festival is held today. Arriving in Italy, the aftermath of certain things is still going on, but Simon no longer needs to intervene too much. This year's Venice Film Festival is also a big year for Simon. Deaneries Entertainment has 2 films, Angels of Sin by Peter Jackson and Dangerous Men and Women directed by Alexander Rockwell, shortlisted for the main competition unit. Both films have received good reviews. As for Peter Jackson, Simon did not force him to grow because he valued him, and has always tried to let him grow according to his previous career trajectory. Of course, in order to increase Jackson's familiarity with special effects, in recent years, he has been more or less involved in the production of DC movie universe blockbusters in Australia. This Angels of Sin can be said to be a rare serious work of Peter Jackson, who is accustomed to all kinds of bad tastes, telling a real case of matricide. In order to keep the original appearance of the film, Simon intervened slightly. The 2 heroines of the film are the original version, one is Kate Winslet and the other is Melanie Lynskey. It goes without saying that Fat Wen is a good person. The other Melanie Lynskey is the popular Rose in 2.5 Men. In addition to Deaneries Entertainment's participating films, Warner Bros. Also pushed Oliver Stone's Natural Born Killers, which was released in North America at the end of August, into the main competition unit. In addition, there are 2 other famous films this year, A Brighter Summer Day and Ashes of Time. The 2 films that won the Venice Golden Lion Award, A Heavy Rain and Viva Amor, are equally outstanding. As for the jury, in addition to David Lynch, Nicole Kidman was also pulled in as a big face to support the scene at every film festival. The Dark Knight Rises is still a global hit, and The Suicide Squad is coming at the end of the year. As a result, Nicole Kidman's popularity directly overwhelmed the entire jury. Many European movie fans came to Venice just to catch a glimpse of Maya in Pulp Fiction and Poison Ivy in The Dark Knight Rises. There were even stalking incidents, forcing the organizers to urgently strengthen Nicole's security. Chapter 700 Great Expansion. Because Sinful Angels and Dangerous Men and Women did not reach the level of excellence and had low commercial potential, the Gay Omen Films team did not deliberately conduct public relations operations for the 2 films shortlisted for the main competition unit this time. On September 19th, the film festival closed, and the ending was predictable. The Golden Lion Award was still the double yoke Heavy Rain and Long Live Love in Simon's memory. Deaneries Entertainment was completely vacant for a year and did not win any awards. This is actually a result that everyone is happy to see. If Deaneries Entertainment returns with a full load every year, the game cannot continue. After the closing ceremony, the superstars and celebrities who still stayed in Venice rushed to the closing dinner from the Lido Island Cinema Palace. A cocktail party had already started in advance on a private island, about 5 kilometers away from the main urban area in the north of the Water City. The island is another property under Simon's name. It is only 3 hectares in size. In the center stands an Italian castle with an area of more than 6,000 square meters and more than 160 rooms. Simon has always preferred simple modern architecture. However, over the years, Simon has also realized that if he wants to own properties around the world, it is impossible to do it completely according to his own preferences like the Cape du May Manor. Just like this castle on the small island in Shucheng, it is a protected building that has long been recorded by the Italian government. Even if it is privately owned, it cannot be demolished and rebuilt without authorization. Moreover, in a city with a deep historical heritage like Venice, a modern villa with glass and cement structure in the style of Beverly Hills suddenly appeared, and even Simon himself felt that it was in tune. Over the years, different styles of architecture from all over the world have been tried one after another, and it is actually not bad. The cocktail party being held is not for the few remaining guests of the film festival, but mainly for the partners and management of the Westeros system. During the 12-day film festival, Deaneries Entertainment and Melisandro Company under the Westeros system held a total of 7 brands activities of various types, including commercial promotion, film marketing, industry exchanges, etc. The fundamental core is to promote the movies under Deaneries Entertainment and the various luxury sub-brands affiliated with Melisandro. Luxury brands are not suitable for large-scale TV advertising, so they can only seek exposure from other aspects. The film festival and luxury goods are in perfect harmony. The film festival ended, and this cocktail party was also a small celebration. With the establishment of the World Trade Organization, globalization has become an inevitable trend. The luxury industry wants to adapt to this trend, and it is inevitable to reorganize into a comprehensive large-scale luxury group. Because a ship cannot complete a global expedition, only a fleet can hope to achieve this goal, which is why Melisandre Company continues to acquire other brands. In the castle hall, Simon was talking to George Bulgari, the chairman of Bulgari. Sophia Fessy, who is wearing a one-shoulder purple evening dress tonight, was leaning on his arm intimately, and she did not shy away from the many guests. During this period, Melisandre Company officially completed the acquisition of Bulgari's equity. In the finalized transaction plan, Melisandre Company was valued at $7.3 billion and Bulgari was priced at $1.3 billion. Both parties made certain compromises. Melisandre successfully obtained the expected 40% of Bulgari shares, with a cash plus stock transaction model, equivalent to $300 million in cash plus 3% of Melisandre's company stock. Another target, Vacheron Constantin, was finally agreed to by the brand owner Ahmed Yamani in early September after a stalemate between the two sides. The final transaction price was $230 million. Compared with Bulgari, Melisandre was not determined to acquire Vacheron Constantin. The experience of running Van Cleef & Arpels made Sophia realize that jewelry is the big deal in the field of jewelry and watches only account for a small part of the business. Vacheron Constantin is still a pure high-end watch brand at this stage. If it is acquired, its status in the short term may be like that of Chateau Latour under Melisandre, which is mainly a collectible status symbol. For Melisandre, who cares more about the development potential of the target company, it would be best to get Vacheron Constantin, which would be regarded as adding a pearl to its luxury brand matrix. If it fails to get it, it would not be a pity, so the initiative is completely on the side of Melisandre. The entire European economy was in a downturn. Apart from Melisandre & Company, Armani could not find any other suitable buyers in a short period of time. The price of $200 to $300 million was not high, but apart from professional luxury groups like Melisandre & Company, there were not many other interested investors, including LVMH, Melisandre's most direct competitor, which temporarily stopped expanding due to the economic downturn. Therefore, even if there were other buyers, the price would only be lower than Melisandre & Company. The price of $230 million was $70 million lower than the $300 million that Armani expected, which was why the two sides had been tug of war for a long time. Moreover, this time it was all paid in cash. Armani wanted to exchange some stocks, but neither Simon nor Sophia agreed. In fact, if the deal fell through, the former Saudi oil minister would hold on for a few more years, and when the economy recovered, he would definitely be able to sell Vacheron Constantin at a higher price. But in this world, apart from Simon, few people can see the future. Armani finally chose to sell Vacheron Constantin. It was a safe deal. After acquiring Bulgari and Vacheron Constantin, and with Versace, this year will be a big expansion for Melisandre. There was no intention to acquire Versace at the beginning. The changes during this period made Simon change his mind, and he has reached an agreement with Ndrangheta. Simon had previously arranged for First Boston to contact Versace to promote the IPO, originally wanting to push Versace off the cliff. The plan was temporarily changed, and First Boston also stopped contacting Versace at Simon's instruction. Next, without Simon's consent, Versace would not be able to go public in Italy or the United States. In any case, because this company caused such a big storm, Gianni Versace had no other choice, and Simon would not give him any other choice. At the cocktail party, Giorgio Bulgari is in his 40s and is already the fourth-generation head of the Bulgari family. Although he accepted the acquisition of Melisandre, the head of the Bulgari family still had some concerns about Melisandre's development plan. He just mentioned it to Simon in person. After listening to the young man in front of him explaining Melisandre's globalization strategy, George Bulgari asked, "But, Simon, do you think it is necessary for us to expand our business to Latin America, West Asia and even Africa?" Simon said, "Of course it is necessary. Where there are people, there will be demand, and it cannot be ignored. We may not open our own flagship stores in those places, but we must let the wealthy class in those areas know about our brand, so that their wives or daughters will think of Gucci or Bulgari first when they go shopping abroad." George Bulgari's young wife, who is obviously a dozen years younger than her husband, looked at Simon with a pair of bright eyes, and suddenly interrupted, "So, Simon, how do you think we can promote the brand to Africa?" Simon glanced at the woman next to George Bulgari and smiled. "It's very simple, such as movies. Hollywood blockbuster movies have a very strong ability to spread. As long as we mention them slightly or give them more shots in popular movies, we can achieve a good spread effect. Madam, if you have seen Pretty Woman, the sports car that appeared at the beginning of the movie, because of the popularity of the movie, the sales of that year increased by more than 3 times. The young woman, who is obviously a model, casually took her husband's arm, but kept asking Simon, "But, do Africans watch movies?" Simon said patiently, "Of course they do, and the demand is very high. However, it's a pity that they generally don't watch genuine copies." The woman gloated, "Oh, that's a pity." Simon smiled. There is no need to explain cultural invasion at this point. Seeing that Simon stopped talking, George Bulgari immediately raised his glass to the two of them, dragged his wife who was reluctant but dared not show it, and turned away. Simon Westeros's preference in a certain aspect is well known. We must be on guard. Sophia looked at the two people leaving, rubbed her body gently on Simon's arm, and said teasingly, "Do you need me to prepare the contact information of that woman for you?" Simon waved to call the waiter, took another glass of red wine, looked at Sophia who was becoming more and more beautiful under the crystal chandelier in the hall, and said, "Okay, or just send it to my bed." Sophia said mischievously, "I will send it to your bed directly. Do you dare to jump on it directly?" Simon shook his head honestly, "I dare not." Sophia smiled a little proudly. It turns out that the richer the man, the more timid he is. Simon reached out his hand and his fingertips brushed across the woman's smooth face. When Sophia avoided it a little embarrassedly, he said, "I am actually very brave, but I am worried about hurting you." Sophia paused and understood. Indeed, with the current wealth and status of the little man beside him, there is no need to worry too much. Thinking of all the things he had done for her during this period, Sophia suddenly became emotional. She held the man's arm a little harder, leaned closer, and whispered in his ear, "Simon, shall we go upstairs?" Simon looked at the guests around him. "Isn't this bad?" Sophia had already pulled the man to the stairs, saying, "Angie and the others are entertaining them." Many people in the hall saw Simon and Sophia disappear at the stairs, but they did not express any objection. A certain young man was too high-ranking and powerful, so everything he did would be taken for granted. After Simon and the other left, Angela Ahrens, who is already the CEO of Gucci, and Elliot Oichman, the president of Highgate Pictures, and others took on the responsibility of entertaining people. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. Sophia rarely showed some feminine temper, hugging Simon as a pillow and not letting him get up. Simon simply stayed in bed until the sunlight broke into the bedroom through the gap in the curtains. At around 9 o'clock, Sophia got out of bed first, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and then returned to the big bed, noticing Simon's intention to get up. The bright sunshine sprinkled in the bedroom and on the woman. Then, she failed to get up. Near noon, Sophia, with a blushing face, softly rested her head on Simon's chest, feeling the man's strong heartbeat. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said, "Simon, I suddenly want to have another child. In fact, he had felt a certain impulse of the woman since last night. Hearing this, Simon didn't feel strange and said, "You have to think about it. It will be very troublesome. Jenny and the others, as well as Daniela and Gemma, well, the most important thing is yourself. Janet can accept the female assistant, but she will not allow Sophia to enter Cape Dumay Manor. Sophia's 2 children are no longer ignorant. If they know that they will have a younger brother or sister, they will inevitably resist. There is one more thing. Sophia's birthday is August 17, 1954, which means that the woman just turned 40 last month. No birthday party was held. Simon did not forget to prepare a birthday gift for the woman. Although some people believe that Sophia looked 30 years old because of her personal foundation and careful maintenance, some things are facts after all. Sophia just raised her head and looked at Simon. "I just want to know your opinion." Simon lifted the woman's body up, leaned over and kissed her, and said, "I want to hear the truth." Sophia nodded. Simon said, "If possible, I hope to have many, many children, and then the Westeros family can rule the world." Sophia curled her lips. Genetic instinct again. Simon smiled and said, "Yes, Freud believed that all human behavior can be explained by sex. In my opinion, all of this should be attributed to genetic instinct. Maybe in the future, when I am old, I can also write a book like The Interpretation of Dreams to explain this phenomenon." Sophia did not change the subject too much and said, "So, you agree?" Simon nodded slightly, and then said, "However, if you give birth to a child, you will raise it by yourself. An irresponsible man like me will definitely not take care of it. There will be no alimony, and your work will definitely be affected." Sophia put her face on Simon's chest again. "It's none of your business, as long as you agree." Sensing the man's hesitation, Sophia added, "I will talk to Janet first. If they disagree, the child can have my surname, Fussy." Simon paused and said, "Actually, your surname is not nice at all." Sophia gently hit the man on the shoulder. "Don't talk. I want to sleep for a while, I'm so tired." Simon stopped talking. It was not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that the two left the bedroom. After lunch, they left Venice and flew to New York. New York Fashion Week will open on September 23rd. This is the first fashion week of this autumn fashion season. A big change in the 4 major fashion weeks. Before this, the order of the 4 major fashion weeks was London, Paris, Milan and New York. New York Fashion Week ranked last. As the status of New York Fashion Week became higher and higher, some people expressed dissatisfaction with this order of holding. After the end of the Spring Fashion Week in the first half of the year, someone formally proposed it, which was unanimously supported by many brands and then officially announced in July. Melisandre CK Company and North America Unlimited Group of the Westeros system both participated in promoting this matter. If it is to compete with Paris or Milan for this ranking, New York may not be able to do it. If the opponent is London Fashion Week, which has always been in a low position among the 4 major fashion weeks, there will be no such problem. New York Fashion Week took the initiative to announce the decision, and London Fashion Week, which had no confidence to risk a collision, had to compromise and proactively postpone the date. The 2 major fashion weeks in Paris and Milan were naturally postponed one after another. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.